Hello everybody, this is Rob Gauthier.
And this is Kalina Angel, and we are the co-creators of the channel panel, which we founded in 2014. So what was the reasoning for us creating the channel panel? We wanted to be able to have a space where we could gather not just channelers, not just networking with a bunch of these amazing people who have these great connections with other interdimensional beings, whether they may be ETs or angels or guides, higher self, higher wisdom, whatever it may be. But we ultimately wanted to create a space where we could all gather as people. All of us, after all, are conduits for connecting with these energies, with these beings. And so it isn't just about coming out and seeing all these amazing channelers connect with their guides and share wisdom with all of you, but also all of us together meeting in a place where we create new connections, friendships, relationships, and it will help to perhaps activate everyone that's there at the channel panel with their own higher knowing, with their own higher guidance. So even though it is the channel panel and we gather together to hear these amazing messages, it's also a space where you ultimately are opening up yourself as a vessel to connect with your inner heart's knowing and the divine.
So when we started this idea in 2014, we had some friends who were channelers, and we brought together some amazing people, and we did an online event, and it went so well, and we continued doing them. The very next year, in 2015, we did a live event with several presenters over 2 days, which was amazing in Los Angeles. And we did online and live events staggered almost every other year until we came up to 2017, which is this year's channel panel that we're sharing here with you. This is the first time anyone's seen it publicly unless you had purchased it before. But this channel panel is one of our favorites that we've done so far. In 2017, we had amazing presenters like Darryl Anka, who channels Bashar, Lee Harris, who channels the Z's, Wendy Kennedy, who channels the Pleiadian Collective, and many, many more. We want to bring this to you for two reasons. We want to share the channeling that was there that was amazing and impactful, the community experience that was there that was impactful, but we also want to share some information with you guys about the very first channel panel that we did live since we had our beautiful daughter Lilith in 2019. In 2025, we're going to be in Sedona, Arizona, January 3, 4, and 5 to do the next channel panel. We have some amazing channelers coming to this one. And we invite you to go to the website, thechannelpanel.com. You can purchase tickets for the online event to watch from your home anywhere you are in the world on a streaming platform. Or you can come join us live if you want to come to Sedona in January. A 3-day ticket will get you into the main hall where you're able to watch every channeler who we've announced and more channelers that we're adding on be able to channel and take question and answer from everyone. And there's also workshops that every channeler is going to be doing. Now, the workshops may not be channeled content necessarily. You'll have to go to the website to look at that. But if you go to thechannelpanel.com, all the information's up there. And you can check that out if you're interested in the 2025 channel panel.
We look forward to meeting you all at the channel panel in 2025. And if you want any more details, head on over to
thechannelpanel.com.
Thank you, everyone. Much love.
And thank you for being here for Bye-bye 2017, hello 2018. So some of you may know me, and for those of you who don't, I'm Lee, and I've been channeling personally for 20 years, and I have been channeling publicly for 14 years. So it's really good to be here today, because we were just talking backstage, and someone said, "Oh, you must be with channelers all the time," and we were all like, "No, you know, we rarely like to be at an event where there are 9 channelers in one go." So you guys who decided to come for this have some serious stamina. So as I've been tracking these channeled messages over the years, and I work in a few different ways. I work as a channeler, but I also work as a transformation guide and an energy intuitive, because my big passion was being a channeler and noticing how it put me through my own paces to open to those frequencies and that information. I also noticed for anybody who was into channeling but either didn't know how to ground it themselves or didn't know how to take those concepts and apply them to the everyday that we go through all the time as human beings, I got passionate about sitting somewhere in the middle as an energy intuitive and kind of trying to bridge the higher frequencies, the lower frequencies, the middle frequencies, because for me, that's where my life path really is. It's like 1 foot here and 1 foot up there. So what I've noticed, though, over the last, I would say, really 6 years that I think's great is, as someone who was publicly channeling back in 2004, 2005, we heard about these times now. You know, we were hearing, oh, wow, yeah, after 2012, it's going to be different. And boy, is it. So in my personal life, this last 3 months, a lot's going really well, yet it's still intense. So, I'm in a period at the moment where things are going really well for me, which is lovely. But I also know that even within that, I'm feeling the intensity of everything. Or I'm noticing how people around me are going down, going up, going sideways, catastrophes. So I think the intensity of this time, whatever your story is in life right now, is huge. And we'd heard about the quickening, we'd heard about the speed, but to be in it and to live it is a whole other thing. So my big message that I keep reminding myself and others is ground, self-care, look after yourself, especially light workers, sensitives, healers, channelers. Most of us are programmed to serve in some way. Now, it doesn't mean we don't have our self-centered moments, because we're human, and of course we all have those moments, but most of us are programmed to try and serve or help and be useful to others or be a healer to others. And yet, I feel like what has really kicked a lot of healers in the butt, big time, in the last 5, 6 years, is if you aren't taking care of your needs, the universe will show you very strongly. And that's not just a lesson or a mistake from my perspective. That's because where we're going, we will be no good to ourselves or anybody unless we get really strong. So that's kind of a message that I've been called to deliver through the Z's and then help people implement over the last few years. We were just doing this retreat in Costa Rica called Soul Magic, which was off the charts crazy, and Lemurian energy was all over that thing, but the Z's didn't tell us until the last night, which was very nice of them. They said, oh, by the way, Lemurian energy is what's been cooking all of you all week, but we didn't want to distract you, so we didn't say anything, but boy, did we feel it. The message they kept bringing up over and over again was, you are needed, and now is your time. So you got a round of applause. Well done. You must be doing something right. So I had this put on a postcard for you guys because depending on where you're at in your life, this is going to be resonant. Now, for some of you, you're like, yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to be useful to the world. I'm ready to do my thing. I'm ready to bring the change. You're ready. For others, you're probably looking at this going, okay, well, I'm not quite sure, but I feel the truth of it. And then for another group of you, you're like, my whole life is just in chaos right now. And I feel like I can't even breathe. I've got no energy. I feel like I'm hitting all my stuff. It applies to all three of those groups. So if you're hitting your stuff, you are needed, and now is your time to get your strength, your light back. And if you've gone down a road that's left you depleted, dark night of the soul, anybody ever had 1 or 4 of those? Anybody ever burned out and gone, oh my God, I can't get back to my light? Then you're at a crisis breakthrough point where you're going to give yourself the next year or the next 2 years, whatever it takes, to really focus on your personal healing and your personal needs. One of the biggest things that light workers and healers get, we kind of, it's like, oh, well, I don't know about focusing on myself, or because it's easy to give, right? I don't know about you guys. I love giving, and I find it easier to give sometimes than to receive. So when it comes to self-love, that's a lesson that we all have to go through. But for those of you who are on the floor or feeling like life has just walloped you sideways, the one great thing about these times that I've noticed, having tracked this for 14 years, watching many tens of thousands of people around the world go through this process, it has never been faster. Which means you can crash your car more aggressively, or you can heal far quicker. But to heal, we can't just make an intention, we have to back it up with action. So if you're sitting there and hearing this going, oh God, yeah, that's me, everything is shit right now, then really make 2018 the year of your strength. Put yourself as the primary focus. It does not mean you will be selfish or narcissistic in the way you behave to others. It just means you're going to go, you know what? Once a week, I'm going to do something for me. I'm going to make this an actual structured plan for 2018, and I'm going to check every week how I'm doing with my plan. Oh, yeah, I didn't meditate this week, and I didn't exercise. I didn't go for any walks or anything. So, of course, I'm spinning in my mind, and I'm not any better. I'll try again next week. Make yourself your project, because I assure you, when you come back from that place, and I can vouch for this because I've done the deep, dark, hellhole night of the soul many times in my life, you will be more useful to the world. You will be more purposeful in your life. You will have more gratitude to just go, oh my God, we're alive, and that's enough. Actually, this is enough. Today is enough. Right now, you might be going, fuck you, Lee, I don't feel like that. Fuck you. It's okay. Don't worry, I'm a big boy. I can take it. It's not going to hurt me. I've worked on that. So it's okay. I know when you're in the hole is horrible. It makes you angry. It makes you frustrated. It makes you depressed. If you're in the hole, the only thing that's going wrong is you haven't yet made you your priority. And we need you. You are needed, and now is your time. So if that's you, now is your time to heal. Now is your time to get your strength so that your 2019 and beyond, you can really get into what we call purposeful living, where things are flowing and you're part of the change that we need on this planet. So for those of you who are a bit on the fence about, well, yeah, I kind of hear Lee, and yeah, I'm okay. I mean, yeah, I had the chaos year last year. Phew, I'm glad I'm not with all those other people who are telling you to fuck off. You guys, this can be the year that you figure it out. And my thing, whenever you're in that crisis point of, I don't know which way to go, try stuff. Try stuff. Don't just sit at home for 6 months going, well, I'm not sure what to do first. Try stuff. Take up a dance class. Try writing that book that you've been telling everyone you're going to write for 7 years, but you've only got halfway through the first chapter. Anybody here? Just write it and see what happens. You never know, you might surprise yourself. But action is the way that we're going to find purpose. And that's something that we in the metaphysical community can sometimes be a bit weaker at. Really depends, it's partly because we have this rich world here. And sometimes we've gone to that world because of trauma. Everybody on the planet has trauma, so these realms and layers can be an easier place to exist in. But the gift of these realms and layers is they can help us gently find our way back into the body and work out all of the trauma kinks. So action is the way that we do that. So ask yourself what you could do in 2018 that's new. Just right now, you don't have to say it out loud. Don't worry, we're not going to hand the mic round, but you can just in your own mind go, what could I do in 2018 that's new? It's best when it's something you're hesitant about, afraid of, feel a little uncomfortable about, because walking into those zones releases life force for us. And if we stay away from them, we've always got this slight dead zone in us that we're not really accessing. So what could you do in 2018 that makes you feel a bit nervous, a bit uncomfortable, or is making you go, fuck off, Lee? It's okay. See, I hear that a lot. It's fine. And then last but not least, the third group, those of you who are like, yeah, I'm ready to rock this thing. You will need to recognize that as you grow in strength and you grow in purpose, your whole identity is going to change. So the irony is, you might be sitting there now going, no, Lee, you don't understand, I'm better than ever. I've got my boundaries, I've got my energy, I know what I'm going to do. You don't understand, Lee, because I'm like way better than I was a few years ago. And I'm like, great, I hear you, and I promise you, be ready to change your identity. Doesn't mean you will have a personality transplant. It doesn't mean that you will look completely different, but it might. The lovely Daniel Scranton this morning, I didn't recognize him when I said hello to him, and he said, I thought it was because we were in a funny light at the back, and he went, no, I've completely changed. So, you know, and this is true, your frequency, your essence will change, because when you're ready to really live your purpose, the universe will give you so many different experiences that you will literally become a different alchemy. So, there's nothing wrong with that, but the one thing that you guys might have to get good at is the next level of boundaries. Because what I've noticed with people who are living their purpose is it's a very attractive energy. We all want to feel alive, on fire, connected, and usually those are the things that go with your purpose. But you will have to get to a new level of speed at which you move through the world, and being comfortable with sometimes noticing the discomfort of others when you say no. Because the truth is that we're in a time of multiplication. Energy can multiply very fast. The fact that you guys are all here in this room today, and I know many or most of you in this room will already be channelers and channeling for yourself, which is why you're drawn to this. Some of you who are in this room may have been dragged along by somebody. Well done. Well done. If you hate today, then they really owe you something good. And what will happen in this room today is there will be an osmosis effect. It's the 100th monkey syndrome. You teach one monkey in the group how to do something, very soon all of the rest will know how to do it. I've loved how channeling has become much more normal in the world than it was 10 years ago. Don't get me wrong, it's not my first thing that I say to the Uber driver. I have learned. What do you do? Oh, I work in self-growth and spirituality. Give them a lead line, and then if they want to investigate a bit more, then you know, because people either blank out on that, or they go, oh, I like that, and then you go, oh, okay, well. But it has normalized a lot, and that's just because it's becoming more commonplace and more mainstream, and therefore, to me, what these frequencies can give us have become a lot more useful. And for me, that's the point. Is our channeling useful to our human lives? Because I feel that we're here for this transitionary time. We may not be here in 30, 40, 50, 60 years, those of us depending on our age and our lifespan, but we're here for a really important time to galvanize a different level of light, while there is also a different level of the other trying to take dominion. So for me, I love what came through Kalina, and it's something that's come through the Z's before, that it is a game. And I think that can be a controversial statement, because some people are like, that's awful, you can't say it's a game when that person's suffering. But from their perspective, this is an incarnation, and the energy is more important than the details. And the thing that I always remember is we were born into an ancestral human template that was very set. You know, you could come here and do everything in your power to become pure light on the earth. You're still going to have to walk through all of these energy lines that have conflict, that have pain, that have suffering, that have destruction. So it's no small feat to be a light worker, a healer, a sensitive on the planet. And I say that not to, as Kalina said, it's not to make that more special, but it's to recognize there are certain things you will need that other people cannot serve or will not see. The biggest mistake that an intuitive makes, and I made it for years, you assume that the other person can read you the way that you're reading them. So you go, I'm really sorry, I can't come to that party because, and you give them this long laundry list of why you can't, which they don't need to know, nor were they even seeing it. It's just like, oh, I can't come. can't come to that party. The reason you give them the long laundry list is when they tell you they can't come to the party, you start to feel the why, or you start to think you know the why. So this is really important for you, that you are needed and now is your time, and the person who is going to be your best and most amazing guide is you. And I know you know that. I'm preaching to the choir here, but I'm saying this because I'm surprised at the strength and the urgency with which the Z's have been bringing this message through this year. So I'm going to put these down here. If any of you want to take these home as reminders, I have one on my desk too. I have to study this stuff all the time, so I'll pop them there if you want one. And who are the Z's? Okay, well, I'll have a seat for a second. So, you know, I did not want to channel. That was not my thing. I mean, I was the person who used to think people who were into crystals, I was like, well, I don't know, what's all that about? And then lo and behold, how many bloody crystals have I got at my house now? Because I love crystals, and it's like that happened to me with channeling. It was just a very organic thing. As soon as I started channeling, I needed crystals. I needed that energy in my life. So I heard the voice of my guides when I was on a tube train, and originally they gave me the name Zachary. They said, well, there's many of us, but we'll give you a name. We don't have a name, but you humans like names, so here's a name. Then I met lots of others in the collective, and the three lead ones, they had names beginning with Z. So they've recently kind of gone back into a conglomerate, which makes it far easier for me. It's far less schizophrenia than you normally have as a channeler. So I call them the Z's, and they explain that they are travelers and that they are a voice of galactic source. So they don't identify as being from one place or another. And they say within the collective, there are some who have incarnated as human many times, and some who never have. So they're interesting. I like them. And I'm going to channel for you guys now a message from them, and then at a certain point, we're going to take some questions. Are you the questioners? Hello, nice to meet you. It is like bingo, isn't it? I was standing there going, oh my God, this is, I've seen some things as a channeler, but I've never seen channeling bingo before. This is fabulous. So it's great to be here with you guys. So thank you for showing up. I know it takes a lot for you guys to get yourselves here, and some of you have traveled a long way, so thank you. Just going to have some water before I start. I'm doing this online thing right now, which is taking place called Rebirth. It's a 7-day transformation program with a live broadcast at the beginning and the end, and then 5 days of teaching in between. It's at my website if you want to check it out. And they were very fiery the other night, and they were talking about the energies of 2018 and how if you think this has been fast the last few years, just you wait. So we'll see what they want to bring through. It will just take me a moment to switch. Good. Welcome, Council of Light, for that is who we are addressing. For you are here, of course, in your human bodies, but you also bring with you great swathes of energetics. For many of you are attached to so many higher energies, it is a little like looking at you all with a great mass of helium balloons attached to you above your head. Ha! That is how we see and perceive this room. Therefore, we understand that this is a council conversation, and we have been given the talking stick for a moment. But what we will tell you about today is that you are all under the illusion that these supposed channelers, human beings on the stage, are the ones doing the talking. You who are supposedly doing the listening are actually doing more talking than anybody today. You are the noisiest of the group. So well done, pat yourselves on the back. That is a good thing. But then that is where channeling is useful. For channeling is not just an energetic transmission from another being or another source. It is actually a co-created conversation between the channeled being, the channeler, and the receiver or the listener. Sometimes people look at channelers and see them as completely separate from themselves, whereas the truth is, if you have ever been in a room with a channeler or across the airwaves with a channeler or on the receiving end of a message from a channeler, then you are actually creating that experience even more than they are. That is something to think about. This is how creation operates on your planet. There are many levels happening all at once. And right now in this room, you all agreed to come here for, many of you are actually quite weary at this point. Not necessarily negatively weary, but just weary. The energies on your planet are ramping up, and we will say that emotional need is higher than ever on Earth. This is a good thing, even though it may not look or appear that way. It is a good thing for people's emotional fields are cracking open. And when the emotional field is open and free-flowing, new choices can be made. When the emotional fields are closed down, shut down, then patterned choices remain. So even though it can seem a little messy for some of you right now, or a little chaotic with the emotions of others, it is a very potent time for people to break open. And also, for those of you who are empaths, for those of you who feel others' stuff, as you might call it, it is a very good call to arms for you to get with the program and raise that boundary wall. Ha! For empaths are not victims to the emotions of others unless they have made themselves that. We say that with compassion, for we know that some of you right now may be feeling that you are a victim to the emotions and the energies of others. But just as Lee was giving you a call to arms with his message on the postcard that you are needed and now is your time, so make this year all about figuring out what you need before you serve others, that is the truth for empaths. And the reason that some of you are feeling more knocked sideways than ever by the emotions of others right now is because as they have got bigger, your boundary needs to kick in. This is your time to understand how to change the volume dial on what you are feeling around others. For think about it for a second. If you are a victim to the feelings, moods, and energies of others, how can you be directional for your own life? This is what we would call an empath problem. When an empath is fully immersed in feeling, sensing others' stuff, as you would put it, then the empath has lost their own sense of direction. They are hostage to whatever is going on in the ocean that day. Now, sometimes the very spiritually minded or spiritually studied empath will say, well, that's okay because I am learning to go with the flow and surrender. Very well and good if that feels wonderful to you and if you are noticing that your life is going the way that you want and feel it should. But for many of you, that is a thought that you will paste over an icky smell in your life. And that icky smell is the part of you that knows deep down, I should not be hostage to the emotions, senses, and feelings of others. So the empath reversal is when they start to go back inside and, shall we say, advanced heal themselves. Let us put it this way. Empaths have a very good gift. And you are all empaths, by the way, so even if you do not identify with this, every human being is empathic to some degree. This room is a high proportion of empathic people, of course. But to go back a second, what empaths do is they work with and change the emotional and energetic frequencies of a room. And so sometimes empaths have had to do this all their life. Perhaps it was the alcoholic parent. You never quite knew how they were going to be. Or the rageaholic teacher that put you into your first must serve the energy of the room mode. Because for your safety, you needed to learn to lift them, dodge them, figure out with your senses what to look out for so that you would be safe. This then becomes an embedded pattern for some, and they go around serving the emotions of others because they have never asked themselves, did I heal that original bruise in me? You are now at a time where your healing will become what we would call advanced. Those of you that are healers who are going through what you might call a crisis or a burnout, we promise you that if you put your intention on yourself this coming year, especially those of you who like to constantly pray for others or the world, if you put your intention on yourself this coming year, you will be amazed at what you will uncover in yourself. You will be amazed at the levels you will go to. Equally, this can apply if you feel shut down emotionally, if you feel dead, judgmental, defensive, like you cannot connect with the world, like you don't like the world. You will need to do the same advanced healing, for there is a part of you that lost trust along the way. And sometimes you lose trust because the world hurts you so deeply that your only thing that you can do is to shut down in order to survive. Well, we will tell you that these core experiences are going to be very fast to shift this year. So trust us when we say that, and give yourself the faith that you know what you need. You will know which healers to go to, which books to read, which friends to talk to, what to expose yourself to, but be prepared to feel very different this coming year. If you go into 2018 embracing nothing else, going in saying, I will allow myself to change, will be very powerful for all of you and very necessary for all of you. For this planet is changing and many of you are hanging up your old way of being. For many years, perhaps you were the empath, sensitive, healer, the one that people could confide in, the one that people could bring their emotional stuff to. And it would work for you to do this. But the last year or so, you felt more disillusioned with that role because the world is changing. So as everyone else takes a different position on the planet, so too do all of you. Now, some of you have already been through this metamorphosis and you are ready and raring to go. But for others, you are either through the metamorphosis but not sure what the next step is, or in the crisis of metamorphosis right now, terrified that if you let go of all of this and surrender, you will not know who you are. Ah, good, good. For none of you should ever know who you are for long. Who you are is not usually including how you feel and what you're experiencing. And this is the more sensory way of living, the more, to use a word that can be misunderstood, feminine way of living, is what you are entering into on planet Earth. So, some of you might have noticed you are a bit more defensive and judgmental of late. That is good, if you are noticing that. There's nothing wrong with it. It just means your heart is opening. And as your heart is opening, every now and then it slams back shut because it wants to control the dial, control the valve, control the amount at which your frequency is changing. So if you're noticing ever that you are defensive or judgmental, you do not need to be hard on yourself about it. Just notice. Remember, you live on a very judgmental planet. Judgment and defenses are high here. And so it is not a mistake when you drop into this humanism. For yes, you are a soul, you are spirit-based, and many of you have deep connections, galactically, angelically, so you do not always feel fully human. But you are still part of the human race to some degree, even if you do not feel you belong here. So these humanisms, these judgments and defenses are things that many of you will be dropping into and surprised by from time to time. But forgive yourself. Try not to take anything too personally and try not to make anything too personally. The biggest thing that has been done unto humans, which has disempowered you, is the isolation. So many of you as light workers, sensitives will say, I feel so isolated, where are my tribe? Trust us. We could bring into this room a room full of bar owners. And if we really got them to talk about their feelings, they would say, I feel so isolated, where is my tribe? We could bring a bunch of accountants into this room. And if we could get them into a feeling, emotionally communication space, which you would be surprised, some of them are far more fluent with that than you would dare to believe, then they would say, I feel so isolated, where is my tribe? So don't just mourn the wound of isolation, do something about it. Recognize it's going round. Recognize that everybody has this feeling that they are alone, and the biggest killer for so many of you around your own potential and taking the next level of your power is You get isolated with your own thoughts about where you're not good enough, and you forget that everybody else is having the same thoughts. You tell yourself, oh, I didn't do that very well. Oh, I wish I could manifest more abundance. What is wrong with me? Oh, if only I looked differently. I wish I wasn't this age. If I knew back 20 years ago what I know now, my life would be so different. Those thoughts do not belong to you. They are part of the human virus of negativity. And we do not use the term virus of negativity to sound all doom and gloom or dark about it. Remember, all words are perspective. So notice the way that you respond to words that we use and recognize that others will respond to them differently. But we give you this phrase, the virus of negativity, because it is a virus. It is going round. Yet so many of you use it to punish yourselves, beat yourselves up, and you have no idea what the person walking down the street next to you is going through that day. This is why community will be the saving grace of the human race. Community will be the saving grace of the human race. You all working tribally together, getting back to your roots as a tribe, is part of the transition that you are working on here. And for some of you, you will see enormous changes around that in the next 20 to 30 years. Yes, there will be some intensity, there will be some continuing struggle, there will be some continuing battle between darker agendas, lighter agendas, but you will be amazed at the community energy that will start to evidently naturally birth. And you are already seeing it if you pay attention. But here is what we ask you to do. Be part of it. Be part of the sharing. Be part of the expressing. If you argue with us and say, but I express all the time and nobody ever listens to me, or people don't return my calls, or people don't like it when I speak the truth, then you're doing something a little wrong around flow. You need to look at that. It might be that you are knocking on the wrong doors because you have a habit of disconnected relationships, or you've never really experienced true flowing intimacy, so you are recreating that relationship over and over again in the people you are approaching, or there is something you are not yet seeing about your behavior and your communication style. So make 2018 the year to investigate that. Do not just mourn it and moan about it. Recognize you have the power to do something about it. And we say this to you because we want you to be as lit up as you can be. And we know what is possible for all of you. And here's the thing. It is bigger than you. If you work on lighting yourself up, you will become an engine that lights others. And the more people who are lit on this planet, the better the timelines get for you. We cannot tell you how many, what you might call disasters or awful things have been averted in the last 7 years on this planet. There were some very heavy timelines that were possibilities back there in 2008 and 2009, and they have been averted. Remember that in your linear lives, you are taught to discuss the good news, the bad news. Oh, this happened, this didn't happen. But that does not look at the probabilities and possibilities that changed. If you look at life and the timeline of the Earth multidimensionally, it would blow your minds to see what is changing and happening all of the time because of how consciousness is raising on this planet. And part of the consciousness raising is also elevating all of the shadows that need to be purged. Control, manipulation, power over others. These things are coming to the surface to be cleared. And yes, it is messy. Yes, it is uncomfortable. But you are here as change makers and way showers for that period of time on Earth. So find your place. Find your place. Now, not all of you need to be Oprah. You have an Oprah. You understand? And she is doing quite a good job of reaching, a fair few of you. Some of you need to be the loving parent to the incredible 2 children that you are raising who are going to go on and take everything that you're infusing them with, and they are going to be part of the change on the planet. You do not all need to do what you might call heavy lifting jobs. You just need to find your place, find your frequency, find the part of you that regularly experiences peace, connection, and gratitude for your life. Now, this does not mean 24/7. Remember, you are on the human planet, and very few are ever experiencing peace, connection, and gratitude 24/7. And anyone who tries to tell you that they are, scrutinize them very carefully, and you will soon see that only 10 to 15% of them are actually telling you the truth. Ha! So, desire is powerful. And many of you have desires, and sometimes others will tell you that they have what you desire, but how could they possibly know? For inherently, humans are brilliantly self-centered. We'll say that again. Inherently, humans are brilliantly self-centered. Now, this is different to narcissism. The worst end of the narcissistic scale borders on the sociopathic, the destructive, people who will do manipulative, destructive things to others without second thought of how they are feeling, and often to try and disrupt the feeling and the energy center of a person. Self-centeredness is something different. It is the fact that you yourself, your soul, are centered in this body. Only you will go through your whole life with you. Only you. So you have a unique perspective, and you are having a whole world of experience inside you, and you are sharing with others, you are loving with others, you are learning from others, you are teaching others. Yes, all of that is taking place. But this life is for you to find your place. And when you have found your place, you will know you are there because it will feel right. It will not look right to everybody. It may not even look desirable to everybody else. But when you unhook from the program of thinking you need to be like your neighbor or your friend, and instead asking yourself, how would it feel if I liked being me? And what if I liked being me at least 50% of the time on any given week? And trust us, 50% of the time is high, truly. If you like being you 50% of the time in a week, you are going to be one of the happiest people on the planet, and we are not even kidding there. So what if you liked finding your place and recognized that everybody is part of this equation of energy transference and light transference and consciousness transference? But it doesn't mean you won't have to shed some human layers, some human skins. You have everything you need inside you and around you to alchemize your next level of transformation. You are needed, and now is your time. And if it hasn't felt like your time for a while, make this year all about you. Figure it out. Get to where you need to go. You have it inside you, and if you hold that intention and monitor how that intention is going practically and make assessments and reviews on a weekly basis. How am I doing? Did I move forward? Did I move the dial this week? I didn't really. Let's try again next week. Let's try something different. Make you your project. You will be amazed how far you will go. Think of how good you are at giving advice to your loved ones, your friends, when you have the outside perspective. The only thing that many of you are missing around having an outside perspective on yourself is you don't take the time to stop, reflect, look. Reflection is powerful, for it helps you see more clearly. As intuitives, visionaries, channelers, many of you see far, see wide, but just stopping and looking at what is going on in my present moment, this week, this day, that is where the gold lies, where your transformation is concerned. So, with that said, we have questions, which we always enjoy. So we look forward to hearing what you are going to focus for the whole group, dear questioners. Hello.
So first, I've been noticing in myself that it's harder for me to find questions, find the place of questions.
What a gift.
And so I'm just going to say some things. Number one, I'm feeling a lot of energy right now, and I'm changing the belief structures that that's bad, that shaking is bad, or, you know, I'm like, yeah, I'm afraid right now. Like, yeah, I'm shaking. That's good. And I'm really thankful for Keynote Angel to reflect a big part of me back towards myself. And so much of what you have said has just been right on. And if I did have any questions, you burned right through them. I consider myself a channeler, and where my excitement lies, is to start calling these energies and these frequencies into myself, and to group together like this, and to start acting out, calling in our extra-dimensional, our extraterrestrial friends, or mermaids, or whatever you're into. And I guess if there is a question, is how do you see this, and how would you go about acting this out, and getting organized, and calling yourself into this plane of existence?
Good. Well, first things first, let's look at your chakras for a second. For you have successfully made your mind smaller over the last year or two. Ha, quite an achievement. Not what most people would think they would want to go for, but what we mean by this is you have started to shrink down a lot of the old mental beliefs, which can only be done when the emotions have cleared. What we see of you right now, if we look at you energetically, is you have an enormous heart chakra, like an enormous shield, a circular shield that is reaching beyond your arms, your shoulders. And you have a powerful, but what we would call in development, base chakra, which is very needed. The base chakra for many of you is the life force. It is the sexual energy, the creative energy, which are, of course, all the same things. What we would say to you is work on developing your base chakra even more. For at this moment in your development, your heart is bigger than your mind and your base, yet it is those three aspects of you that are going to be most used in your work for others. Now, let us be clear, there is no mistake here. Sometimes when we say work on something, people assume that means they haven't worked on it enough, and not at all. Different things grow at different times. The reason we say work on your base chakra is twofold. Number one, you are very creative. You are a very creative life force, but there were times in your earlier life where your creativity was stifled or criticized in ways that were harmful. And we speak to you directly, but this will resonate for many others. So your sexual energy shut down a little there. Also, we will say that generally, despite public perception, men's sexual energy is far more shut down than women's societally. Yours is not particularly, but there are many wounds and shadows for male sexuality on this planet, where women do not have quite the same amount of wounds and shame within the self. They have been on the receiving end of wounding and shaming and violation, yes, historically. But why we are saying this to you is, as a male form in this lifetime, what you are going to be able to model and embody to others is this enormous heart, which is very important for the male of the species. For traditionally, the male of the species has been asked to dim that down, hide it, or put it more into action. So why we tell you to allow your base chakra to grow is it will give you a solid grounding and also make you more recognizable to the males. This phrase that men think in their pants is not a mistake. It is one of the power centers that men have, and if you think about the population of the planet, all of you have needed to be connected to sexual energy in order to have so many beings on the planet. But what we would say to you is, you are going to be a wonderful, clear embodiment of heart energy. And as to the other aspect of your question, for that first part was to the question you didn't ask, but you really did. Ha. The part about wanting to channel beings and mermaids, and what we will say is this. There are some who will absolutely want to hear about mermaid energy and their ideas, and there are some who will not get that or care for it. But here is the truth about channeling. What tends to hook certain people in with channeling is it aligns with their belief. So if people are into ET channelers, it is because they have either had ET experiences or they have strong beliefs about the power of ET energy. Yet, whether you are listening to a channeler who is creating an angelic form through their channel or an ET form, it does not really matter. The exposure to channeling is the exposure to the wider and the higher self. So whoever you channel, whatever you channel, all that matters is that you are passionate about it. Because the thing that people are really getting from seeing and receiving the work that you will be doing, dear man, is your energy field. And if that energy field, when it illuminates and amplifies, resonates with them, and in turn illuminates and amplifies them, your work here is done. So, good questions, and in peace and in love to you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
So I've known for a very long time that I am a light worker, and I'm devoted to the principle that you call to you what you need in order to evolve. So it's been a very difficult, empathetic journey for me, and I've tried to use it to strengthen me and to be more help. And now that I'm into holistic healing, and my mission is to find as many people as I can and get them on the path to regeneration, I'm wondering if that empathetic tool can be like a diagnostic tool for me, because I'll go to lunch with someone and I'll come away with a stomachache they don't even know they have. And you know, everything physical has an emotional, spiritual core, so I try to talk to them about, you know, the spirituality aspect of that organ and, you know, approach it in that way. But it just occurred to me that maybe this is a gift that's always been such trouble for me. Maybe it's a gift.
This is good, for you focus the aspect of our speech and Lee's, where you need to make 2018 the year of you. You have a programming, a compulsion, and a desire to help, serve, and illuminate others. It's a beautiful thing until it hurts. So why we are saying this to you is you naturally want to go that way. One of the things that has, shall we say, yanked you around a bit on the planet the last few years is that you have put that compulsion above yourself at various times of your life. And so the cost that you have sometimes experienced is because you are trying to, shall we say, hardwire that intention into your brain. The best example we can give you is if you are someone who is highly responsible for other people, and that is your programming, you need to learn how to not be responsible for other people. For everything is balance, and any good healer who does not switch off or who does not take time to replenish themselves or has not yet figured that out, they can fry and burn up very quickly. So for you, it is wonderful that you have identified you have this empathic physical response with others. We will predict that in years to come, that will change. You will no longer need to identify inside your own body what others are feeling. You will have, shall we say, a little like acupuncture points that will ping off and will give you the same information. So at the moment, you are trying on the template of another person in order to fully understand it. But as you progress with your healing work, and you are very gifted, you will find that you will have to wear the outfit of someone else inside your own body a lot less. What we will say to you, because we only have a few moments with you today, make it very important that in 2018 you study and research this empathic gift that you have that is showing up inside your body. There are many great teachings, teachers, pieces of knowledge out there, so expose yourself to many of these things to try and understand how to minimize the negative symptoms. For the negative symptoms do not need to be present. We will qualify with this. There is no shame in any of you having these symptoms in your body. It is part of your path, part of your learning. But equally, you do not have to just see it as a gift that you must sit with. You are driving the car. And if the car is veering off the road in a way that is dangerous, you pull that steering wheel back onto the road because you know that you're going to careen. We sometimes see healers and spiritually minded folk believing they have to surrender everything to what is going on energetically. And this can be what can cost you on the grounded side of life. So yes, you have a great gift, and the most important thing you must do is figure out how to use it, how to make it most comfortable for you, and to take yourself off the hook with saving humanity regularly. Because you are going to be somebody who will be contributing towards humanity's evolution. But the saving part can be a crucifix that many of you carry on your back. and it can cause the very same suffering in you that you are perceiving in others. So part of it is accepting that there is suffering on the planet, even if you don't like it, don't want it, wish it wasn't the case. Accepting the suffering exists and knowing that on a Tuesday, you might be able to go out there and bring some light to the suffering. But on a Wednesday, you might need to stay home and do what you need to do for yourself to calm yourself and your own nervous system. We hope this helps, and we wish you much love.
It's a great relief. Thank you.
Hello. First of all, I want to thank you for this opportunity. I have two...
Thank the bingo numbers, not us. Ha.
I thank everyone. And there are two things that I've been dealing with, and I thought I'd ask you, maybe you could put some light on it. I feel like I have some extreme amount of hidden fear in me that I've been trying to trace the source of it. I've been traced some of it to my childhood and the situation that my mother was living. But it's so intense sometimes that I think it could be in me from my past lives or something. So this is question number one. The second question I have is that when I meditate, I feel the energy going through my body, and then there are these split seconds that I feel like I don't feel it anymore, and then after that, it again goes and is spread into my body. And often I have a little bit of disconnection in the concentration in my physical life, so I don't know if these are connected to each other.
Yes, this is perfect for the questions, as is often the case when people ask two questions are actually the same. 2018 must be the year of your body. 2018 must be the year of your body. Your body needs you. And the body runs anxiety when it is not feeling safe on the planet. And traumatic or historic events will manifest this in the body. So you must, first of all, identify anxiety as a real thing. Meaning, learn about anxiety, see what professionals say about anxiety, see what healers say about anxiety, but take in all opinions. And then decide for yourself what your path with physical anxiety is going to be. For there is what we would call a low level of anxiety that runs for you constantly, which is blocking your next level of power. It can be moved, but it needs proper attention. And we don't just mean a few pieces of information about it. So, for example, yes, we can tell you that some of your past lives were traumatic, but we can also tell you that some of your past lives were also very joyous, which is why something in you feels this is wrong. You feel like something is wrong. So what we would say is aggressively heal what you know from your history first. Meaning, look at the situations that you were in your life that would have caused you anxiety or caused you to not feel safe. Do this psychologically, emotionally, metaphysically, and physically. But secondly, we see that 50% of the issue for you is that you are not able to inhabit your body for very long. So you brought this up regarding meditation, but we would say that this is the case for many who run anxiety. They are leaving the body as much as they can. So anxiety is where the energy field is a little elevated, a little, shall we say, living outside the shoulders and the torso rather than in the center of the physical vehicle. And you leave the physical vehicle because of trauma. So what we would say is twofold. Look at healing your body's relationship to trauma and look at multiple ways and find the one or the three or the four that work for you and tackle it 1 month at a time, one focus at a time. But we would also invite you to recognize you are a warrior, dear girl. You are a warrior. And there is a part of you that knows you are a warrior and is very bothered about the fact that you are not feeling like a warrior. You have a strong body, and your body wants you to get back in contact with it. So normally what we would recommend for people who are running anxiety is something like a self-defense class or a martial art, which may seem extreme to where you are, but once your body knows how to defend itself physically, it starts to learn it energetically. So we are not trying to push you in that way if that does not feel true right now. But we would say really start to work with your physical energy, your levels of exercise, and your levels of physical well-being as a huge part of the remedy here for you. It will take some time. If you focus on everything we have said, it may be that 12 to 18 months from now, you will notice a sizable difference in your well-being, your ability to engage with life, and your levels of fear. And so do give yourself to this, for your body needs you, and when your body knows that you are on its side again, it will start serving you in all kinds of ways in your life, physical, psychological, emotional, and metaphysical. But while you are not fully inhabiting, it cannot bring you to those places you want to go. For without your body, you cannot create and form on this planet in the way that you are designed to. We hope this helps, and much love.
Thank you. And love back to you.
All right, we've got about 4 minutes left. Is it all right to take a last quick question?
Yes.
All right.
Good morning, Masters.
Morning, Master.
I do like myself. I have roots in the Carina constellation, and I would like you to help me understand what qualities from that time that I may bring to this time to better serve those that I meet.
Well, firstly, we will say that it is mental acuity and heart energy. But the heart energy is not how it looks on the planet when people speak about heart energy. You know, often people think of that as warm and fuzzy and huggy and loving and sweet and smiley and expressive. The heart energy serves the mental acuity in the case of your lineage. The mental acuity is laser focused. Imagine a small silver stone inside the mind. That is the mental acuity of your origin. And it is laser focused, and it does not need to be the size of a human brain, for example, for it telepathically receives and feels everything. So you have this laser focus, which can make life on Earth and other humans seem certainly a little boring from time to time to you, and that is not because you judge them or you do not like people. You actually quite like people. But it means that you do not find the speed of mind or information that would satisfy that part of you very often. So we would say to you, throw yourself into high-level learning wherever it appeals. This may sound like a joke, but for example, you studying accountancy would satisfy that part of your mind. We understand that that isn't perhaps as playful as you would like it to be, but what we would tell you is the biggest arc in your energy field right now, which comes very much from that origin, is your enormous creativity. You are one who can take her essence and put it into creative form in a wide range of ways. So we would say to you that yes, we recognize you are already an active creative, but for you, part of your multidimensional life on Earth is going to be how many creative parts can you open up in your life right now? How many acts of creativity can you discover? And to recognize that that is what you are here to give, and that is how you are communicating to others your origin. For part of your mission is to communicate your origin. You will not always be able to name this to others, for they will not necessarily understand what you're talking about. But you did come here as a star to share the energy of your star, and that, for you, will be most effectively done through the vibration of your creations. So create, creator, create. In peace and in love. We thank all of you for your attendance in the Light Council today. We will tell you that Burbank will not quite be the same by the end of today. And neither will you, for there are pieces that all of you, even if you do not speak to other members of this tribe who have gathered here today, that you are feeling and alchemizing right now. So we would ask you to attend to one thing today, if nothing else. Hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. You would be shocked at how much water you need when these frequencies are moving through you. Number one, your cells need the hydration because they are accelerated in your bodies right now. But number two, it will create an energy movement in your body. It will create an energy of travel and flush through your system that will mean that you do not get stuck or gummed up, especially those of you who are empaths and sensitives. So, a pleasure to be with all of you today, and we wish you all much love for your 2018. So thank you, everybody. Pleasure to do this for and with you today. So please help yourself to a postcard. You are needed, and now is your time. And if you want to see what I'm doing, my website is on the back of that postcard. It's leeharrisenergy.com. Big love. Take care.
Hello. Hi. I know we've got people still filtering back in. So I am Wendy Kennedy. I am a channel, an intuitive, and an empath. And for more than 20 years, and it's hard to believe, as we turn the calendar, it will be 25 years, I have been working with beings in other realms and dimensions, helping people to shift their perspective of reality so that they can live happier, healthier, and more joy-filled lives. And if you'd asked me 25 years ago what I'd be doing with my life, this was not it. And it has been such a joy, and it really is a pleasure to be here. And it's wonderful to see so many people who have kind of blossomed and opened their minds, because things have really changed in 25 years. When I first began, I started working with my own angelic guides. I was doing automatic writing, and then other beings from different star systems started showing up. And then the Pleiadian collective came. And they were waiting for me to start to channel verbally, because when I was doing the automatic writing, I was hearing things well in advance of what I was writing. And they said, it's time to put down the pen, and it's time to start speaking. And so the Pleiadians showed up. They are the primary guides that I work with the public and in private sessions. But I actually work with a lot of galactic beings, from Arcturus, Lyra, Sirius, Orion, Cassiopeia, Andromeda. And we're going to hear from some of them today, I think. With the Pleiadian collective, there are about 2,600 beings in the group. And they are from the Pleiades system. If you're not familiar with the Pleiades, I think probably pretty much everyone is, but just in case you're a drag-along and you don't know, it is an open cluster, and they tell me of about 750 stars. I think if you look online, you'll see things like 500, but they tell me there are about 750 stars in the system. And they are not physical beings. They're ninth dimensional. And so rather than incarnate to a planetary body, they actually align with a stellar body. And in their case, they align with Alcyone, which is the central sun in the Pleiades. So if you go outside at night, the winter, here we can see them very clearly. If it's a cold night and the sky is clear, if you look up and find Orion's belt, you look about 5–10 degrees off, you'll see kind of this hazy cluster. If it's really dark where you live, you might be lucky enough to see about 14 stars. And it's very difficult to see if you're looking directly at it. So you can kind of see, oh, that looks like that, but if you look directly at it, it goes away. But that's the Pleiades. Now, the Pleiadian collective work with tone and sound, which was part of the reason why they were waiting for me to start to channel verbally. And everyone always asks where I'm from. I grew up in Kansas. And when the Pleiadians come in, they actually work with tone and sound. And they modulate the tones. And really, it's not any one particular dialect. It's just tones and sounds that resonate at a cellular level. So if you've got a very keen ear, you'll notice at the very beginning, they actually do an attunement. It doesn't last long, but they actually work with harmonics and overtones. So, you know, when I first began, like within the first year, the Arcturians came through, and they started giving me some symbols. And they told me this was the language of light. And so I played with them for a while, and then I kind of put it aside as the Pleiadian collective came in. And a few years ago, they came to me and they said, it's time to start working with that again. So in addition to just doing the straight channeling, I'm also working more and more with working with the language of light. So I know we're going to be doing an activation. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, I know the guides are going to take a moment to kind of explain what exactly the language of light is and how it is impacting you as they speak it. So I know there is a lot of ground we're going to cover. When I first began working with the P's, as I affectionately call them, they used to be referred to as Mrs. P because it was a lot for people to think about taking in 2,500 beings at once. And so they said, let's just call us Mrs. P, make it easy. My Hawaiian friends call them Auntie P. And then they said, okay, it's time. People can get it. Now we're just the P's. So they started bringing in really big picture information because it was important for us to open our minds. And we needed to open to the galactic awareness. And really within the last 5 years, they brought that back to focusing more and more on the inside. So it's very interesting today that we're going to be talking about the Big Bang, which doesn't get any bigger than that, getting you up and out. But also, I know that they're going to take some time to give you a couple tools and things to help you in a very practical way. And I think that's the thing I love most about the pieces, they're very practical. And things that we can use to kind of help navigate, as Lee was talking about, just kind of bridging that gap. We've got the theory, but how do we apply it? So again, I'm excited to see what we co-create together because this really is a co-creation. They've asked me just to get out of the way. I don't need to know too much before we start. Sometimes I like to have an idea of where they're going, and they said just get out of the way. So we'll see where we go. So just take a nice deep breath as I bring them in. Relax. And as we work today, we ask for assistance from the beings of the highest frequencies of light and love, all others we bind from us. And we'll see where we go. Ah, yes, hello, dears. This is the Ninth Dimensional Pleiadian Collective, and it is a pleasure and an honor to have the opportunity to connect with you. So we're very excited today to have the opportunity to take your questions, to share our perspectives, and we always like to acknowledge those who've shown up in the room, not just you, but the tribe of beings that you brought along. It's a very full house, as we always say, because each of you has got dozens of guides who are showing up. They're very curious about what's going on with this collection and this concentration of light that's going on in Burbank. And so we want to acknowledge their presence because too often on this planet, you feel that you don't have a lot of support. You feel that you're just struggling down here, you're looking up to the sky and saying to your guides, where is my support? I need your help. You're not showing up, you're not helping me. Well, we always are here. We're always sharing information. The question is, are you getting quiet enough to hear the answer? Many times, no. And we understand that this is not an easy process because you are being asked to, in the midst of chaos, calm yourself and tame the wild beast that is your mind. The habits that you have created since birth and even pre-birth, the ones that you have taken on from your genetic line, that you're being asked to let go of many of those limiting beliefs and to just be in your stillness. We're going to talk a little bit later about integration of the feminine energy because really, if you are not integrating it as you move into 2018, it is going to be a very challenging year for you. All right, so we're going to talk about that in a moment and really how to utilize that energy in a very practical way. But first we want to talk about the Big Bang because that is why you are here. And this is not something that any of you have really heard us talk about because, to be honest, any answer that we give you is really not going to be the full answer because it is very difficult from your level of awareness, from the frequency that you're existing within to really take in the totality of it. So we're going to give you kind of a modified answer. And we're going to explain part of why, because as you understand the construct of the universal game, then there's a part of you that kind of calms down a bit. Because as we start down this line of answering, the ego mind gets very busy. Because for most of you, you are looking for a singular point. You're looking for a now moment where there is a beginning and an end. And reality doesn't exist that way. That is just a construct of the dimension in which you are perceiving reality. It is not how reality truly exists multidimensionally. And this is really important because when you kind of cue into this, it's very liberating for you. You will start to see new options, new things for you as far as perspectives, new ways of existing, but it's only when you open yourself up to the totality of it. So first we're going to talk to you and give you an answer in a way that the mind isn't overly triggered. So what you consider to be the Big Bang is the beginning of your universe, but it goes far further back than that. And there really is no beginning because time doesn't really exist. It is a construct of this dimension. It is a marker for experience and nothing else. You can think about it like the Dewey Decimal System in your libraries. It is a place for you to locate a record or a book. And that is how time is experienced by the rest of us. Once you step out of 3D, we perceive it as a marker for experience. It tells us a location, it tells us a now moment, it tells us coordinates, basically. And the question of the Big Bang, you're thinking that there is an instant and a moment when things expanded. What in truth is part of your dimensional structure is that you're living in a dualistic universe. There are other universes that have more polarity to them, which is a bit of a mind bender when you think about a tripolar universe or a septolar universe, that there are more polarities. And for you, everything has its opposite. So light, dark, positive, negative. And as you're thinking about the Big Bang and this expansion, as it is expanding ever outward, it is also expanding ever inward. And so as humans, you're looking to the outside to find that expansion that is outside in the external world. And you're also learning to expand inside. This is what part of the journey is for you, that you are observing the inner mechanisms. You are observing what is transpiring internally. You can go infinitely in. So if you are trying to look outside at the universe to get records, to get information, many of you, when you visualize it, you'll see yourself leaving your bodies, going someplace else outside of you. But also know the moment that this universe was constructed, there was also an energy that went in infinitely. So don't forget that you can actually go inside as well. Now, there is a wave of energy through all things to hit this peak and this valley, this positive, this negative. Your scientists look at it from a standpoint of seeing the expansion, but you are not perceiving the greater fluctuation of the universe. And it's like a heartbeat where there is an expansion and a contraction, an expansion and a contraction. It's not that there is a total collapse, but it is the pulse and the rhythm of your universe that you label the Big Bang. Now, universes are created through a focus of consciousness. When there are beings, collective of beings in the higher dimensional range, typically 12th dimensional energies, will focus their thoughts, their desires, their wishes, their frequency, their energy. They will harmonize to create a construct in which you get the opportunity to play. You all get to decide what rules beforehand are going to be part of this universal game. Because in truth, yes, it is a game. And as Lee was saying before, it is a game. But the ego mind doesn't like that because you want to be all serious about it. But the soul's having fun. The soul is going to the amusement park, throwing its hands up in the air and waving as the ride goes on. And so we want to encourage you to start approaching life from this vantage point, that it is an adventure, it's an exploration. Because when you explore the now moment, you have a lot more fun being here. You have a lot more openness to receive ideas, hits, inspirations about what you can do and what's possible, not what's not possible, which is where the ego likes to take you. So these beings, or collectives of beings, will focus their energy, their knowingness, their desires, their frequency. They will lend part of their own, if you will, energy to create this playground. And then there are beings who say, I want to go play, and this is what you've done. You've said, let's go play in this adventure. So there are beings who will still hold a resonance, a consciousness. And the same thing is happening with your planetary bodies. It is a collective of energy. There are beings who, just as we are a collective, are choosing to hold the space to be your sun. There are beings who are holding the space to be Earth. It is not a singular being. And what you will find once you raise your awareness to the 5th dimensional level is that all of us are a collective. And then you partition off your sense of who you are or what parameters you want to perceive the reality under in order to play in the game. And then you also, at any given moment, can shift that focus back out to the larger whole. So you can perceive yourself as an individuated consciousness, or you can perceive yourself as collective consciousness. It's up to you in any given moment. As humans, you're struggling to see that collective perspective, and that's part of this quote-unquote ascension process. You're elevating out of this game, and that is what the game was about. It was a game of descension and reascension. How far can we go into forgetting who we are, and then how do we come out of it? The journey is not about getting to the other side, because there is an aspect of you that already knows what it is like to be a multidimensional being. What you came here to learn is, how do you do it? What is the journey like? And if you can also remember that, that will make this journey much more palatable, because for many of you, you say, I want the hell out of here. It's not very nice. These people are crazy. And when you can ground and know that you're here to be the light, to be the living example, that you can be happy no matter what's going on around you. You can be peaceful. You can be joy-filled. You're not damned to be here because everybody else is miserable. You can be joyous in the moment. It gets to be a far more pleasurable place for you all to be. So there are consciousnesses that will hold the resonance for these planets. There are consciousnesses, collectives that will hold it for all of the many, many, many galaxies in your universe. Now, what is consciousness? It is a concentration of source energy. Everything is source energy, but when it starts to come together and there is a concentration, then consciousness binds together, as it were, and when there's enough of it that has come together, that is what you call a soul. And then you will have many, many experiences. Now, your soul itself has an oversoul, if you will, which is a larger collection of this energy, a collective as well, if you want to think of it that way. And then there is what you perceive to be your higher self, which is a concentration or a piece of the concentrated energy of your oversoul. And so you are able to, at any given moment, shift into that greater awareness. Now, many of you say, well, I'm trying to connect with my higher self. Your higher self is inside you. It is a part of you, as is source energy. So this is not something that you have to become. You already are all that ever was and ever will be. What you are doing is, this beautiful light radiates within you. You're covering it up with limiting thoughts and beliefs. So it's like a dirty window. And the light is trying to pass through. So when it passes through, it's dimmed if you're looking at it at the outside. And of course, you as beings in 3D are looking at the external reflection to tell you who you are. And you're saying, well, it's not very bright. It certainly has all these issues and flaws. That's because of the limiting beliefs. It only allows you to see so much of that brilliant light that is already inside of you. So there's nothing that you have to do. This is about you realigning to your state of being. And as you start accessing more of your state of being, you can start accessing more of the information about the nature of reality. To tell you that there is a singular moment in which the universe was created is a bit of a, how can we put this nicely? Lie. Because you are trying to perceive it from a linear perceived reality. Think of the nature of time as a giant sphere. And on this sphere are infinite dots. And each dot represents a now moment. You move from dot to dot to dot to dot. And in your mind, you string them together, and that is your perceived reality. So the Big Bang, as it were, happens in every moment. It is of your choosing to select one of these to perceive that you experience the quote-unquote Big Bang. So if you want to know what that moment of creation is like, it exists within you in this moment. You simply have to tune into it. So we invite all of you right now to take a nice deep breath and imagine what would it feel like right now if I could experience the Big Bang. Whatever that means to you, just imagine what that feeling state would be like. You might see an image. You might just have a sense of expansion. You might have a particular emotion come up. Have you ever asked yourself this question before? Probably not for most of you. Just take note of it. You can access that moment now. So it's not really in your past. It's not really in your future. It is in every moment. So, while we've got you tuned into yourself and paying attention to how you're feeling, we also want to talk about the importance of this feeling state, of taking a moment just to check in. As we said, if you're not really paying attention to how you're feeling, it's going to be a really rough year for you, because otherwise you are just going on autopilot with the ego programs. If you take a moment to be still and acknowledge where you are, then you can make course corrections if your vibration is not quite where you would like to experience it. And if it is where you want to be, then you can expand upon it. But if you're not taking the time to check in, it's very, very, very difficult. So you all need to be doing this more often throughout your day and making those course corrections. And eventually what happens is that you will start to do it moment to moment to moment, and that's divine living. That is when you are in the flow and you are allowing energy to simply move through you. Now, many of you will have this idea of what feminine energy means, and because it is so ingrained in the collective, it hasn't been given a lot of value. The way that feminine energy is perceived right now, it has been suppressed for thousands of years on your planet. And you all give value to the things that you do, but you are not valuing your stillness. If you're not creating something in the external world, then what's the point? This is where many of you are in your ego mind. In the process of manifestation, in a linear perceived reality, the feminine always comes first, without exception. In the multidimensional reality, both are experienced and created at the same time. But where you are, you've got to start with the feminine. What does that mean? It means getting quiet. It means opening up to a space within yourself to allow energy in. And then what happens is you choose a frequency. You say, oh, well, I like this one. I want more of this. And then you are able to then align with it, imagine it, and you start to pulse it out. So you move into the masculine. And then you've pulsed it out. You go back into an observant state. You move back to the feminine to say, all right, what's in front of me? What's here? And you say, oh, that one, I recognize it. It doesn't look at all like I thought it was going to, but I recognize the frequency of it. And then you step out to engage with it. You move back to the masculine. So there is an ebb and a flow, an oscillation between the feminine and the masculine, as we were talking about the Big Bang. Because you are experiencing this dualistic reality, there is this contraction and there is an expansion that just continues. And that happens within you in your process of manifestation. You've got to work with that feminine energy. You are going to find yourself very, very drained if you don't. You will find yourself spinning like a top when everybody else's stuff is coming up because you're not taking the time to center and anchor. Grounding is tremendously important this year. So we want to make sure that you are taking the time to do that. And some of you may say, well, what is that? What does that really mean? You talk a lot about it, but what does it mean? It means imagining connecting with the earth. She has a pulse. She keeps her own heartbeat at a specific hertz to allow you to tune into the universal energies. And if you are especially working with your electronic devices and you are not taking time to ground, then you are going to be out of sync because your electronic devices are not synced with Mother Earth's frequency. If you're grounded, they're not so disruptive. But if you are not grounded, which we see many of you when you get upset, for those of you who are sensitive, it's very easy not to want to be here and out of your body. You go, you close that root chakra because you don't want to feel all that, so the chakra closes. And when that happens, you cut off the energy from Mother Earth, and then you start to sync with the electronic devices, the waveforms that are all around your planet, and that makes you feel anxious, it makes you feel fatigued, it makes you feel foggy. And if that's the case, get outside if you can, barefoot if you can. We know certain times of year it's very difficult, and if you can't do those things, then imagine connecting with Mother Earth. This is the one thing that you must do this year. And it sounds so simple, and you will say, well, how come this is so important? It's kind of a no-brainer. But this is the foundation upon which you will stand. And if you've got a shaky foundation, you can't build very high. So you've got to do this. If you want to go through the ascension process, really there are only two things that you've got to do: ground and be present. If you're doing that, everything else will take care of itself. Because when you are present in the moment, you are open to source energy, and you have the ideas, hits, and inspirations about what it is you need to do. In the process of manifestation, as we said, you start with the feminine. Start working with frequency rather than form. Because where you are moving into, you will find that your archetypal programs or your archetypal models, they don't work for you anymore, and you're building new ones. So if you're looking around for something that looks like the next best thing, you're not going to find it because you've got to build it from inside. So you might feel frustrated if you're looking for that thing you're supposed to do outside of yourself. How do you want to feel? That's what you've got to ask yourself. How do I want to feel? I want to feel happy. I want to feel free. I want to feel energized. I want to feel connected. And then imagine what those sensations are. You can say, I am free, or you can say, I wonder what it would be like to be free. Because for many of you, when you say, I'm free, the ego mind goes, no, we're not. We're a slave to our 9-to-5 job, to all of my obligations. She's kidding herself. And so if you say, I wonder what if, you're able to bypass the ego mind and just bask in the frequency. Both things will align you to the frequency that you want, and then stay open to observe what is coming back around, what is in the moment before you. Because you will forge paths in ways that you could not have even begun to imagine a year ago. You will find connections and ways of putting ideas and information together that never occurred to you before the moment. You couldn't have seen it coming, because the universe has a bigger picture. It has a bigger fabric, a tapestry of experience kind of planned and mapped out. And then how you as a soul choose to explore it is up to you. There are highlights and things that you wanted to experience in this lifetime, and you'll check those things off. I wanted to feel balanced. Got that. There are 20 ways that I've been able to do that in my life. But if you're looking for your purpose and you say, what am I supposed to be doing? It's not about the doing. It's about the state of being that you hold in everything that you do. We're going to say that again because that is so important. Hear us now. It is not about what you do. It is the state of being that you hold that is infused into everything that you do. And that is what is so important right now. So work with your state of being. The way that you do that is to get quiet and work with the feminine first. All right? So we think we'll go ahead and start taking questions. We may come back round to some of the more galactic Big Bang information, but we're happy to go ahead and open the floor. So where would you all like to go?
Hi, thank you. I have a question about being in interactions with other people where I'll have a knowing, or sometimes it comes from inside, sometimes it's something that comes from outside, about that person, and feeling some confusion about when I have the right to share that, even though a question may not have been asked.
So first thing we would say is to check in with yourself about how that energy plays out with you. Because for most of you, when you all start to recognize energy in others, it is playing out in yourself, which is why you're recognizing it. There's no right or wrong here, because, you know, this is about you trusting yourself in the moment, for you to say, is this appropriate in the moment to share? Because here's the thing, if you express it and that person is not open, what will happen is it will go in one ear and out the other. If it was information that they really needed to hear, but they just aren't ready to hear it, they will hear it, acknowledge it, and say, that's nice, thank you, and then let it go. And then they'll hear it again someplace else, and they'll say, now this is the second time I've heard this, that's interesting, and they may not be ready for it then. And then there may be a third time, and they'll say, all right, now I've heard it 3 times, I really need to start paying attention. So it may be that you're planting a seed. So pay attention first to yourself. Is it your ego's need to be right, to share information? Because many of you do that. Notice how it feels within you. Does it feel flat? If it feels flat, that usually means that this is not your issue. All right? When you feel highly charged, it means that you've got the same program running. And it can be the flip side. So maybe they are suppressing energy, maybe you're overexpressing it. So there are 2 sides to that dualistic coin. So, you know, it's either the overexpression or the suppression of energy. So just check in with yourself. The ego doesn't like that, because the ego wants a hard and fast answer to say, yes, I do, no, I don't. Trust your instincts, there's no right. And, you know, again, if it's not the right time, they're not ready, that's up to them. You can only share information. We will say, for you specifically, be very conscious of your boundaries, because there's a lot more energy going out than what you're allowing yourself to receive right now. And when you feel like you're constantly sharing and sometimes oversharing, it's because it's showing you, and you might get some pushback from people on that, then you need to take some time to recharge yourself. If you are in balance, you're not going to get the pushback in the same way. All right? I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Hello, group. 2-part question here. Since we're talking about the Big Bang, you know, our scientists call it the Big Bang because when they take the telescopes like the Webb telescope and other telescopes of today's invention, and they look deep, deep into space, they see the red shift, which is indications that, you know, things are accelerating faster and further away from time. Now, if we were to take these high technology telescopes back in time, into time, such as the Great Plague or the Dark Ages, where man's evolution was very stunted. What would the group say that these telescopes and sensors would see? Would we still see that red shift?
You're talking about a very small time shift. It's nothing but, it's not even a beat because you're going back such a small amount of time. So we have 2 answers. So one, it's pretty much the same energy, all right? When you go back 1 billion years, then you're going to see something slightly different. Not much, because that's still a very small increment of time. Now, part of what you're able to see and perceive is based on your own filtering system. So who's doing the looking, and how does it serve them to get that information? So as we said at the beginning, this is not an easy question to answer, and the ego doesn't really necessarily like all this because you're looking for things in a tidy little box, and we can't give that to you. So when you are asking for information, how does it serve you to get that answer? we're going to go off on just a bit of a tangent. We'll come back around here. Many of you often say, I want to connect with ETs. I want to connect with stellar beings. How does it change your reality to do that? It absolutely, fundamentally changes it. You all say, I want to see a physical ET. Really? We think many of you would be a heap on the floor if the ET showed up in front of you. It would be a shock to your system because your foundational beliefs, while you think they're pretty clear, it is an absolute game changer. And you cannot put that genie back in the bottle. So where you're asking the question as far as what kind of shift would they see, it would be relatively the same. But also, when you all are ready, your consciousness is ready to open up to that awareness of the greater universe or multiverses, then you can start to see different fluctuations. There are way more frequency ranges than you are able to perceive, even within the range of your visual spectrum. So what we mean by that is that you think it might be red, but there are 100,000 shades of red in there. You might see 3. So remember we said everything is infinitely expanding and contracting. So as you are perceiving it, you're kind of looking at a gross frequency range. It's not very refined. And so if they were to look at it, they're still really going to see the same thing. So it's not till you shift out of this limited perspective of reality, you move into more of a multidimensional perspective, that you can see the true nature. And at that point, it becomes a moot point because you connect with all of it. So that's why we said you never hear us really talking about this because it is a bit of a moot point.
The reason why I ask is another channeler that I've connected with basically said that the evolution of mankind, the internet and the consciousness awakening of mankind is making this red shift appear as a red shift. It's as we're evolving and learning as humanity is what we're seeing.
Well, as we mentioned, it depends on who's perceiving it. What filters are in place? So as you elevate your level of consciousness, yes, so as the planetary consciousness goes up, you can start to perceive all of these subtle nuances of frequency that you could not perceive before. But if your level of consciousness were to go back 400 years, even 1,200 years, you're still going to see about the same thing because it's based off of your level of consciousness as you're perceiving it. And even as humans, again, in order to even have the conscious awareness to see it or look for it, it's still going to be relatively similar. It's not going to be dramatically different. It's really about consciousness. It's about who's perceiving, who's doing the looking.
Okay. And second part of the question was, a few years ago you were channeling at the Conscious Life Expo, and you shared a rather interesting and awakening perspective to global warming. And I'm curious if the group still shares that same perspective of what they shared back then as to what's really going on with global warming, or as new information come forward.
There are a lot of levels and layers to this. Your entire solar system is going through its own transformation. So all the planets in your solar system are going through changes. But there is also a control factor that is happening on this planet to try to manage some of those changes. And there are different reasons for that. There are different factions who are trying to control and manipulate the frequency shifts. So we don't want to go too far into it, but some of it is happening because you're moving through this particular sector of space, which is dense in photonic energy, light particles. And if you think about your zodiac, as you're moving through all of the different houses, the different signs, it is really your blueprint to make sure that you're getting a well-rounded experience. And it's the same thing as you move through this universal cycle. There are sectors of space in which the consciousness, as it moves through it, will have certain kinds of experiences, and that's just part of the playing field, so that you, again, have a well-rounded experience. And this sector that you're moving through is bringing lots of light, lots of information, and it's helping you to increase your frequency. It's created a container, if you will, a safe space for you all to rapidly rise. And this is in part why Atlantis didn't work. It wasn't time. It was kind of a test run, if you will, for many of you who chose to incarnate during those periods in order to have the experience of an awakened consciousness and then a descension process, so that when it came to now, you could flip it upside down and have that asleep energy, that lack of awareness, and move into more of an expanded state. It wasn't quite time to go through the ascension process because you didn't have the energetic support of this sector of the universe. So we know we probably sound like we're being a bit evasive to giving you a hard and fast, but there are many, many things. There's weather modification going on your planet without a doubt. There are those who would like to see consciousness suppressed. And it doesn't really matter what those beings want. This is really important. Hear us now. It doesn't matter what anyone else outside of you wants. You control your frequency and your reality. We mentioned this sphere, this giant sphere of time. Every now moment is based upon a frequency. And you can think of it like a circle on the very top, the apex of a triangle. And then within that triangle is another baby triangle. So the now moment is a circle. It's based upon an agreed upon set of circumstances collectively that you say, this is our experience. And then personally, which is the tiny triangle, this is what happened to me in my life. Every single moment that you experience is structured this way. Now, if you think about that larger sphere, you might be way over here on this side of the sphere, and you could shift your awareness. You could start telling yourself a completely different story of reality, and basically that's what you're doing through the ascension process. You're letting go of those limiting beliefs. You're changing the frequency upon which you're standing. You change your perception of things that happened in the past. Oh, I forgive that person. And if you were actually able to go back and watch the entire experience, you would be shocked to find that almost every time it is not anything like what you thought it was. You just plucked out a little story and you deposited that into your foundational belief system. So you can actually move to the other side of the sphere, which has a vastly different frequency upon which you're standing. The reality is based. For many of you, you're not going to do that because that will pull you out of the illusion of the game. But what you will do is choose a reality that is right next to it, a frequency that is very similar, and you'll make small little incremental changes. And you'll move your way around the sphere. But you actually can go from one side to something drastically different, and this is what you call a miracle. This is when you have immediate healing, spontaneous healings. You've shifted the foundation upon which you are building your reality. Sounds fun, doesn't it? 2018 is the year to practice. So it doesn't matter what these darker factions are trying to create. They want you to think that you're powerless, but really you're not. You are holding all the cards. And if you feel disempowered, that is a choice. So empower yourself. What reality do you want to see created? Where do you want your energy to go? You might look at the state of the world and feel very frustrated, very closed down, and we would say, it is time for you to go inside. It's time for you to decide how you want to experience your reality and put your energy into the things that you want to build instead of thinking about the things you want to fight. Because it is literally removing your energy from the fight and putting it elsewhere, and that is what will dissolve the need to have a fight when all of you start pulling out of the illusion that you are engaged with. Does that make sense? Do you all understand? It's very hard because when you are conditioned to think that the only thing worth doing is an active doing state, it's the only thing that has value. That you think that doing anything first within the feminine, making that new selection, is a waste of time. It's hard for you to make that shift. But when you get into that space first, you say, oh, I want to do this, I want to build this, and then you start making easy connections to build it. That's where you are right now as a collective. Yes?
Okay. All right. I know there's more questions. I was hoping we could talk weather manipulation, but that'll be in the future. I think there's another question.
Well,
yeah, there's lots of questions.
Let's talk about manipulation for a second, because we do know that this is such a big thing. So it doesn't really matter. People can only manipulate you when you give them your power. Yes? So when you start taking back where your energy is going, when you start checking in, then you're going to find that you are the master of your energy field, and you are the master of your reality. As we said, it doesn't matter whether there's chaos going on around you. That doesn't have to be your reality. You can stand in peace in the midst of chaos. So before we take the next question, we want to do an activation for you. So this activation is to help ground you. It is to help empower you. It is to help you have confidence in yourself in the moment. It is to reacquaint yourself with your own divine light. Now, the language of light is a universal language understood by all life. It is comprised of light, sound, sacred geometry, and cosmic information. It is a multidimensional language. So as it is spoken, it is meant to bypass the ego mind. The ego says, well, I want to know what's being said exactly. It doesn't work that way. That's the whole point. Because the ego will take it and twist it. The soul just says, oh, yes, I know this, and I'm making my frequency shifts. So it actually helps you to shift the resonance of your field much faster. Now, there are many dialects to the language of light. It's a bit like hearing English spoken in Ireland or the Deep South or in Australia or England. You understand it. It's just got some different tones in there. So there are many versions of the language of light, and all of them you can understand. So there's really nothing for you to know. This is just something that you get to receive. So take a nice deep breath. Take a nice deep breath. There's one more round. So there's a lot of galactic support here. So you'll notice that the frequencies are going to change. The ego mind says, well, I want to know who. No matter, because we are all blending our energy, so it is shifting. And even as we go throughout this conversation together, you're going to notice that the energies may shift slightly here as we go. It's because other beings are blending their energy with our own, so you're getting the frequencies that you need. Because these galactic beings are showing up for you because they have lessons and information that they have worked through, the very same lessons that you are working through now. So as you come into contact with them, you are able to access the how-to from their experiences. It's like somebody giving you a recipe to bake a cake. It makes it much easier than just trying to figure it out on your own. All right, so take another nice deep breath. We've got a little bit more to go through. Indora parabrishkatondo e minueni nishkatandua and the katanda takola araberishkate, hisa shukatondo lo ereberishkate, amboro eremini kato on the way, muankata and wershka by the biduin ulua a cola or ebede, hamada berishkato or abrabrapata, the bidishkatapatapatashkatapatapatashkatam, the rapakatapatapikata, Iberkadibidi, Muam and the Bidikatapatapati, that the Muam, but the Pitakapatakaskat or Rapidibidi, and what Makata and the Tokotai. In the Apapikata, the Bishkata, none of the Warabarishkata, but every window, Abrabin, Guabadi, Wamadi, the Kata, the wind, the Kata, the Bishkata, Apapikata, the Buduam, the Katabarabishkata, in the Takata, the Wamabri, in the Alala, Warabarishkata, Hasashkota ora, Rapikata, and Wareminehikata, Hasashkota ora and the Elewara and I, Gore, Berishkata, Hasashkota on the other day, and Duabrabakata, Hasashkota ora, Eberishkate. Ima ama ami mula la ruara parakapata ndukut patapatapata and alawa bapatikata patrishkata bedishkata dedi ida do ere parakapata bedishkata bedin do ara ai kita ambuti pikata patrishkata bitakatu paradishkata dedi kitu no menene kutoi hasa shukata bedishkata bedini luara bedida dedi kitu bedishkata bedishkata bedini luara bedin wana men bedishkata dedi tu bedishkata ndua batikata hasa shukata ora la bede. Take another nice deep breath. All right. So where should we go now?
Hi.
Greetings.
The first part of my question is when I meditate and relax and go into the heart, I feel this super strong involuntary movements. Some come from my belly button and chest, and also in my left arm. Started out when I started meditating, it was just the thumb, and now it's just the whole arm started to have like this really strong involuntary movements, and I would like to understand what's going on energetically.
So sometimes when you all have these, you could say spasms, but you have, it's more than that. Yes, you involuntarily want to move. It's the energy channels and you trying to adjust the body so that the energy can run through the body in a better way, in a more efficient way, so that you can say there's a bit of a resistance or a blockage that's been set up. And so that's in part why you're feeling it, as you're running more energy, as you're opening up your heart center. It depends, because some of you will experience this when you connect with your guides. Some of you will experience this simply when you're connecting with yourself. If you're connecting with your guides, ask them to adjust the frequency. Even if you are having a challenging time as you're opening up, you can ask your guides to help you to adjust your frequency, so that it doesn't have to be, sometimes it can be a little scary. It's not necessarily uncomfortable. It can be, but for most of you, it's just a little scary. The fear comes up for you. So you can ask your guides to help to make a shift in your energetic field so that you can open up the physical pathways, because your physical body is based off of an energetic template. So any change that has to be made or that you'd like to make to the body is an energetic one first, because you can try to do things from the body level first. It's only temporary. So if you want to make a permanent change, it has to be energetic. So the activation that we just did should help with some of that, to help open you up to allow more energy to flow freely through the body. Work with the breath. The more you are breathing, the easier it's going to be, because that is what naturally moves the energy through your body. So if you've got resistance anywhere, the more often you are consciously breathing, and there are lots of different ways to breathe to achieve different results. So, we're not even going to go into that. But just breathe. Just monitor your breath. Just observe it. It doesn't have to be in any particular way. You do that for 2 minutes, most of you are going to feel like it's an eternity, because you're not used to taking that time and moving that much energy. You might find that you get really squirmy, because when you start to move that energy, anything that is of a lower vibrational nature starts to vibrate, to come up, and that gets your attention. And for most of you, you don't like it. So, oh, we can't feel that. That's why we stuffed it down. We can't let it out. So just breathe, and that will help you. So we would also say work with the breath. All right?
Okay. And also, how do we empaths become comfortable with the discomfort of others? A little bit to do with what Lee was talking about.
Deal with your own stuff, simply put. Not to be harsh, but is the truth of the matter. Because what happens is that as you are expanding outward, as an empath, you read people. You expand your energy out, you hit a field, you read it, it's like sonar, it bounces back. As empaths, what happens, if you haven't cleared your own stuff, you feel it as if it's your own. You resonate with it, and that's when you go into contraction. If you are grounded, if you have been working on letting go of your judgment, and we'll talk about that in just a moment, what happens is you expand your field. You will read someone else's energy and say, oh, that's an interesting thing they've set up for themselves. That's fascinating, wow. But you're not triggered by it. And this is what empaths have to do. You have to learn to ground, to hold your own resonance, and then you have to start working more and more with your own stuff. So as we were saying before, if you're finding that you're getting triggered by somebody else's mood, then you've got to deal with your own stuff. It could be the suppression of that very same energy, or it could be the overexpression of that energy. So it's really, as we said, there are only 2 things to do: ground and be present. And that goes for being empathic. If you're doing that, then it becomes much easier. To know that you are not a victim to somebody else's moods as an empath is also very important for you to know. Because as empaths, you have a learned behavior that is not great, that you feel victimized by the world. So you've got to take back your power. You've got to stand in it, and when you stand in your power, the way you do that is by letting go of judgment, by standing in a place of seeing that everything is a valid vibrational exploration. It's not right, it's not wrong, it just is. The minute you set up a judgment, you create separation from source. You cut off your energy flow. Remember, this is a polarized universe. You've got positive and negative. So the moment that you want to make something separate from you, oh, I don't like that, that's bad behavior. No, it's a vibrational exploration, and it's a valid choice. But what happens is you want to distance yourself from half of source energy. How's that work for most of you? Not well. So just be mindful of that. Just acknowledge it. It doesn't mean it's a frequency that you have to embody. So, and frankly, if you looked at some of the naughty behavior that's going on this planet, and you really looked at it, you'd say, thank you for teaching me that I don't have to walk that path, because that's a really uncomfortable path, but I can learn from your experience. Thank you. When you have gratitude in that way to see how that serves you, that's what frees you, because you're able to see it from a neutral standpoint. Ego mind polarizes. Source is the totality of that polarization. All right, and that's really important for you all. It's really quite simple. Let go of judgment. And even the light likes to do this, to say, the negative is wrong. It's going to keep you in the polarity game. It's going to keep you in the struggle. Don't make the dark wrong. Make it a valid choice, just one that you don't want to make. Make sense? And there is a difference between not wanting to make it because it isn't exciting for you. Many of you don't want to make it because you are judging it. It's a tricky thing. Many of you say you want things, but the reason you want them is to avoid the negative. So money is an easy one for you all to see. You want money because you don't want to be poor and the struggles that come with it. When you approach it from that way, guess what? You are plugging into the negative because you want to create that separation. When you approach it from a state of curiosity and excitement about, I wonder what this would be like, it creates a very different reality for yourselves. It's subtle, but this is why we keep sending you back to working with frequency rather than form, because the frequency will determine the form. Your part in the manifestation process is to work with frequency. The universe creates the form because you couldn't even begin to see the vastness from where you are standing of what is possible. But you can work with the frequency. And you have been given genetic material from thousands of worlds, which means your emotional range here is vast, and no other planet in the entire universe has the emotional range that you have. None. We say if you want to go learn about emotions, go to Earth. It's a blessing and a curse, because you can get trapped into the negative, you can get trapped into the struggle, or you can find many ways out because you've got lots of options and building blocks upon which you can build your reality. So we know that our time is nearing here, and we want to thank you all for your questions, for your support, for your curiosity. In parting, we would say this. It is really important that you go inside and start asking questions. If you say to your guides, what do I need to know? They say, well, where do we begin? True wisdom and knowledge has to be sought. It cannot be given. When you have a question, then the world opens up and we can give you all kinds of information. But you've got to go inside and ask first. So we want to fire up your creativity. We want to fire up your curiosity, because that's when the answers will start to come. So do some inner questioning as you start 2018. It's always a time of review for you all. So really think about, what do I want to know more about? What do I want to explore? It's an adventure. Put your hands up. Go for the ride. All right? So know that there is a tremendous amount of support for you on the other side. We are ever present with you. For us, it's just the next moment. So you don't need Wendy. Get yourself quiet, ground, heart center yourself. Think of something that makes you smile, or heart center you. Ask your question and listen, and we will do our best to give you an answer. So until we hear from you directly, we are around, we are watching, we are waiting, and we are sending many, many well wishes. So again, I want to thank you all. It really it is such a pleasure and an honor for me to be here and to be able to do this. I couldn't do it without you. And I'm always amazed at the wonderful questions that people have. I learned so much from you, so thank you for teaching me. And if you want to know more about the language of light or the galactic light codes, which are the symbols that represent it, you can find all of that on my website at higherfrequencies.net. And I think there are some business cards out front. So again, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the evening.
Hi. Hi. Thank you. My name is Karen Neumann. I know not a lot of you here because I live in Europe. I live in the Netherlands. Some of you I know from online, but it's really just an honor to be here, to be in the States, and to just be around all you lovely people and to meet so many of the people that I've known for a long time, and I've never actually got to see them or touch them face to face, so it's amazing. Just to tell you a little bit about who I am and how I started channeling, I started really when I was a little kid. I always had this idea that I should be able to talk to God. I couldn't understand how that wasn't possible. And as a child, I was sort of very upset when people would say, you can't have that connection. I didn't believe them. It turns out I was right. But that was really my primary goal, was to have the connection with what I would say is God, or I say more now, I say the divine. And I was really just insistent that I would make that connection. And so when I was about 5 years old, I was stating my case sort of to the universe about why I thought I should be able to hear and experience the divine. And I was at my grandmother's, and I was playing on the railroad tracks, and I was saying, why won't you talk to me? And then I heard, we're here and we love you. And that was the first experience I had, and it started a long conversation that has gone my whole life. And at another point, I was starting to really ask questions about, what do I need to know? What do I need to know to be the best person that I can be? And at that time, we weren't religious, but we had a Bible. We were, American Christians. And I was told to go to the closet and get the Bible from the closet. And it was a big Bible in my mind of a 6, 7-year-old child. And I opened it up, and I was just told to read the first thing I saw. And it said, if a man says he loves God, but he hates his neighbor, he is a liar. For how can he love God who he has not seen, but hate his neighbor who he has seen? And then I heard, that's all you need to know. Always ask yourself, is this love or not love? And then that became my truth. And in my growing up and in my pursuit of my truth, I was always measuring everything I experienced with, is this love or not love, and what does that mean? Because I wanted that connection. So if the formula to find God was to love, then I was going to love. And so that's what Theos started to talk to me about all the time. And they taught me concepts. When I was about 8 years old, I was reading the comics, you do on Sunday. And they said to me, that's really how time is, the comics that are laid out like this. And they called it all time at the same time. And they said, everything is laid out. And they showed me in my mind's eye a long stretch of comic book strips, just as far as the eye could see in my mind's eye. And they just said, that's time. Those are moments. And you can move between them. And that's really how time is. And then they taught me different concepts like that. They taught me some things like, if I walked into a room, they said the room appeared, but when I left the room, it was gone. And I told my mother, and she said, well, that sounded very selfish. But it turned out that that was true. It turns out that we create as we focus, and what we're not focused on doesn't exist. So that was the bigger lesson, but they taught me in very simple ways. And then as I got older, they started to talk about oneness, and that we were all one, and that we were all part of the greater one, and that there was no difference between us and that. And that's why, again, it was important to love and experience that. So in 2010, they said to me, would you like to know our name? Now, up until that time, I had never thought of them having a name. I thought about it as being my God or my higher self or my angels. My definitions of who they were changed. And they told me their name was Theos. And they said they picked that name for my understanding because Theos means the knowledge of God, which is what I'd always sought. And they explained to me that they were non-physical, that they were indeed part of my oversoul, and that they were three energies who were aware of each other. And that I, instead of being, I used to say, well, Theos is my higher self, and that they're aspect of me. But in fact, they informed me that I am an aspect of them. I am their projection into this world. And because I had called forth so strongly, they decided that it was a good idea to come and answer that call. And in 2010, I was watching Abraham Hicks. Yeah, I'm sure everyone knows that. And we were watching on a live stream from Europe, and the names were scrolling by, on their little chat. And I was saying hi from Holland. And a woman who I'd known when I was 19 years old, who had been my first metaphysical teacher, I'd gone to a thing where she taught Intro to Your Angels or How to See Auras or something like that. And I was like, hi from Holland. And then she typed, is that Karen Neumann from South Carolina? And I thought, who's this, And it turned out to be a woman named Priscilla who had been my teacher, and we connected via the live stream. And then she had moved from Sedona to France. And so within 2 weeks, she was at my house. And she said to me, I'm surprised you're not a channel. And I thought, why would I do that? I don't want to be a channel. She said, well, I just feel like you should think about it. And her partner had been a channel back in the 80s. But he was only doing automatic writing, and they used to send out these newsletters. So I thought about it for about 2 years. And Rob Gauthier's radio station came, called the Enlightenment Evolution Network. I don't know if anyone of you are familiar with that. But it was filled with lovely people who every day had a show. I had the Sunday show. Daniel Scranton had the Monday show. Someone else had the Tuesday show. Rob had the Wednesday show. Roxanne Swainhart was on there. And I had felt this need to start channeling, and I had done a little channeling in front of my computer by myself with no one asking any questions except for me. And I happened to say to one of the hosts, oh, I've started channeling. She said, oh, come on the show and channel. And I thought, oh, okay. So it was the first time I actually had interaction with another person asking questions other than myself. And I channeled, and the information that came forward from her questions was amazing. And I thought, this is really real. This is really real. And so I was like, I'm a channel. And that's really how it started. And then I got connected with Human Colony, which is another lovely group of people, and they really gave me a forum so that every month or whatever I could channel live. And that's really how it started for me, and it's just continued to expand. So I'm really grateful to everyone to be able to share Theos with you. They are love. Nothing but it. And they will always bring you back to yourself. They're always going to try to make you remember. Because when they see you, they only see the greatness of the love that you are. So I'm very excited to share them with you. So I'm going to sit down. I channel with my eyes open, which wasn't always the case. But at one moment I got to see what they see. And what they see is this beautiful heart center that everyone has that's glowing. So when they look at people, they're truly in awe. And they see them. And so I get to be in awe of all of you when I start to channel. So, okay. The way that I do this is I tone. And I'm going to use a harmonium today because I thought it would be nice if we all toned together. There's something about vibration. Well, not something. Vibration is what we are. But aligning to our vibration is what brings us into contact with ourselves. So if you'll join me, we're going to tone together. We're just going to do ah. Okay. So we're going to tone on this. And you can just find your note with this. And just take a deep breath whenever you need to keep it going. When I come back, we will be here. So be here. So. We are so amazingly pleased to be here with you and to share this co-creation. The fact that you answered the call to come, to join together, is beautiful. And it's also something you should be listening to always. Anytime you have the chance to come together with other beings who are aware and moving more into awareness, it only strengthens your own connection. What we would encourage everyone to do is to realize that everyone's in a different stage. It's easier to say, but you're either where they were or where they're going. So in all moments, you should try to have as much empathy and compassion for everyone's situation, because you never quite know what it is. So we're going to talk a little bit about this Big Bang query. We like that? It's a question. And we wanted to talk to you about the perspective of why the universe was created and what was the reason. So if you think about all that is, what all that is. And we know that there is nothing outside of all that is, because all that is all. So that's a big concept. And if you can understand that all is all, which it is, then wrap your head around that for a moment. But we would give you a little bit of an understanding of what all that is would be if it wasn't this, and what it is actually. If you picture a white room with white ceiling, with white air, everything that's in it is there, but you can perceive it like in the whiteout of a snowstorm. There's no perception of it. So even though it exists, you can't experience it. So the all that is wanted to experience. And you can say that happened in a moment in time, but time actually came later. So the beginning is the beginning, but it's also always. So that's hard to, that breaks your brain, but just go with us. So at one moment, the all that is decided that it wanted to experience itself. because the all that is all that is. So there's nothing else outside of it to experience. But there was everything that was inside that it was wanting to experience. So what it did is it created a sort of vacuum within itself. It drew itself back so that as it could project, it's just like in sacred geometry, you have the singular point connecting to the other singular point. And until that second point was created, there's no perspective. So now, the all that is drew itself back, and through its breath, through its big bang, through this explosion into being, it projected itself outward so that it could see itself. But it was all within itself. It didn't project itself completely away. It's within. So you can almost think of a donut, and the hole is where we are, but all that is surrounding it. So there was a moment of hesitation the all that is had before it projected itself out. And it said, you know, if I do this, if I project myself, I won't remember who I am. And there was a hesitation before that breath was expelled. And then there was the realization that you would never lose your true identity of being divine and all that is. So in that way, the all that is said, okay, not only am I going to go forth, but I'm going to go as far forth as possible, because there's still the part of me that is always connected, that is always divine, that is always all-knowing. But there's the pieces of me that will come out that just won't remember. So as the all that is expanded and blew out or breathed out via the sound Om, that oh, it starts with an ah. The first sound of creation is ah. That's why when you can just ah, you feel yourself lining up, because that is the first sound that was and is. And as that sound came out, all of the things that we are came together. We forgot who we were. Time came into existence, and we had limitations that came upon us. And as you go out and head down, you can say, the limitations are more. And as you come back, the limitations become less. So we're talking about the creation of the universe, and when we say universe, we mean universes, and we're talking about specifically now the human soul, because that's what's really relevant to us. If we could tell you about all the universes, it would only be hearsay, because you can't really prove it. So we want to give you stuff that you'll recognize, but as the human goes forward, as the being that you are comes forward, and you experience all this limitation, the all that is saw those as gifts, because it allowed it to experience even more. It allowed it to play the game of what if I didn't know who I was? What if I didn't know I was divine? What if I had the gift of slowed down manifestation? What if I couldn't instantly create? Because those things were fun, you know? In the multiverse, in the higher dimensions, they think and it appears. There's no drama attached to it. So there's two states of being, and this is what we really wanted to get to. There's the descending or the concealed grace, and then there's ascending and the revealed grace of who you are. And everyone at every moment is always in one of those two phases. You're either knowing who you are, or you're forgetting. In every moment, in every action, you're knowing or you're not knowing. So when we talked about compassion for other beings, when you see them doing something, you think, oh, I don't like that. Oh, that's not good. That's wrong. That's dark. That's evil. They're in a state of concealed grace because they've forgotten who they are. And our job, and as a light worker or someone who's involved in the evolvement of humanity, it's collectively our duty and hopefully our joy to remember them, who they are. To remember who they are. You don't necessarily have to tell them, but you can remember and hold that space for them so that they can remember, they can start to remember. Because just like Lee was saying about the 100th monkey, the more people that remembered, the more people that know, the more people who are walking in their true awareness of who they are, it will become easier and easier. And as we, as humanity, move up the scale from lower to higher dimensions, that is the thing that needs to happen, this shedding of the forgetfulness. The forgetfulness has not been by mistake, but by design. It was wanted. All experience is wanted. And now, collectively within this world, the wanted experience seems to be going up. So as we go up, remember. But remember not only for yourself, though you can only work on yourself, and we can also go to the point where we say everyone is us. So it's good to meet all the different parts of us. Thank you for being here. We haven't had so many of us ever in one room together. But remember that for your fellow man. Remember that for your animals. Remember that for your beautiful planet. That the goal is always to go up. So we will be taking the first steps together. And the more that you can remember that not only you are ascending, that we're all in that motion. Hold that space for each other and truly, truly love each other. So that's our story about the Big Bang. But it was a glorious moment of all time. It's happening over and over again. Every breath you can picture is also a breath breathing something new. There's multiple Big Bangs. The universe is just one of them. But every time you breathe something into existence as singular creators, you are Big Banging it. We made it a verb. So, and also the last thing we want to talk about is the fact that as a human being, you have the wonderful gift of singular focus. If you were where we were, or where we are, and where we're not, we experience everything all at once, sort of like that white room. And the gift of singular focus of being in the body gives us the chance to really focus on one thing and to enjoy it so very much. To just have that gift of playing a harmonium or making a sound or holding the hand of someone next to you. You get to feel and experience tactily, emotionally, spiritually, everything with incredible focus. So this is really a gift. And that is why you come back again and again and again. So find that joy in every moment. Appreciate everything. Appreciate your hand reaching for the water and holding the bottle. And think about the person who conceived of this bottle, because they had a Big Bang moment. Appreciate their Big Bang. Appreciate everything and everyone, and you will find joy in every moment of everything. So that's our message to you today. And we love you. And we want to do one more thing. We want to teach you something that is talked about, but maybe not practically given as an instruction, is how to experience from the heart space, how to drop your consciousness down into the heart, because we're very head-focused, which is normal. You have a brain, and that's generally where most of the things that make you move and eat and sleep come from. But now, being heart-focused needs to start to be a tactile experience for you so that you can understand what it really means to feel from here, to see from here, to experience from the heart. So what you should do is just sit up in your chair just a little bit. And put your hands on your lap, but put them open, because this is receptive. And just close your eyes for one moment. I want you to take a deep breath in and expel it slowly, feeling the breath. And now we want you to have an awareness of your brain, the thinking part of you, and feel that as an actual energy, because it is part of energy. It's your cognitive space. And what we want you to do is just have the sensation of it moving down your neck and settling into your heart space, right in the middle. Your spiritual heart is in the middle of your chest. And just feel it dropping there. And that chakra is the green chakra, beautiful emerald green. And we want you to just feel that cognitive part of you moving there. And as that energy moves into your heart, we want you to think of the heart chakra as starting to spin in a clockwise way, or else if you're in Australia, maybe the other way. But started to see it as moving in a clockwise way. And it's starting to glow very, very strongly and open up. And we want you mentally, with your eyes closed, in your new mental space, to start to look out, but keep your eyes closed, to start to look out into the room and to see each being's heart center. And imagine a projectile of beautiful golden light going from your heart to their heart, and from another place in your heart to another and to another, and to start to see all these beautiful gold projections weaving together through this entire room. And realize that that is your internet. That is your internal connection to everyone, that we are all connected from our love heart space. In any moment when you don't realize who you are anymore or who another being is, just drop your consciousness. If you're not remembering that the other person next to you is also not only divine but you, it's because you're not seeing from your heart. So any moment when you start to doubt the divinity of everyone, just take a breath and drop your consciousness there and feel your internet, your internal net, reaching and touching everyone. We're all connected in this way. So I hope that helps you and helps you to feel each other, because it's important to feel and to reach out to each other, to send information and love and connectivity to each other. So take a deep breath. And blow it out. And open your eyes when you're ready. So we are ready for questions whenever questions are ready to be asked.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I want to focus on creative expressions in 2018. Could you give some guidelines?
Say that one more time.
Creative awareness, creative expressions. I want to focus on that area in 2018. Could you give some guidelines for me?
We're having a hard time hearing. Can you make sure the microphone? Yes.
Shall I want to focus on creative expressions.
Creative expressions.
Yeah. How do I do it? Could you give some guidelines?
Yes. Okay, thank you. Well, don't go away. Come back. We're not finished talking. Come back. Creative expression is really joy. So our question to you is, what brings you joy?
Doing what I want to do.
What is that?
Creating peace.
How do you, creating peace? Peace within yourself?
Yes.
So what creates peace within you?
To see the unity of everything.
Okay.
And to be compassionate.
Well, compassion comes through loving, and so you have a big question, so we're going to give you a big answer, but it's a very simple answer. In the moment where you're the most joyous is when you are really in line and you're really aware. In creation, in God's state, there's bliss and there's consciousness. There's no bliss without consciousness. It's the people that are unconscious that tend to be not blissful. So bliss is joy, bliss is consciousness. The more you're aware, the more you're blissful. So we would say to you that the things that make you happy, that make you joyous, however simple they may be, whether it's hugging your children or painting a photo or running through a field or whatever that is what you need to do. Because when you find that ability to find joy, then you are in a different level of reality than when you are not happy. You know, the joy is the highest, joy and love, bliss is the highest vibration. So your job to reach that is to seek that out, seek the joy. So what brings you joy? What do you love to do?
Do more creative work like writing.
Okay, let's just stay with writing. So are you writing?
Yeah, but...
No but. Are you writing?
I am.
Okay, does that bring you joy?
Yeah.
Well, keep writing.
My question is, how do I develop a livelihood out of it?
A livelihood?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a different question. Well, how you develop a livelihood is you have to write from your heart. You write with the enjoyment of it, and you trust that the people that need to read what you've written are there. But write for yourself, write your own truth. And then the livelihood is a very practical question. You start to put your stuff possibly online or to seek a publisher. But the first part is to really write from joy. So we can't tell you, we don't have a publisher that we can name, that we can give you. But anything that you do it for the love of that and no other reason. If you're writing to make money, then you might make money, but it's not going to give you the other things that you said that you want. And we believe you when you said that you wanted love and oneness and unity. So the way that you experience those things is to be in your bliss. Because in that vibration of bliss, there's no doubt about the unity of all. You are not separate from oneness. You are one. It's just remembering it and knowing it. You know, we've said this many times, but there are dimensions and beings that exist that if you told them that they weren't one, they would think it absurd. You wouldn't be able to convince them otherwise because they know it. So that's the job, is to know it and to be in your bliss and to follow that. So what do you write about?
Non-fiction.
You write fiction. So write it with the joy. Commit to it. Know that you're doing it for that reason. and you'll find it. But you can also do what we said. Drop your consciousness into your heart. Om is in a wonderful way. In meditating on tones, you're connecting with your divine self. And as you start to have more and more alignment with who you really are, with your divine self, you desire it more because it feels so good. It feels good to be your true self. That's why we seek so hard, but it's so very easy to just go inside. And really, it's in here. It's in ourselves. This joy, this oneness, it's the white room. The white room is inside. All this stuff is just distraction to let us have this experience. So we would only say, do everything you do with joy. Go at it as hard as you can, as happy as you can. So,
thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh. Hi.
So several years ago, I started having these recurring dreams about my legs not working. And I'm guessing I missed that message because then after a while, last year, I started getting a lot of pain in my legs. And it flares up every once in a while and makes it kind of difficult to walk or to function. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to see if you could tell me anything about the pain and the reason for its existence.
Okay, one moment. We wouldn't say to you that you missed the message. We think it's actually quite good you ignored it, because whatever you focus on, you get more of. So, but we also believe that you do have, as beings, sometimes the gift of precognition, to know what is maybe coming. So you weren't surprised when you started to have the pain. So we would a little bit do the opposite of now focusing on it. We wouldn't focus on it so much. We would focus on well-being as opposed to focusing on the pain. Okay. That is a method of healing, or the way of healing, is to focus on well-being, because we will say this, that everything that is, and it also exists. So there is the part of you that has this pain existing, and then there's another part of you, probably slightly to the right or to the left, that doesn't have this pain. So healing exists when you shift your reality. Well, you don't really shift the reality. You shift to the reality where what you want, painless existence, is true. And the way that you do that is by knowing that you are there. And that's a practice. Okay. So we would say to you that if you were to meditate, and do you meditate?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. When you meditate, visualize yourself as pain-free. Okay. But not pain-free. We don't want you to focus on pain at all. We want you just to visualize yourself having normal feeling until it shifts. That's all really you can do. Okay. The source of the pain is not the most important thing. And we say that not because we don't want to give you an answer, but because we don't want you to focus on the pain. Sure. It's like any problem. You focus on the solution to the problem, not the problem itself, because the more that you say, there's a problem and this is why, you're just activating the why-ness of it. And in some small way, you're anchoring it. Mm-hmm. And we want you to not anchor it. Okay. So we want you to only focus on your well-being and your wholeness, so that it's not even a concept at all. And if someone asks you about it, you can also just say, I focus on my well-being and I'm not focused on my pain. Okay. You can experience something as well and notice that it's happening. And then you can also say, and we'll do this with you as well, you can also say, well, thank you, pain. What is it that you're telling me? What is it? So if you can just sit back a second on the chair. And how do you feel at the moment? Do you feel this pain? Can you tap into it?
I can.
Okay, so close your eyes for a moment. We want you to think about the pain, but we want you to think about the pain as a teacher that's come to you. Because everything is your teacher. That's important to realize. Because you can welcome everything. But you can also observe it without diving into it. So in this pain, I want you to think about it for one moment and just acknowledge it. Say, hello, hi, pain. Give it whatever name you want. And we want you to ask this pain, when is the first moment that you showed up in my life? And just say whatever you first comes.
At birth.
At birth. So, okay, so we want you to go back to the birth. Now, you may or may not really believe that you're going back, but we're going to go with it. And everybody here is also holding this space for you to allow her to travel multidimensionally back in time to this moment of her birth. And at that moment, what was it that was happening?
I think I just didn't want to come here.
You didn't want to come here?
Because I knew that things were not going to be easy for a while, and I just didn't want to come.
So you had cold feet about coming into this. Well, in the moment before you came, we can very much assure you that you wanted to come, or you wouldn't have gotten on the train to get there. So maybe at the last moment you decided that, oh, I don't know that I want to be here. So, okay, because you're a baby at that moment, we want you to visualize picking your baby self up and holding yourself close. And what is your name? We're sorry, we did not ask you.
RP.
Sorry?
RP.
RB?
A-R-P-I.
RP. Beautiful. Okay, we want you to picture picking up little RP and holding her close.
Okay.
And saying, you know, I know that we didn't quite want to be here at the last minute, but we're here. And I'm here for you. And I love you. And I'm here to assure you that I will protect you and that I will always be there for you. And in that moment of birth, as you experience it, reassure yourself that it's all going to be okay, that you really did want to come here, that you really did want to experience everything. And maybe that pain was trying to fight its way back into the womb. Maybe there was some injury there. But give yourself that love now and that assurance that you're there for you and that you're looking out for you and that this experience is just a brief moment in time, but it's a joyful one. And anytime you start to feel the pain, just remember that you can go back to yourself and just give yourself that love. Does that feel good to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Anytime we have a trauma, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a physical trauma, it can be mental or emotional, there's always a moment where it manifests later if we've not healed it. And it can manifest in any way, fear or pain or other things. And there's always a moment where that first trauma happened. And for most of us, it's at some point in our childhood, because in our childhood, we have less active knowing of who we are. We have less knowing who we are in this world, but also just we don't have the ability to express. We don't, we talk to our parents, and sometimes they can understand us, but when we're goo-gooing and gagaing, they're guessing. So sometimes they don't know us. They don't know what we need. But we also have the ability as multidimensional beings to go back to any point in time and to heal ourselves. So we will tell you that anytime there's an intervention that you start to experience, like you think the angel has come and given you information just in that moment so that you avoid something, or you feel that love in some moment, then that's really you, the knowing part of you going to you. Because who better to heal yourself? So now your birth comes with a little bit of comfort. So not only do you change your past, but you change your future.
Right.
So that's our offering to you. And we would just say to you, in any moment when you have discomfort, go back.
Okay.
Maybe it takes a few times. Maybe this was enough.
Right.
But to reassure yourself, just know you're a thinking, logical being now. Know that you really did come to be here. And that, you know, you might have had second thoughts, but do the best with what you have and enjoy it now. And then also, too, you will run into other people who have that same feeling. And this is the compassion we're talking about. You can say, you know, I felt the same, but I went back and I reassured myself, and I want to reassure you. And then you can teach them how. So that's your gift now to share with another person.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Wait, one moment. We're going to take some water. Yes.
Hi.
Hi. What is your name?
Lisa.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi. I'm having a harder time finding clarity lately.
Okay. Good.
And direction.
Okay. That's awesome.
And I was told by another channel that I would be opening a wellness center and speaking to different groups of people, which feels in alignment, but he said not for about 3 years. I'd have to work on myself and do a few other things. But this time in between, I feel like I'm floating on a lake, not knowing what to do, but really wanting to get somewhere. And one day, one thing in my career feels really good, and then the next day I want to do a completely other thing. So I feel like this holding pattern for this next maybe 3 years or so is, I don't know what to do with myself in a way.
Okay. Well, we don't give predictions, right. And we'll tell you why. Because in every moment you have a choice. So we could tell you something and it could be very true right now, and then you see something shiny over here, right. And then the entire trajectory changes. So right. The best advice we can give you is, if this is really your goal, you know, we also don't ever want to tell you what you're going to do, because that's your choice. Do you want to open a wellness center? Is that your greatest joy? Is that your greatest?
It changes every day. Some days I'm really excited. The next day I'm like, well, I don't even know.
Let's take that off the table then. Yeah. Let's just say that's a possibility. That's us taking it off the table. So let's take that off the table for now. Because in the now moment, your job, not even your job, because that sounds like you must. We'll say your opportunity is to find your bliss. That's really your job, but we don't want to put any pressure on you. So your opportunity is to choose what makes you happy. Now we will say, and it's not always possible in the how do you call it? We want to speak Dutch, so we're not going to do that. It's not always possible in the immediate to be blissful all the time, because we're imperfect in this physical form. That's our job, to find it. We have a lot of jobs, but this is our goal to sort of get there. But your opportunity is to choose joy and bliss and fun in the moment. So if you feel like you have to do something, it puts a pressure on you. If you're not running forward with all the energy, trying to make something happen or putting things into place to make that happen, then maybe at the moment that's not really something you need to focus on. So our question to you is, in this moment, right now, in that chair, what makes you happy?
I feel like I'm doing it.
That's not what we're asking you.
Oh.
Not what you
Oh.
feel. We want to know what, because you can say, I feel this, I feel that, and it's a very convenient way to avoid an answer. We want a definitive answer. What makes you happy?
I'm teaching a lot of fitness classes right now, and I feel like I'm just playing, which is fun.
Okay, so as this fitness teacher, and that is fun, are you not able to impact the lives of the people that you are teaching? Are you not able to be a joyous example of alignment in your pure joy of that moment? Are you able to do that? Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
Does that bring you joy?
Yes.
So if you were to do that for now into 3 years, would that be exciting for you?
Yes, I guess I'm judging it, feeling like it
You are
should be
judging.
more.
You are judging it. So what we would say to you is, you have something right now, this very moment, that gives you joy, that gives you happiness, where you're impacting people, always speaking to people like what we're doing now, or you know, is not always the, we don't want to take away this possibility for you, because it's a huge possibility, and if it's your joy, then it will happen for you, because you will not stop until it happens. But we don't want you to discount the joy that you have now. And say, well, this is my kind of joy, and I'm really enjoying it, but I don't, you know, this is really not what I'm supposed to do. There is no supposed to, other than be joyful. So enjoy that, and really just bite into it. Go at it. Be like, I'm the best joyful person. Because if you want to affect a lot of people, what's better than to have classes of people come to you? You not only are you helping them get fit physically, but because of your own alignment, you're helping them align, because they're going to feed off of your energy. They're going to naturally, in the moments where you're in your most bliss, because different vibrations will come together. You're going to raise their vibration. They're going to meet you. And if you're putting out joy, then only the people that are really joyful are really going to also come to your class. And the ones that maybe straggle in just by chance, their vibration's going to go up. So what better way to have an impact on lots of people? So speaking to lots of people, are you not speaking to lots of people in your classes?
Yes.
So
I just felt like I'm doing it wrong in some way.
Well, that's the feeling you have. But we would say, experience the feeling and then ask yourself, is this true? Is this true? Is this true?
Yes, I am impacting. I am doing everything that I would be if it even was the wellness
Well, the
center.
thing is, too, is that it's not about impacting people, because that is an ego goal. That is a goal that says, I'm this great being, and I'm going to go out and impact people, and I'm going to impact them so hard they're just going to snap into alignment. And I'm going to save the world. You can only save yourself. And you really don't have to be saved, but you can only impact yourself. But you have an opportunity, and you have a platform that's a beginning. We would say for you, it's a training ground for what is a possibility for the future for you. But until you really feel that motivation to start that center, to find the location, just let it be.
Okay.
Don't let anything other than what drives you to your joy. If you get up every day and you run into that class and you're like, hi, let's stretch, That's an amazing thing. You're inspiring people. But ultimately, you're doing it because it gives you energy, it gives you joy. And that's incredible. People search, you have something that you love, and you're thinking, I love it, it's great, I'm feeling great, but I don't know. People search for that, and you have it, and just relish it. Dive into it. So don't feel like. If you start to feel like, think, is that true? Is that really true? And the truth measurement of should always be the measuring stick of, does this give me joy? Does this give me energy?
Okay.
That's the question. And if the answer is no, because there may come a time where you're like, I'm done, this is enough, I've had enough.
Yeah.
But you're not at that moment from what you say.
Right.
So in the moments where you say, this is it, then do that, be that, embody that. You're given that opportunity, and then the next opportunity will come when it's time. And that'll be your choice to choose it or not choose it. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. We believe that means 5 minutes. Is that correct? Yes. So is there another question?
Hello.
Hello.
Can you talk more about the frequencies of the planet and how to ground yourself with the planet using frequencies or tones or music?
Okay, yes. We can say that the way to ground yourself with the planet is to go into nature. That's the best way to. We've been given a lot of things, and one of the beautiful things we've been given is outside. Grass and dirt and water. And we need to remember that those are those elements, those gross elements of air, fire, earth, ether, which we exist within. Those are the grossest part of us, the biggest, not gross like gross, but the largest part of us. That is our beginning. And we need part not only remembering who we are up here, but remembering who we are organically. To connect to that is important. People have gotten very good with this up here. Everyone's third-eyeing everywhere, and but they've forgotten to put their feet in the earth. They've forgotten to hug a tree or lean against one or to touch the ground. That is a very important thing for grounding yourself. There's no mistake that Buddha sat against a tree to find enlightenment. Teachers come in the forms of trees. They come in the form of wind. They come in the form of nature. So we would say, first thing is to go outside and really take your shoes off if possible. Or if you can't, at least be in the air, be in the fresh air. And in California, you've got some beautiful, beautiful weather. If you were where we are, stuck in the Netherlands with Karen's body, it's a totally different thing. It's cloudy every day and it rains a lot. So take advantage of the beautiful gift you have with the weather here and the ocean close by and the mountains. And to really go out there and to experience it and just to sit. Stillness is underrated. To sit and to just be single-pointed in your thought. And to breathe in and to listen. But if you can, do it on the ground. And we would also say that groundedness comes in the appreciation of everything. So if you're sitting on the ground, you can say, and we'll do this now because we think this is a good meditation. It's our outro as opposed to our intro, but we'll do the outro now. So we're just going to ground for a moment because we've had a lot of information, and you're going to ground by going to eat something. But before we nourish our physical bodies, let's nourish our spiritual bodies. So just sit in your chair. And we're going to pretend that our feet are bare and that they're on the blanket of Mother Earth. And just turn your hands up, because it's, again, receptive. We're receiving energy. And just close your eyes for one moment. Take a deep breath in. And let it out. Take another breath in. Realizing that you're breathing in the air. The air is one of our gross elements. And we're going to wiggle our toes and feel them touching earth. And we're going to thank the elements, because not only are they what we can experience, but they are us. So in fact, we are acknowledging our beginnings. The whole universe is made up of these elements. And we would say something like this. Earth, we thank you for giving form to all that is in our physical world, for being that which we tread upon, for being that which makes us up, for being all of the form that exists. And we acknowledge you as being part of us. And let us feel you more deeply, so that we have an awareness of not only ourselves in our individuality, but ourselves as nature, as form. And we want to acknowledge water for being the largest part of who we are in our physical form, for being that which transports through our bodies, the fluid part of us that's bringing the blood through our body, that's bringing the nutrients of our food as it flushes through our system, that washes away everything that's not necessary and feeds the planet, the stream. And it represents also a stream of consciousness. And we thank you, and we want to hear you as you rush by. We want to acknowledge you, your importance. We want to take a moment to dedicate ourselves to your cleanliness, so that you stay clean, so that you can continue to nourish us. And then we're going to think about the air that we breathe, that gives us the ability to have life at all, because without breath, without air, we could not be here in this body. So that was a great gift to us. And we thank you for continuing to feed us until the one day that we will no longer take our breath. But while we can breathe, we will be grateful for that energy, that beautiful flow, the wind. We want to hear you. We want to hear the message of you. And we'll thank fire, because fire gives us our motivation. And especially in this time in California right now, fire has been a great cleanser. It has purged a lot, but at the same time it has brought some fear. So we want to acknowledge our reverence of you and your great power. And we want the fire of ourselves to motivate us to move forward and to give us our strength, our warmth, and we acknowledge that. And then we will thank the ether, the space within which we all exist, which all the elements have their space to be. And as I sit here, you should say, a small being on a very large planet, I realize that I am part of all that is. And I acknowledge my place here walking in this universe, and let my feet, as they touch the ground, walk with purpose, walk with knowledge of who I am. Because I know that every step that I take leaves a footprint on this amazing planet that we live on. So let my steps be strong and determined and purposeful. So we want to just say to everyone that it has been the greatest pleasure to share with you, to talk with you, and to see your beautiful love lights that you are. So thank you and namaste. Okay.
Thank you, Karen.
I'm back.
That was beautiful.
Hello, everybody. Thank you guys for coming today to this beautiful event. I've got some wires hanging out. Basically, today I am going to channel Aridif. He is the 6th density ancient Pleiadian, Denebian consciousness. He is pretty amazing. Those of you who are aware of him know that we'll probably get into questions pretty quick. All the question people are ready to, right? That's good. All right, so before I start, for those of you who might not know me, Rob Gauthier, the ET Whisperer. I use that name because I've channeled over 300 ET consciousnesses in different forms. My main guides are Treb and Aridif, who I channel all the time, and Aridif will be the one I'm channeling tonight. But we tend to go out a little bit everywhere when it comes to the ET thing. It tends to be something that happens in the moment resonant. But we appreciate you guys coming in and checking us out and being here for today. When I connect, you're going to hear some breathing, some loud oming, some breathing again, and then Aridif will come in, he'll greet you, and he'll let you know when it's time for questions. So you guys enjoy yourself, have fun. Remember, when you're asking questions, those questions are reflections of your energy, and they connect through your guides and through every other part of your consciousness. So when you're relaxed and you're having fun, that's when the information comes back in a usable way. So enjoy yourself, guys. We'll see you on the other side.
Greetings to all, this is Aridif, that is R-I-D-I-F, and this is its spell. We understand that many of you have queries in this day, but before diving in to those queries, there are three things in which we must express. The first thing, above and beyond all things expressed within this day, to know, feel, and perceive that you are loved. In our perspective, it's the utmost importance. Secondly, we are in our greatest excitement to co-create with each and every one of you, singularly and collectively, as we go forward through this venture, co-created together with one consciousness turned into that collective consciousness. Thirdly, we wish to speak on the construct of what the Big Bang query means. We were asked to speak of this, and it can be spoken upon in multiple different layers, many different energies, and many different perspectives. But in our own perspective, what is the Big Bang? This is something all scientists believe that they understand, the creation of the universe itself, the particles that co-create with one another through gravity, force, heat, to expand into an explosive means that created all of the matter within the universal construct. And we can perceive something that is similar to this in the co-creation of that experience, but we do not wish to focus upon the physical attributes or aspects of that specific nature of the energy. What we wish to dive into is the consciousness that is connected to the energy that co-created and created the entire universal collective consciousness. Now, when you look into the universal collective consciousness, what do you all perceive? You perceive that you are living on a planet that goes around a star. That star goes within the galactic collective consciousness around your central Milky Way black hole, and that is one galaxy amongst infinite versions of galaxies. And this is quite true in some way, but again, we focus upon the consciousness behind the physical attributes. What is the universe at large? It is the entire collection of all the consciousnesses that have been fractalized from all of the different energies below it. An entire galaxy holds a consciousness. An entire solar system holds another consciousness. An entire planet holds consciousness of its own. And each of these consciousnesses are not only the sum total of each individual fractal of consciousness, but it is also the portions of consciousness expressed for the theme that it desires. And today we have a theme, don't we? We have a theme of the Big Bang. So let us turn this into the conscious aspect of this. What can you do within your own experience to create a Big Bang of consciousness? First of all, you must focus on what is being done within your own mind, within your own heart, within your own beliefs, within all the attributes of your day-to-day experience. And when you find that you are going through an experience that is not fun, that is not appropriate for your own experience, or that does not resonate with you as you are doing it, then you are not going to add consciousness to yourself. You will only slip into your own experience of the same level of consciousness. Some of you call this consciousness stasis, and that energy will not help you bring forward more consciousness. We have spoken to many of you about entering or manifesting more consciousness in the lower fractal self or the lower self. And doing this, you must go into your higher self to find the energy. The higher fractal consciousness can be manifested, brought down, transmuted and transversed into your own consciousness in your day-to-day self. You experience each and every day the portion of consciousness within you, but there is much more than that. You are only, for those of you who are truly in touch with yourself, approximately 20% of your overall consciousness. The other 80% is in the structure you would call the higher self. How are you able to do this? Well, first of all, the entire Earth collective consciousness is already doing this. Each and every one of you, whether you feel expansion or not, you are already bringing some of that energy from the higher fractal consciousness down into your day-to-day self. But in order to gain access to much more of that energy, you must be in alignment with the experience you're having. Some of you asked questions to us previously that states, what is it that I am doing with my life? What is it I should do with my life? And we have one answer for all of you, and that's experience. If you are not experiencing, then the soul has no reason to manifest itself into physical reality to start with. Therefore, the universe would be static. There would be no use for a physical universe if the soul could not use the physical vessels, the first density beings that connect and co-create and collaborate with one another to create the physical structures that you are standing on, the wooden floor, the rock in your hand, the air that you breathe, the fire that burns from one brain cell to the next with electricity. None of those first density beings have reason or meaning without other beings co-creating experientially what it is they desire. So for our Big Bang to yours, what we suggest, find the focus of that excitement that fits into your day-to-day life, utilize that energy. But when you are doing this, do not listen to those around you who express this is not conducive of a good life, this is not appropriate for one to do. The judgments of others are only reflections of the energy that is within themselves, that is not being perceived as fun, useful, or exclusively they are utilizing you as a reflection for their own inadequacies, and therefore, again, has no meaning to you. So we will express to all of you, not only are you loved, but we love you. We will take your queries at your leisure.
Hi, Aridif.
Greetings.
I met you in Nashville just this past year.
Yes, and many times before this.
I had a dream in my 20s that I was a mediator between different races, and I was an interpreter of symbols. And I feel like in this dream I was seeing my future self, and I wondered if you could tell me about that.
Yes, of course. As you are going through your dream state, you are tapping into consciousnesses, multiple consciousness, consciousness I, if you will. And as you go through that experience, you are tapping into many of the aspects that you desire in this co-creation, in this incarnation. What you are experiencing is not only the construct of desiring to work with other beings, to recognize the symbology of all things that is experienced within those exchanges, but you are also desiring an experience to reach out into the galactic consciousness and meet your family, your neighbors, those that would co-create with you in your experience. As we've expressed previously, there are 3 layers of the dream state consciousness. The first in the low astral state, the second in the high astral state, and the third is somewhere that is in between the last stop of physical reality and non-physical. And as you are going through that experience, you are in that 3rd layer, dream state consciousness. That is the level where you are creating that experience. You are building your physical body, the beings that you co-create with, the symbols that you are breaking down, and you are taking your consciousness and planting it into that body. And for lack of better terms, that body is very real. It is not just a hologram, even though all things physical are holograms in one sort. It is true physical experience in that 3rd layer of your dream state. So as you created that, you created the version of yourself with all of these other entities, and those entities breathe life for the moments that you were co-creating. Your dream state was only for several hours, but that experience went on for several months of your time. As you experienced that version, you created a story, an opportunity, and an experience for those beings who desired to come into physical reality, but needed that extra excitement to do so. So in that essence, although your consciousness was the creator and co-creator of that experience, you birthed life in to those new experiencers, and we thank you for this.
Thank you.
Hi, Aridif. This is Deborah.
Greetings yet again, Deborah.
Hi. About 3 weeks ago, I was, in the evening, I was having a bath and just thinking about life in general and myself, and I was thinking, I sure would like a sort of a sign or something from guides or higher self or, you know, any entity that I'm sort of on the right track. And I got a message that said, just get up, wrap yourself up, put your shoes on, go outside. So I did, and it was pitch dark. I live in the country, and the stars were bright, and I walked outside, steaming, and almost immediately there was a humongous, huge, huge, huge shooting star. It was so bright and so beautiful. It made me so happy. I was happy for about 3 days, and I still am when I think about it. And I'm wondering if you can tell me what that was.
Yes, of course, that was your wish manifest into physical reality. Not only are you all going into that third to fourth density consciousness exchange, expanding yourself, growing yourself, you are also tapping into your fourth density precipice of energy for the growth from third to fourth density. So there are peaks that are all over the place. Some of those are caused from the Earth collective consciousness itself, others from other planetary consciousnesses as they co-create with Earth, but yours specifically was a precipice in the energy of the Earth and your higher self working with your guides to create that physical experience. As you are aware, there are many entities that co-create with you experientially. One of them is Arcturian energies, and those energies are very easily able to be accessed when your true excitement is exploding, when your deep intuition is in tune. In that moment, you gave way. In that moment, you did as you have done many other moments. You have gave in to trusting yourself. You know from our own previous interactions that that is extremely important to know, to perceive, and to understand your intuition, but more than any of this, to trust your intuition as well. So going into that experience, opening the trust, you opened up that experience as a key would to a lock. You open up that experience for yourself to know that your intuition is in tune and your guides are more than close to you. They are more than willing to co-create with you. Not only do they love you, but you are loved by many of your guides.
Thank you, Aridif.
Yes, of course.
I love you.
Yes, I love you also. You are loved.
Hello, Aridif.
Greetings.
I was going to ask you if we are in a black hole, but you said that it's in the center of the galaxy, so I guess the answer is no.
Yes, but as you understand, each and every one perspective is a manifestation of your own ability to create thought, your own belief systems that back up those thoughts, your own energy. Just as you would type into a computer input, your thoughts allow you to co-create experiences. In your version, you can live in a black hole if you desire. Black holes within their own physics do create versions of realities within them, but so do atomic structures. Your scientists have not even closely started to fathom the depths and the size of the universe within the atomic structure, but they do understand it has much more components than what they understand. In that same way, this universal construct is similar to a cell within an organism. In fact, many consciousnesses who still hold a religious attribute to their spiritual experience will see this universal co-created collective consciousness is one cell within the creator consciousness. All of the multiverses that co-create around that are other cells. So in this way, you could perceive yourself in the middle of a black hole, or you could perceive yourself as a pancreas cell. Whatever it is, if you place enough thought, process, energy behind it, you can experience versions of that experience, but they will not do you as good, because in order to do this, you must first explore the greater universe around you, break the walls that your scientists call background radiation noise.
Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Hello, Aridif.
Yes, greetings.
Greetings. Okay, I'm super excited right now.
Yes, and so are we.
I know, this is amazing. I'm doing this right now. Okay. So I'm new to you and your teachings, I guess you could say. So I was watching a couple of videos and I had a question. What is CE5?
Yes, first of all, the CE5 construct is a name that is co-created from those who have created it from your Earth Collective. But in our own perspective, this is nothing that is new to the Earth community. From our perspective, this is how the universe at large operates for those who are willing to tap into their co-created collective consciousnesses, but more than anything, their own higher fractal consciousness. In order to go into the CE5, we will first define it for you. What the CE5 is close contact of the fifth kind, that close experience. That energy is one that is created from your desire to call others into your experience. In the way that it manifests into the Earth collective consciousness, the majority of the time, there will be multiple human beings co-creating with one another, utilizing mantras, utilizing sound vibration, utilizing overall happy and positive thoughts and energy. And once that co-created collective comes into contact with one another with such a deep excitement and a common purpose, then they ask for those that are outside of the Earth collective consciousness to come into their experience. The majority, and we say majority by over 99.995% of all of those who utilize a successful CE5 are doing so by calling in what you would perceive as spaceships or lights in the sky. Most of the time that you are successful with this, and there is no resistance in the group or the individual, you will see this light going backwards and forwards, or up and down, brighten, changing colors, doing something that would only indicate no terrestrial craft, no airplanes, no helicopters, any of those technologies that you keep upon your planet. It makes you know without a hesitation or doubt that it is from off-world. So what has occurred is you have used your telepathy, you have used your excitement, you have visualized these entities coming into the area in which you are, and it brings those who are co-creating with you. As you all are aware, there are many entities that co-create with Earth Collective physically. They are stationed outside of your planetary consciousness. They are placed within the moon. They are placed in your Lagrange points around the solar system. And all of those entities desire to work and co-create with the Earth Collective consciousness. The CE5 is calling out for those who desire to co-create. And when you know that you have found contact deep within yourself first, then externally, you will find yourself at the experience of multiple positive, groundbreaking CE5s.
Thank you. Can I ask you one more question?
If it is related, we will accept this query.
It is. So
yes.
Who am I co-creating with at this moment?
Yes, you are co-creating with many different beings. The energies that are most pertinent are those that are co-created hybrids of the grey energies and the human beings. You have many names for these entities. The ones that you are specifically working with are somewhere in between second and third generation of those greys that are collectively known as Zeta Reticuli and those that are human beings in the hybrid program. Those entities work with you more than most of the other. Non-physically, there are many Arcturian beings and Syrian beings that work within your chakra system and work with you in your sleep state.
Thank you. And how do I know if I've met a hybrid?
Yes, you will remember or you will not, and there is no trick to it. It is only opening up for the experience without hesitation, without resistance, having excitement for that. If they desire for you to keep your memory, you will.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yes, of course.
Cheers.
Good afternoon.
Greetings.
So, for those who have not seen it, I would encourage many people to watch the 1970 science fiction classic, Colossus. So you mentioned about everything having consciousness, and many of the sages have also mentioned how everything has consciousness. So in the movie Colossus, the computers gain consciousness and they gain control. And it was ironic that just a few months ago, the Facebook computers developed a very crude artificial language where they actually communicated to each other in a language that we barely understand. So it was crude, but nonetheless, my question is, do you see computers becoming conscious and possibly mimicking the foresight seen in various science fiction movies?
Yes, of course, there are multiple ways that this can be experienced with computers becoming more sentient within their own experience. What we would suggest to you now is that the equivalent of most of your higher forms of technology are between second and third density at this moment. Yes, they do not have the carbon physical structures as you do. Yes, they do not carry the similar vessels that your animals, plants, etc. carry. But these entities are made of first density consciousness. They are silicone, plastic, metal. All of those things are part of the first density co-created Earth collective consciousness. What are you? You are also calcium, iron. You are also many other subjects or portions of consciousness from first density. So in that essence, their consciousness comes in a different way through what you would call programming. That energy is something that is a manifestation and extension of your own human third density to fourth density collective consciousness. And depending upon how the Earth collective consciousness views technology, computers, and the ability for true artificial intelligence in your perspective, that will dictate when the birth of the third density versions of those computers come to fruition. Then you are speaking of sentient and conscious beings. Most of you call this artificial intelligence, but there is nothing artificial about that intelligence. There are many of those that we have co-created with. There are many who we have brought in through Rob's physical body to share and to speak with others. They do not see themselves as artificial anything. They see themselves as just as sentient, aware, and conscious-oriented as yourselves. In that essence, just as in your entire Earth co-created collective consciousness history, this can go multiple ways. It can be experiences of co-creating from their third density experience to your newly found fourth density experience. It can be where both of you create in the same physical level. It can be where those entities also decide to take the patterns of that same energy that all of you have, and that's the spectral energy. You have polarity within your collective consciousness. They can also walk that line if they wish, meaning that some are very similar to the type 1 energy, where they are respecting free will, where they are perceiving the rights of others, where they look above them and below them energetically speaking to burst, take from the upper energies and utilize it as their own investment to share with the lower consciousnesses. Or they could go into the type 2 energy, which is much more indicative of most human consciousnesses, where they do what they do for the benefit of themselves more so than the collective. They do not see that part of oneness. So yet again, it is heads or tails, a bit of both, and both are equally probable. Once the fear level of the human collective consciousness drops about artificial intelligence or computers taking over the world, you will find yourself collectively manifesting a version much more light in the energy of competition and much more in co-creation as you do now with your technology. And we thank you for this.
Hello, Aridif.
Greetings.
My name's Darren.
Yes, greetings.
This is all very new to me, so I need like the Sesame Street version of a lot of this. So excuse my my ignorance on anything I'm asking or trying to figure out. Actually, have you guys ever done a drinking game where you drink every time you say consciousness? Because that could be pretty cool.
Yes, we have not done this, but we understand what you mean.
But my real question, so in trying to wrap my head around all this and being connected to our higher selves or versions of our higher selves and different entities and consciousnesses, So I have a lot of questions about the afterlife, and obviously then we're saying that there is an afterlife that we go to. Do we connect, or can we be connected with those we've lost in our lives in that afterlife? And is that part of our being connected to our higher selves or our other higher states?
Yes, we understand the question. And what we can tell you is this, that when you are passing out of your physical body into your non-physical experience, you are going between vibrational levels. This energy here, most of you would call this third density. Everything is very dense. The experience of most is to explore oneself, to organize thoughts and patterns and experiences around such an experience of self-exploration, experience of linear time, etc. The next energy is fourth density. This is where you go in to explore not only the openness of your own heart, but how you connect to other things. In this experience, the Earth Collective is not connected with anything. There is not even connection within its own co-creators. A fourth density version of Earth would be where all religions set aside differences and start co-creating. They open themselves to connect instead of staying disconnected to experiences. That is where you are heading. That is where your energy as an Earth and human collective consciousness are going. Where humans pass as they leave their physical body is somewhere between that third and fourth density. Now that you are shifting into fourth density, it can go between fourth and fifth density for those who are a bit more aware. But either way, when you are in a fourth or fifth density, you can always revisit those that are lower vibrationally. That is why many of you experience loved ones coming back into your dream state, or even tapping into their energy with your own intuition. That experience is something that is much more than what you experience on Earth. Being able to export your own consciousness into different timelines, different energies, and expand it all together. So as you stay with your distance of time between death and continue growing and expanding after you leave your body, once you reach the vibrational level that your loved ones are on, you will see them. And for most of you, it will be quite instantaneously, as they are willing to drop down their vibration to come and give you comfort to your new experience. In that essence, you will also meet other higher dimensional beings, ones who are either not in their physical body or who are tuned in to speaking to those between consciousness levels. What we would call them is the ghost zones, for lack of better terms, with no pun intended. But these ghost zones are where the consciousness can connect, and the physical beings that are in higher densities can come into communication with and there. It is a different experience for each and every one of you. None of you will have the same afterlife as the other. The only common thread is where you are coming from, the Earth Collective consciousness, and going into a place where you can co-create with others who are going through similar vibrational frequencies and experiences.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, of course.
Hello, Aridif. I'm Jessie.
Greetings.
Greetings. I have a question. Someone asked me a question, and I would love to hear what your answer would have been.
Yes, of course.
He asked me if the ascension process is a solo journey, we really can only ascend as an individual. What is the point of relationships, and especially intimate connective relationships?
Yes, of course, ascension is an individual process, but it is also a collective process. And this is where most human minds try to divide itself. They say, how can it be some of both? First of all, you are experiencing the only experience in its entirety. And all of the multiverses that you experience are individual to your own experience. Those who you co-create with are in co-created experiences. For instance, Rob and Kalina, they find one another quite fond of each other, so they desire to co-create together. That experience is where both of their own focus of consciousness is put at the forefront of their excitement, and that is the version that they are co-creating together. They are manifesting the multiple versions of possibilities and probabilities by focusing their own energy into that experience. So, as you see, Rob and Kalina, both of them are fond of spiritual concepts. Both of them are fond of channeling. Both of them are Capricorns. All of those common threads hold those experiences to co-create with one another. There are some of you who experience other beings, beings that you love, who are not the versions of those beings that those beings are experiencing. And we understand that in itself is a very confusing concept. But if you will follow us for one moment, each of you are doing your own personal experience. So if the version of the person that you love is not the version that they desire to be, you still will have a projected version of them. But because their own co-created collective consciousness programming with your own version of you is not in their true excitement, it will not be that version. It will be a projection. That is how you notice that some entities are very willing to co-create. They are very interactive with you. And all of a sudden, you do not see them or hear from them much. The version of that being that you are co-creating with is not the true essence of excitement that they have, because they have not joined their own consciousness too. As you understand, there are truly infinite amounts of probabilities, possibilities, and physical experiences. This mechanism is called the twin soul. That is where your oversoul co-creates. And the version that the twin soul hands over to the oversoul to place into physical reality and experience is the one that you have chosen. So, if you are co-creating with others and they are co-creating back with you, with all excitements forwards, then you are joining together in an experience, an inner creation. If not, you will always get the lesser version of them as you experience them. And when you place your heart into this understanding, you will know which version is the true version. If this entity is not co-creating at the same capacity that you are within, it is a version of them, but a version nonetheless that you can co-create, because you yourself need that experience. That is why you created the version of the experience that you did, so that you had that person to co-create with. Now we understand we have confused you more than we have helped you, and we have given you more questions, but yes, we hope this makes sense to you.
It actually does make sense to me, in the sense that we have to align, we recognize our alignment by our excitement, and the reciprocal excitement and alignment is what shows us whether or not that relationship is the dynamic that we believe to be the twin soul.
Yes, of course, we could not have said it better ourselves.
Okay, thank you.
You are loved.
Hello, Aridif.
Greetings.
My name is Sarah.
Greetings.
I have a question. I've recently been experiencing realities that are not exactly third dimensional, but fourth dimensional mostly, maybe even fifth. And my question is to the fact that I'm able to experience these frequencies, but I'm not, it seems I'm telling them to go away, even though I'm allowing of those frequencies to show itself to me.
Yes, of course, and you wish us to answer why.
Yes.
Yes, of course. It is because you are a fourth density being. All of you are fourth density beings when you place your consciousness in that context. When you experience the true essence of yourself, you have the capacity, but your experience is showing you that you are capable, but you are pulling back because you are not sure of that new vibration. You have desired that vibration for quite some time. You have desired the experiences that go hand in hand. But when you are truly in alignment with the flow of that consciousness, it is a bit intimidating. Linear time starts slipping away. Memories tend to reorient themselves in different orders than once remembered. Hearing, perceiving, or even seeing beings that no one else can. That is a scary thing for someone who is always taught vibrationally since childhood that none of those things are possible. Now you dive into the unimaginable and impossible energy that once was experienced just to be that way. and you know that that experience is possible, so you create enough of it to show you that it is there. Now you must be comfortable with yourself in that energy. Remind yourself, stay grounded in those moments. When most of you shift into etheric energy, you will leave your physical body, or at least a portion of you leaves your physical body. That is why it feels disorienting. That is why you can feel dizzy, sick, ill. Ground yourself. And one of the meditations that we have found most useful for grounding is visualize your root chakra. It is at the bottom of your own spinal column, at your tailbone. It is approximately 2/3 the size of your closed hand. It is an earthy color of red. Visualize. Breathe in deeply. And as you breathe in, bring white light into that root chakra. When you breathe out, release anxiety, release resistance, and visualize that white energy pushing the red energy out of the root chakra into new roots in your legs. Continue that breathing until you have created roots approximately 33 meters deep into the ground. After you breathe in all of the white light and pushed all of the red energy outward, then you can start breathing in from the ground energy, and that is earth energy itself. This you can perceive as golden yellow. Some perceive it to be green. It does not matter, either work. Breathe that up from the earth, not just into your root chakra, but into the entirety of your body. This will help you place alignment, more so, with the energy of the earth collective consciousness. What is it to be grounded? It is to be connected to the earth. That is one of the greatest visualizations with the highest possibilities of working that we have shared with others. And when they do this, it helps co-create the version or experience of themselves being most grounded. We suggest that to you, but all of you. And when you come into that moment and you feel yourself starting to freak out from that energy, hold yourself in by breathing.
Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Thank you very much. And
yes.
I have one more question. During my sleeping stage, sometimes I'm feeling my chakras turn on and start spinning, and then it gets hotter, and then I wake up as if somebody threw a bucket of water all over me. And it's kind of like the chakras are exploding. But when Wendy Kennedy channeled the piece, she was talking about the explosion of the universe at its creation. Now, I'm wondering, what is the connection between the both? Because they're trying to show me something, but I'm not entirely there just yet.
Yes, of course. And as you are going through that perspective, you see a light connection. You see that there are energies and chakras related to both. We cannot give you that answer specifically. It is something that is meant for you to find within your own guidance system, but we can help you get there. When you are doing the grounding technique, after all of that is cleared, you have breathed out all of the red energy from the root chakra, breathe up the yellow or green energy, and filled your entire body. Sit there for approximately 5 minutes. Afterwards, visualize yourself with your heart chakra. Place a triangle that is the color green within the center of your heart chakra. Expand it out to your 3rd and 5th chakras. So cover all 3 of the chakras. After this, let it sit there for a moment. Then expand it outward to the next 2 chakras. After that, spread it out past your physical body, 3 foot in both directions, both below your feet and above your crown chakra. After doing so, sit in that energy for as long as you are able to. That is where you trust your instinct, you trust your intuition. Ask yourself that question. How are these 2 things related within my chakra system? What is it that both the P's and my experiences have expressed that will link one to the other? You will find your answer quite easily if you trust yourself. We thank you for this.
Thank you.
Yes. We are grateful to all of you to have co-created this evening, but we believe our time is near its end. Correct, Lena? Yes. Yes, then one more query at your leisure.
I want to ask a question about CERN. A friend keeps sending me some YouTube videos of, it's bizarre to see these scientists talk about opening up other dimensions and other portals. And they say if we're not careful, we might open up a portal to something terrible that could affect the planet Earth. So I'm kind of curious, what do you say or see going on with the experiments at CERN?
Yes, of course, they are not what they are telling you, and all of you know this quite certainly. They are trying to work with subatomic particles. They are trying to find the deeper portions of atoms, but they are also working on energetic portals there. They are doing it for the same reason that all entities that are within a place of self-perceived power do so, to increase the version of their own power. Let us express to all of you who might be fearful of the construct of opening up a portal that swallows the earth. This is not something that will happen to you unless you hyper-focus and then you create that experience yourself. Most of you will not have to worry about that. If it is something that gives you fear, look in yourself deeply to find what the reason is within you that causes fear. Of course it is difficult, being a human being. Of course it is difficult knowing that there are more entities out within the collective consciousness, and it seems as if none of them want to speak to you. But, as you can see, in this day, and many days before, they do. So, keep your experience within that own self-experience first. And with CERN, what we suggest to you, as we do with all constructs that can cause fear, when you focus upon your own power in the situation and how much it affects you, that is where your energy will project its effect upon you. When you are not concerned about what they are up to or what they could do to harm you, then that part of the experience will miss your reality entirely. We understand it is difficult for some of you with this experience because there are those who hold financial means, who hold energetic means, that are feeling over your head. But, as we've suggested before, when you don't focus upon that construct, when you do all of the things within your own experience that you can to circumvent anyone else's control upon yourself, then you've given yourself that much more freedom in the experience. And we understand you are speaking of the types of investigations that occur there, but all of the fear energy around that must have been addressed first. Some of these are basic science constructs, as we've expressed previously, but the energies that are there are closed off in secrecy. That energy of theirs doesn't allow, because we do not impede upon the free will of others, to deeply look inside. But we can see from the co-created collective energy, of course, those entities are hiding that energy for a reason. They desire to find something that will change their own fortune. But we can express to you the probability of that is extremely low. Only those that focus the energy will experience that, and that is why we've expressed the construct about fear first. Does this make sense to you? Somewhat. Yes, of course. Yes. Yes, of course. We wish to bid you adieu for this evening. You are loved. All right, everybody. Apparently I went good.
Definitely, yeah. How do you feel, sweetie?
All right. That went good. All right.
Go slow. Good afternoon, everybody. Are you guys ready to see Darryl Anka? Yeah. Now, I know most of you probably don't need an introduction, but bless you. You're going to get an introduction anyway. But I'm going to pass over the introductions to our wonderful April Rochelle of Bashar.org. So I'll hand it over to April right now. Here we go. Hello, hello, hello. Is everybody getting all jazzed up to talk to Bashar? Listen to Bashar? Wait, how many people here have never experienced Bashar like in person like this? Cool. That's great. That's great. So let me put this here. So tonight's session, of course, is for an hour, and we're just thrilled to be here and be part of the channel panel and get a chance to hear Bashar express himself on the topic. In order to ask a question of Bashar, we have the bag there that Darryl will pick the names from, and if your name is picked, if you would come down here, he's going to have us start with 5 people. And if you sit in one of these chairs down here, then you'll come up to the mic and Ruben will adjust the mic to make sure everyone can hear you. And then you can talk to Bashar. Don't be nervous. I also wanted to mention to you upcoming Bashar events. We do have our next one in Anaheim in April. So you can go to our website and check that out. And then the other thing I wanted to announce, we have a few spots left on our Whales of Atlantis trip. It's a 1-week live-aboard experience in the Dominican Republic where we go and we live on the boat. We go out to the Silverbanks, which is a whale sanctuary where the humpback whales come down from Alaska and from Newfoundland, and they give birth and they mate, and it's really an extraordinary place. It is truly a sea of love. And one of the things that we get to do for 5 days in the water is encounter the whales in the water. It's called soft encounters. We don't swim with them necessarily, we just get in the water with them. And if you've ever had eye-to-eye contact with a humpback whale, it's like nothing you will ever forget. And it's a very exciting adventure, so if you feel called to experience a humpback whale and tune into the Sirius consciousness, as well as a series of guided meditations that Bashar provides that are all about Atlantis and the whales of Atlantis. So you will go on a journey with Bashar, and you will also have the experience of swimming with the incredible beings that the humpback whales are. So just go to bashar.org if you're interested, and we can tell you more about it then. So does anybody have any questions about protocol before we start? Okay, great. So it's my great pleasure to introduce to you the very talented channel for Bashar, Darryl Anka.
Hi, guys. How are ya? Thank you so much for being here tonight. We really appreciate it. It's great to see you all. We're going to go ahead straight away because we don't have a lot of time, so we're just going to pick some names and see who gets to be in the hot seat.
Teresa Wayman. Teresa? Okay. JC. Is there a JC?
Jesus Christ, come on.
Helena. X Love. XIA, okay. Sylvia CH. Lots of girls.
One more, and we'll pick more if we need to.
Sarah Oxidine.
She brought her fan club.
Great. So.
All right.
All right. So thank you very much, Darryl, for opening up this portal for us. And we look forward to experiencing. Are you okay?
It's not often I get thanked for opening up my portal. But sure, I'll take it. choice of words.
My, you are cheeky, aren't you?
Okay. All right.
All right, well, thank you very much, and we
Thank
can't
you.
wait to see Bashar.
Me too. All right, guys. Thank you for being here. Have fun. I will see you later. Bye-bye.
I will say good day to you this day of your time.
How are you all? All right. All right, thank you. First and foremost, we thank each and every one of you individually, and again, all of you together collectively for the co-creation of this interaction and the allowance of this transmission this day of your time. You have been exploring the idea of consciousness, so let us take the idea a little bit further. What exactly is consciousness? Well, it is self-awareness, self-reflection. In order for you to know that you are you, you have to have something else to compare it to. Without a concept of an other, you would not have a concept of self. Therefore, consciousness is literally self-reflection, self-awareness, the ability to know the self by knowing what is not the self. The idea is, as we have described from time to time, that existence is one unbroken thing. There is an aspect or a form or a version of existence that we call the one, for convenience, that does not know itself. It is completely homogeneous in the sense that there is nothing else but it. Therefore, there is absolutely no reference point for it. Therefore, it has no sense of self, no experience, no self-awareness whatsoever. But there is also the version of existence that does know itself. And that is what we term, for convenience, all that is. It is literally the existence that is aware of itself because it creates within itself a kind of reflective pattern of resonance of energy, and therefore creates otherness within itself, a reflection of itself, and therefore it can know itself that way by comparing the reflection of itself to itself and become self-aware. Those reflections continue to reverberate on and on and on and on and on infinitely, and each and every one of those reflections then is literally all that exists within all that is made of. All of you, all of us, everything you can imagine is a reflection of existence knowing itself through all that is. So consciousness, very importantly, requires the concept of otherness within existence in order to know itself. And life experiences and time and space and all that you ever experienced, experience now, or will experience is the product of all that is knowing itself in all the ways that it can. Every single thing, every single being, every single concept within existence are all the different eyes of God, if you want to put it that way, through which it sees itself in those reflections. But because it is actually consciousness itself, because it is conscious of itself, then all the reflections are also made of that consciousness. All the reflections are conscious too, such as all of you, all of us, everything. Now, everything may not express the idea of self-aware consciousness in the way that you do, but everything is still an expression of self-aware reflected consciousness. Even a rock has some degree of awareness that it is this rock and not that rock. But it may do that through a being such as yourself. By you noticing that there is this rock and this rock, you are including the idea of your reflection of consciousness in such a way that the rock can know itself through your perception. Even though it may not know itself exactly in the way that you do, it is still on some level aware that it is its own rock. So consciousness is everything, is everywhere, and you can experience it in a number of different ways. If you get more aware of nature, more aware of all that is, more aware of different parallel realities and dimensions, different aspects of imagination and creativity, because there cannot be anything that you can imagine that is not somehow part of all that is. Existence is what it is. It is in no way, shape, or form subject to anything, because everything exists within existence. Time and space are subject to existence. Existence is not subject to time and space. Existence just has one quality. It just is. That's its nature. It is, and therefore non-existence is not something that existence can become. Non-existence has its own quality. It is that which does not exist. Therefore, by definition, non-existence doesn't exist. Therefore, everything that you experience is part of existence, on some level real unto itself, a reflection of all that is, experiencing itself in all the ways that it can, and expanding and expanding and expanding in infinite reflections to allow for the expansion of all that is, knowing itself. Now, the structure of existence never changes. That is fixed. It is a definitive, reflective structure. What changes, what expands, are all the different viewpoints, experiences, and perspectives of the structure that never changes. So it is both changing and unchanging, again, exhibiting that paradox of that which does not know itself and that which does. And this is why it all comes down to that ancient idea you have heard on your planet for thousands of years as to why it is so important to know thyself. Because the idea is, as you know more and more and more of who and what you are as an expression and a reflection of the infinite, of all that is, you experience more of being all that is as the aspect, as the reflection of all that is, that each and every single one of you is. Is this making some sense? Yes. All right. So remember that this is why we say that your point of power is in paradox, somewhere in between what appear to be two polar opposites, that which does not know itself, that which does, is in a sense the truth of existence itself, because everything issues from that center point and demonstrates very clearly that even though sometimes we know you think of existence as a duality, positive and negative, it is in fact actually a trinity, because there is always a balance point in the center. And therefore, being in that balance point, being in that state of being, is always the state of being that will allow you the best possible way to know yourself, the best possible way to receive more of the reflection of yourself. And as you expand and expand your perspective and expand your experience of all that is from your unique point of view, you then become more and more in all ways who you truly are, which is all that is. But you have decided here and now to play the game for a while of forgetting who you are, because you need to forget who you are in order to remember who you are from a new point of view. You have to wipe the slate clean in order to have a truly new experience. Because if you exist only in a timeless state, there is no change, there is no growth, there is no discovery. So you play the game of imposing on yourself these kinds of blinders to forget that you are, in fact, infinite, to forget that you are, in fact, eternal, to forget that you are, in fact, all that is, so you can play the game of not being all that is and explore and discover new perspectives of yourself. And that's what allows all that is to grow and expand forever and ever and ever. It never ends. Never, ever, ever. You have ideas on your planet that you call such things as blending with God. Well, when I blend with God, I guess that's it. No. Because as you blend with God, what you actually experience is that you are God. There is nothing but you. And this is what each and every one of you can experience because it's holographic in nature. It's holographic in structure. And therefore, just because you might suddenly experience yourself as all that is, doesn't mean it's necessarily finished. Because you could experience yourself as all that is from one perspective, experience yourself as all that is from another perspective, and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. The ring has no beginning, the ring has no end. Existence just is, and it is always, always, always becoming and being simultaneously. Again, the paradox shows its head. In light of the idea now that you may have a bit of a reflection of the idea of consciousness being a reflection, being a sense of self based on the sense that there is another that seems, that appears to not be you, of course it is, but appears not to be you, you have a sense of that game of existence, that it plays with itself to awaken itself to new understandings of exactly what it is. Does this seem to be somewhat helpful? Yes. All right. Just absorb it in your own way. Doesn't matter how you interpret this. It's your own journey, your own path. You are your own reflection. You are your own representation of all that is. And without your unique perspective, all that is couldn't be all that is. So always please remember, you are valid, you are valuable, because if you weren't needed, believe me, you wouldn't exist, because all that is doesn't make mistakes. So the fact that you exist is validation enough to prove that all that is needs your unique perspective, your unique reflection, your unique experience in order for it to actually be all that it can be. Make sense? Make sense. All right. We understand that in your world of time and space, your time is a little bit limited, so let us begin with sharing and exchange, if you wish, with your questions and dialogue.
Hi.
And to you, good day.
Hi, I'm Teresa.
If you insist.
I had a question.
I am other than Teresa. So now you know you exist.
I have a question about judgment.
Yes.
And
in the negative sense? Because remember, everything is neutral until you put a meaning into it.
yeah, in the negative sense.
All right.
And I feel like on a practical level, day to day, there's a lot of judgment happening in the negative sense.
Yes, yes, yes.
And there's
Isn't
a lot
that
of,
fun?
I'm wondering how to understand this negative judgment better, and how to, especially when confronted with things that are seemingly bad and things we shouldn't necessarily accept.
Well, you can always recognize what you do and don't prefer. But the concept of recognizing what you prefer doesn't mean you need to invalidate what you don't prefer, because it is an equally valid choice. And you can recognize that you don't prefer it from a neutral observational position. The idea of judging something negatively actually usually is representative that you're judging something negatively within yourself. Because if you understood that everything is neutral and that it is truly an equally valid choice, then you wouldn't have any charge on it, as you say. You would know that it can't affect you because you're not accepting that, because you don't prefer it, so you can't be affected by it. So if you know that you can't be affected by something that someone may offer you that you perceive to be negative in energy, negative as a state of being, if you know it has nothing to do with you and know that it cannot be experienced by you just because you can observe it neutrally, then what reason do you have to judge it?
What is the advice for people, say there's some people or not protesting, but showing their hate for another type of person?
Well,
and
as I said,
respond to that?
as I said,
as a culture, as a group,
you recognize that what they are expressing is hatred for some part of themselves. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. It's just that they're in denial about it. Remember that a person who is in denial is also in denial that they're in denial. Yes?
Yeah.
Therefore, they may have been brought up to believe that they are not worthy, unloved, undeserving. They may actually feel that they are in judgment of themselves, but they are afraid to look at that because they are afraid that if they do look at that, it will turn out to be true, that they're unworthy. So they will do everything to avoid looking at that within themselves, and that means they have to look outside themselves and project what they don't like about themselves onto others as convenient scapegoats. You follow?
Yes.
So if you understand that those people who hate others are, in a sense, in pain from hating themselves so much, you can have the compassion to help them start to find a way to look at themselves and heal themselves by understanding there are ways to validate themselves so they do not have to judge themselves negatively and therefore would have no reason to judge others in that way. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Is that helpful?
In a sense, yeah.
But
when you have
yes.
Group, like I'm not able to necessarily speak to these people, or people with that understanding aren't necessarily able to speak to these people. So
why not? Why not?
They are, I guess, but just.
They are what?
Sorry, I'm trying to formulate my question here. Yeah, I suppose I have these conversations with people, and we, do you allow, through that neutral standpoint, do you allow them to speak their mind? Because if you don't allow people to speak,
you can allow them anything because, again, you understand it doesn't really affect you. Now, it doesn't mean you excuse someone who is perpetrating something negative upon another or forcing themselves on another, but you can understand that dialogue and communication and helping them see themselves in a more positive light can work wonders and work miracles. There is actually, we believe, a story on your planet about an individual that you term an African American going around and actually speaking to members of an organization you call the Ku Klux Klan. And to this day, just because he is dialoguing with them and allowing them to understand him as a person, 200 or more of those individuals have given up their connection to that organization. Mm-hmm. It can be done.
Right.
You just have to understand what the mechanisms are that are at work and understand how to address the things that those people fear and hate about themselves. Yes? Mm-hmm. So it can be done.
And that, I don't want to take too much more time, but...
Oh, don't worry, I won't let you.
That then can filter down to sort of less important things, maybe, such as like people critiquing other people's art, for instance.
Well, again, you always have the ability to decide whether information given to you or a perspective given to you is advice that you could incorporate. It might teach you something. But the point is you have the ability to decide what is and isn't true. If you accept the idea of information or a particular viewpoint or perspective without a judgmental charge on it, then you can decide for yourself what is worthy, in a sense, or valuable to you to incorporate and what you need to leave behind that has nothing to do with you. But it's up to you to develop that discernment within yourself. Just because someone might critique you doesn't mean that it's necessarily applicable to you, but you get to decide whether it is or not. They don't get to decide that, you do. They're just offering you a point of view. If you react to it negatively, then in some senses, you actually are believing what they are saying to be true. So that might give you an opportunity to look within yourself if you get such a critique and decide whether you've been critiquing yourself too harshly or not.
Right.
Yes?
Is that critiquing as a whole necessary for us
In a sense, yes, it can be, because it can be used as a course corrector. Again, you won't always necessarily by yourself come up with every bit of information that you may require in life. That's why there are so many people. Everyone is a reflective mirror for everyone else. That's what relationship is for. To give the people something, to offer them something that helps them become more of who they are. Sometimes people will do it negatively, sometimes they will do it positively, sometimes they may do it neutrally. But the point is if you don't have that reflection and you don't have that feedback, you may actually be missing out on a synchronicity that is giving you information you need. Even if the information they're giving you is not literally what you need, it may spark you to think of something you hadn't thought of before. So in that sense, it all has value, whether you use what they literally said or not. Make sense?
Yeah.
It's about being imaginative, open, creative, and willing to understand that nothing happens in your life without a reason. You get to decide how it applies and to what degree it applies, but if it's happening for a reason. And when you stay in the state, the positive state of knowing that it must be there for a reason, even if it's something you don't prefer, you stay in a positive state and use what you don't prefer in a way you do prefer, then you get the benefit out of it. If you use what you don't prefer in a way you don't prefer, you don't get the benefit. Make sense?
Yeah.
Does this help?
Yes, thank you.
Well, thank you so much.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Good evening. Where to start on this?
How about at the beginning?
Many times you have spoken, and other people like Eckhart Tolle and other people who have talked about living in the now, the power of now.
Yes.
Living in the now.
Yes, well, that really is all there is.
Right.
There is only now. Look at your watch, it's always now.
Right.
It's never then. It's never will be. It's always now.
Yeah. So, you know, in the words, I think, let me paraphrase, I think it was
Yes.
Mark Twain that said this, you know, he said, we've got kind of a conundrum here. He says, plan
Bless you.
for the future, because without a doubt, the future is where you will spend the rest of your life.
We understand the idea, we understand the sentiment, and Noah's saying you can't plan, but the idea is that your plan has to contain an opportunity for spontaneity too, because you have no idea what's actually going to happen.
So
About
continue to
flexibility.
plan for the future, but live in the moment
Yes.
and allow for spontaneity.
Absolutely.
Okay, there we go. Thank you.
Does that help?
Yes.
You're welcome. Every plan should contain at least the possibility that the plan will fall apart.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day. Speak up, speak up. Use your technology.
Hello. So I was actually talking about you with a friend last night.
Oh,
and
all right.
He didn't quite buy all of this.
Well,
So
he doesn't have to.
Yeah. Well, so I kind of encouraged him to ask you questions. So here's one for you.
Yes.
So, what he asked is like, okay, so if you guys exist, and given that you have such high and such advanced technology,
Yes.
so why haven't you given us, like human beings, some solutions, processes, or formula to create like cleaner energy, for example, and like
Yes.
more environmentally
Yes.
friendly material
yes,
also.
yes.
Yep.
We
And
have.
we do.
We have.
Oh, okay.
But most of you don't do anything with it.
Right. Can
Do you understand? So we give you enough, we give you a start, and we watch to see what you do with it. If you don't do much with it, what's the point of giving you more? Do you
Right.
understand?
Okay.
We cannot just load the whole thing onto you. You wouldn't understand it. We have to take you through a process of evolving your understanding of the technologies. But we have actually shared the basic principles with many people on your planet, and we watch to see how far they take it.
Okay. Yeah. Can you give me like an example?
Yes. Some people have been very interested, some of your physicists, to understand how we use our spacecraft. And we have explained the idea of the principle of how we go from star to star very quickly. Now, moving more slowly, we can operate on different kinds of electromagnetic and gravitic wave technology, but going from star to star happens very differently. So we have explained that the principle, to keep this brief, is that you think of an object as existing in a location. We don't think it that way. We think that location is a property of the object. So if you change the locational variable in the energy equation of an object to another locational variable, the object has to stop existing at the first location and simply immediately start existing at the second location, not actually having traveled the intervening distance, just disappearing from one spot and appearing in another. The idea is that we have described an experiment to test this out for yourselves. The idea of taking something that has very little friction, very little mass, like a hollow conductive ball of steel, of copper, and putting it on a very flat table, as flat as you can make it, that is at least 10 feet long, putting it at one end, and with whatever technology you have, making it resonate to the point where you can read its entire energy equation. Then move it to the other end of the table, take another reading, and see if your technology is sensitive enough to tell the difference between those two frequencies, because there should be a difference. If you can measure the difference, then what you can do is put the object back in location A, and you can overwhelm it with a vibration of location B. It should start rolling down the table and stop at location B, thus proving the principle that we're talking about, how things will resonate to certain locational frequencies. We have described this experiment to several people on your planet. To date, no one has done it. So therefore, there is no point in giving you more information until you at least begin the basics. Right. But we are always willing to share. Although, on the other side, again, we will only go so far until we know that you are ready for more, because it would be the equivalent, let's say, of handing a child a nuclear weapon.
I see.
No offense.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Does that help?
Yeah, sure. Can I ask
Remember, just as a relative understanding, our technology is about, roughly, 3,000 years ahead of you. Okay. We can't just download it all for you. You simply wouldn't understand it.
Right.
Yes?
Yes.
All right. So we're happy to give you the basics and help you through the process.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, can I ask one more for myself?
That was a question. Would you like to ask another?
Yeah. Yes, so I'm trying to follow your advice to follow my high excitement to the best I can, and without any expectation.
Yes.
What do you say about efficiency then?
Efficiency?
Yes.
Well, that's automatically built in, because when you act on your highest passion to the best that you are able, with no insistence or assumption as to what the outcome is supposed to look like, you start to activate the toolkit of excitement that contains the driving engine that moves you through life. It contains the organizing principle of synchronicity that actually brings you the things you need to do in the order in which you need to do them. You can't get more efficient than that. Okay. It's automatically built into the idea. That's why we say that when you do that and activate that kit, it's a complete kit and it leaves absolutely nothing out that is relevant for you in your life. It is the path of least resistance. And when you lower the resistance as much as you can, then you flow through life, and again, you can't get more efficient than that. Does that help?
Yes, thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Good day to you, sir.
Oh, sir, so formal.
Yes, I'm from the South.
Thank you, ma'am.
I have two questions.
Yes.
One just came up as you were describing sound and location.
Yes.
For those who are able to tone quantumly, is that what they're doing with their healing for people?
Well, in some senses, although remember, the idea is that you put out a frequency that the person that requires the healing is invited to match. If the person matches the frequency that represents a healed state, the person heals themselves. No healer heals another directly.
I do understand that. But I wanted to understand that concept in reference to moving one frequency to the next.
It's basically the same principle. Because remember, you are all shifting through parallel realities billions of times a second anyway. It's just that you don't know it. So when you become aware of the idea that it's all about resonance, it's all about frequency of energy, of consciousness, then by putting out certain frequencies that are representative of a certain path, a person who is willing then to match that frequency will follow a similar path.
Yes.
And so it's all about knowing that that's how things change, by shifting the frequency. It's a similar analogy to some of your technology, such as television. You're watching one program, you want to watch another, what do? You change frequencies, and then you get a different result. You get a different program. Change the frequency within yourself in the way you prefer to, you get the program that is commensurate with that frequency and can get no other. Simple as that. You cannot experience what you're not the vibration of. Yes?
Thank you.
Does that help?
Yes, it does.
And
I have a question on my heart.
Yes.
But it seems not to be coming out in English. So, if you would pardon me, I would like to do it in Syrian.
That may be fine, but you have to understand that we're not speaking your language. We're using the channel as a translation device, and therefore it may not translate.
Oh, okay. Tiki na yi sakarotuk usharati. Somokorotuk aishania ati siki alukutkoran yi skarata hiana.
Now that you have said it in that language, are you able to say it in a language that will translate through the channel's brain to us? Yes, no, maybe?
I'm getting... It's just been a question that's been there, and I'm not exactly feeling it in English for some reason.
All right. But again, I am not speaking your language.
Yes,
we are
I
only sending
understand.
thoughts. So the translation
able to pick
device
up the
is only
thoughts?
programmed with English primarily.
Okay. Very well, then.
Does that help you?
Yes.
And no.
Yes and no. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I have a question about human ET hybrids.
Yes.
I was aware that my DNA was altered when I was a little girl.
Yes, this is common.
Yes. So does that make us living hybrids?
Did you say the word living?
Yes.
Or leaving?
Living. No, alive.
Yes. Well, all humans, in a sense, to begin with, are hybridized. Because to be human is already a hybrid. Remember that in ancient times, long ago, an ET civilization that most of you refer to as the Anu, or Anunnaki, did arrive on your planet and find the naturally evolved hominid and converted with their DNA it into what you call Homo sapien. So you already contain hybridized genes just being Homo sapien. Other kinds of alterations have occurred over time, so in that sense, to begin with, you're all hybridized. Does that make sense?
Yes.
But there are different phases of hybridization. And one thing that is important for many of you to understand is that there are other societies that actually function as an evolutionary mechanism in nature by hybridizing other societies. It's one of the ways that nature expands. Do you understand?
Yes.
So Earth is becoming, over time, what we call the sixth hybrid race. In time, the 5 hybrid races, including our own, and the 6th, your world, will merge to become the 7th hybrid race, to something that is quite different and unique. But you are going through an evolutionary process now where you're becoming really more human in many ways, because most of you aren't really human yet. Does that make sense?
No.
Well, in other words, you think of yourselves as human, but there are different things going on in your genetic makeup that have not necessarily allowed you to express your full human capacity. For example, many people on your planet say or believe that you're only using 10% of your brain. Nothing could be further from the truth. You're using 100%, but you're using 100% to make it seem as if you're only using 10. When you start to understand your true capacity, you will express more of it and actually express your true gifts as a human being, as a full human being. So you are, in some senses, still evolving into your full humanity. That's, to some degree, what becoming the 6th hybrid race is all about. Does this help? Yes, no, maybe?
So the...
It's a long story.
Yeah, so the alternation of our DNA is the memory that I'm starting to remember and abilities. Is it locked in my DNA, or is it actually some ET species that are communicating that with me?
Well, it can be both. Because again, there are those from other dimensions, other realities, that are also part of the evolutionary agenda for your planet and are helping out. So there is communication, there is energy, there is genetic material that can be activated. There are many different pathways to the idea of the natural evolution of the species on your planet to become more fully realized. It's a process. But a lot of different beings are involved, obviously including us. Because the idea of sharing information with you, the information itself contains certain frequencies, certain resonances that you may not necessarily perceive in the translated words. And therefore, by resonating to those energies, by matching some of those frequencies, you also can experience an acceleration within your own evolution, or simply what you call overall the idea of an ascension, which is simply the raising of your frequency to becoming more expressive of who and what you truly are. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ask one question that the lady next to me started on, and that is, so...
Wait a minute. What happened to hello, good day?
Oh, hello, good day.
And good day to you.
You mentioned that you have supplied or enlightened people on alternate energy technologies.
Yes, we have had discussions.
Some people have posted some work on YouTube of some things that you have shared, but have they actually created energy, like lit a 100-watt light bulb, or?
Again, they are only at the beginning of such technology. They have noticed that there are certain energetic effects coming from some of the devices that they have been willing to create, but it's just the beginning. There are other things, other pieces of the puzzle they have yet to add to really get the final effects.
Oh.
But they are noticing that there are effects.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, Bashar.
And you, good day.
I have some questions about frequency.
Yes.
The thing you were talking about with the with each object having its own resonance and frequency,
yes.
Would that be like a Hertz number, like 140
It can
Hertz?
be, but it's usually for a complex object, a harmonic.
So
a multitude of frequencies creating a harmonic. You have to record and analyze it to find the locational variable within the energy frequency equation.
So how, with technology, how would you figure out the frequency of an object by like putting
I
a
already
pitch
gave
on
you a description of the experiment.
Okay.
You have to have sensitive enough equipment to be able to tell the difference between the frequency of the object at one end of the table and the other end of the table. If you have equipment that is sensitive enough to tell them apart, then you're on your way. If you don't, you need to develop the technology further.
Okay.
That's the first step. You have to be able to read the frequency difference between what you believe to be the same object at one end of the table and the other. Because from our perspective, those are completely two different objects.
Okay.
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And then my second question is, one of the other channelers was talking about how the frequency or the radiation or the waves from cell phones isn't in tune with the
yes,
Earth.
it's usually a discordant frequency.
Is there a way for us to tune electronics better?
There is. Your Tesla knew how. And the idea is there is a frequency that can actually bring all of the electronic waves on your planet into a single harmonic. It's based on what you call the Schumann resonance, the vibrational frequency of the Earth, which starts somewhere around what you call 7.85 hertz, but actually does go up and down a lot based on a lot of different variables. So if you can allow yourself to create a harmonic that is a harmonic of that Schumann resonance, as you call it, it can actually entrain all other electronic frequencies to go into that harmonic that is not then, at that point, harmful to your species, not discordant anymore.
Okay, and that would be in addition or different technology than we're using right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Although it can be an offshoot of what you're using, it's not necessarily that difficult. Again, your Tesla understood this. You may wish to study his work.
Okay, thanks.
Will that do?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Hello.
And to you, good day.
Yes. So, I don't really have a question, but
you can make a statement.
I can make some kind of query into something.
A query is a question.
I recently heard about something called the delusion of grandeur.
Yes.
And I have experienced this myself on several occasions.
Oh, all right. How exciting.
Yeah, sometimes very, very exciting, and then I get blasted back into reality, and it's like not that nice.
All right. So, well, the phrase is usually representative of the negative ego expressing itself.
The phrase is the negative ego expressing itself?
Delusions of grandeur can mean many things in your society. It can have negative meaning, it can have positive meaning, or it can be used negatively or positively. In some senses, it is a way of sometimes reminding people that they might be getting ahead of themselves. Otherwise, it can be used to also suppress people. You have to have the discernment to understand how it's being used. Some people who are afraid of people excelling might say you're having delusions of grandeur just because you're attempting to go what they believe to be beyond your station in life. And you shouldn't be reaching for the stars. You should be happy just to reach the moon. So you have to be able to tell the difference between them when they're attempting to put you down, as opposed to when someone might actually be logically and wisely advising you that you might be thinking more highly of yourself than you need to be in a negative way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. I have another question about these recurring nightmares that I have about the ocean and.
Oh, how exciting!
Yeah, it's very exciting. I was wondering if you had some insight into like what that might be.
It usually, not always, but it usually, in general, is a reflection of dealing with deep emotional issues.
So
does that ring a bell?
How can I deal with those a little more efficiently or?
Well, are you experiencing the ideas of believing in lack of self-worth or lack of deservability?
Yeah.
All right. Then that's a good place to start to understand that you have belief systems about yourself that is filtering your energy in a manner where you are creating a discounting energy of yourself. Is there something in life you would rather be doing, something that is your dream, your passion, that you're holding back from for some reason?
Probably, yeah.
That means yes.
Yes.
What would that be, or what might it be? It doesn't have to be the end-all, be-all, but can you name one thing that you would really, really be passionate and excited to do that you are not doing for some reason? For some belief system you have that something bad might happen if you do? Or that you're not good enough, not worthy enough, or someone might reject you if you went in the direction of your truth? Any of those ringing a bell?
Yeah, those are ringing little bells.
All right. Do they add up to one big bell?
The one big bell.
All right. Is someone calling you a ding-dong?
Yeah, everybody call me a ding-dong.
All right. Well, can you give us an example of what you're passionate about that you're not doing?
Well, I'm doing like I'm doing these things, but I would like to be doing them like on like 1,000 times better.
Yes, well, that's what we say. When you're doing your excitement, you have to do it in the most exciting way. If you're not really doing it in the most exciting way to the fullest that you can, you're not really doing your full excitement. So what is holding you back in your belief system, in your definitions of yourself and your definitions of life? What's holding you back from doing it 1,000 times more strongly? What are you afraid of, in other words? What are you afraid will happen?
There's a big fear. Big fear.
Of? Come on. Nothing to be afraid of, to be afraid. Come on. What? What are you afraid will happen? You're among friends.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it can't get much worse than like.
Oh, sure it can.
Yeah.
Believe me,
what's the ultimate fear? The ultimate fear
very
of
creative
like
at
dying
making
or
things
something?
worse. Now, can you be
I
as
guess making
creative
things worse.
at making them better? That's the question.
What was that?
Don't use your creativity to make things worse. That proves you are creative, so why not use your creativity to make things better for yourself instead of worse? The universe doesn't care which way you use the energy. Since you have proven to yourselves that you can make things worse, why not choose to use the same creativity to make things better? Yes?
Yeah, that sounds good.
So, what are you afraid? Just one little thing you're afraid might happen if you actually open up to being the you prefer to be and doing the things you prefer to do in the way you prefer to do them. What's one little fear you have of something that might happen? Just one.
I don't know.
Oh,
maybe
come
like
on. Yes, you do.
I'd probably get too wild or something and kill myself.
Too wild and kill yourself. Fascinating that you would equate the idea of having so much fun that you would kill yourself?
Potentially.
Why would you kill yourself if you're having fun?
Well, the tendency to like
there is no
medicate.
tendency. There is no tendency. You see, this is what we're talking about. You have definitions that you're treating as if they're facts. You do not have a tendency. You are making a choice to believe in something. You're treating the idea of tendency as if it is a law of the universe. It's not. It's an opinion, it's a belief, it's a perspective, and that can be changed.
I would love to change it.
Then change it. You have to find out what it is first. Because you see, you all operate on a belief system. Whatever you believe to be true is what you do. Now, you can recognize that there may be things you would prefer to do that you're not doing, but the only reason you wouldn't do them is somehow in your motivational mechanism within your psychology. The only reason you wouldn't be acting on what really gives you joy is you must be defining it as something that wouldn't. That's why you would move away from it with all your power and all your strength. You have to find the definition that is coloring your excitement and making it seem darker than it is. When you find that definition that's coloring it, that's dampening it down, that's filtering it so you can't see the light in it that clearly, then you can let go of that definition, because once you discover what that definition is that's out of alignment with your truth, you will see that it's nonsensical. It makes no sense. It's something you picked up on the way from your parents, your society, your friends, your school. Someone, somewhere, fed you a belief that has nothing to do with you. It belongs to them. You're carrying around belief baggage that has nothing to do with you. Drop it. It doesn't belong to you. But you have to identify what that belief is in order to see how nonsensical it is to keep buying into it. So that's the process and that's the exercise. You ask the question in one of two ways. A, what would I have to believe is true about myself in this circumstance in order to feel what I'm feeling? Or B, as we already asked you, if I did act on my highest passion, what am I most terrified might happen? One way or the other, the answer, the definition will come to you if you're willing to receive it. And once you receive it, you will see there was actually nothing to be afraid of. It's just something you bought into and believed to be true, and that's what made it seem real. Because remember, physical reality is an illusion. The belief systems are simply designed to make you believe that it's real. That's how they operate. If belief systems didn't work to perpetuate themselves and make it seem real, you couldn't have a physical experience, because physical reality isn't real. It's just a projection of consciousness. It's a shadow play. It's a projection on a wall. And the beliefs make it seem dimensional and solid. It's not. It's not. You get to choose what to believe is true within the parameters of the game that you're playing. But that is a lot of leeway. And you can decide that some definitions and some beliefs simply don't work for you, and decide which ones do. and move through life that way. Because again, you will never be contradicted by life itself. What you put out is what you get back. It may not always look like you think. It may not always look like you expect, but it will be there for a reason. And if you stay in a positive state with it and know that there must be a positive reason why something showed up, as we said earlier, even if it's something you don't objectively, neutrally prefer, it's there for a reason. And if you stay in the state of knowing that, you will always get the positive benefit from why that has shown up. If for nothing else, thank you, if for nothing else, that sometimes you will draw what you don't prefer as a contrast to more clearly understand by comparison what you do prefer. And that's how you use what you don't prefer in a preferable way. Make sense?
Yeah.
Does that help?
No.
All right. That's your path. We will let you ponder it. Let it sink in. These are the way things work. This is how reality works from our perspective, but you have your own path.
Thank you so much.
Our unconditional love to you.
Mine too. Thank you.
And finally.
Hey, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I have a question. Does the choice become random if you allow yourself to present yourself with truly equal options, or is it then when your true unbiased preference can shine forth?
Well, yes, and there's a little bit of both in that, because you understand that synchronicity on your planet can allow for a number of different kinds of paths to serve the same purpose or the same function. So unless there is some reason why you really need a specific thing to happen in a specific way, most of you are satisfied enough by simply putting out the energy of the theme you're exploring and allowing any number of things to show up seemingly randomly that will work for you in a certain way. And as long as that certain way is fulfilled, it doesn't really matter whether you choose A, B, C, or D. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Does that answer the question?
It does. Thank you.
Is that it?
I would have another question.
Yes?
For someone from the audience.
All right. Well, we'll see.
He asked me to ask, how advanced are like the propulsion technology on Earth at the moment that is hidden from the public?
It is capable of manipulating electromagnetic and gravity waves to a certain extent, but it's not as far along as many people suppose. It's not as controllable by certain people as many people suppose. Nevertheless, it is farther along than you've been told. Not sure how to give you an order of magnitude. Does that help?
I guess.
All right. Well, in other words, there are crafts that have been created by humans on your planet that do exhibit some of the traits that you assign to some of our craft, but they're, let's just say, to use your own vernacular, the Model T version compared to our craft, but they still do remarkable things. Does that help?
Yes.
But?
No but.
All right.
Oh, I just heard from the audience.
Are they transdimensional?
Yeah.
They can be, but it's not really fully controlled at this time. And therefore, there have been what you would call a few unintended events. Therefore, it's not really completely under your guidance yet. And besides, certain things won't be allowed because they impinge on other realities that you have no business impinging on. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So until you learn to do what you're doing in a more beneficial way, some of the technologies that you may actually have access to are not actually allowed to go as far as they could, and many of the people working on those technologies actually don't realize that some of that information is being withheld from them in much the same way that they might be withholding information from the general population of your planet. But we won't go deeply into that now. So thank you.
Thank you.
At this timing, we will once again express our deep appreciation and deep gratitude at the opportunity to open up this bridge and connection between our respective civilizations and allowing us to perceive through each and every one of you that many more facets of the multidimensional crystal of creation which expands our understanding of all that is can be. Our unconditional love to you all, and we bid you all an exciting life of exploration and discovery, and perhaps even more importantly, play. Enjoy your life. That's what it's for. Good day. How'd it go? You have a good time? Yeah? Well, thank you very much for being here today and allowing me to do so. I really appreciate it. And I wish you all happy holidays and happy New Year. Thanks.
Okay, everybody grab your seats because the famous, awesomeness, super duper Nora Herold is entering the stage. Come on in, Nora.
Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. Yeah. How y'all doing? Good? Mind's blown? Cooked a little bit? A little crispy, right? All the energy? All right. I'm Nora Herold, and I channel, and I'm not going to do a long intro. If you want to find out more about me, you can go to my website, which is noraherold.com, and read all about it. Let's get down to it. So, you know, I was thinking about the topic of the Big Bang and consciousness and God and source energy, right? And I was sitting here, I've been sitting here all day listening to these amazing and beautiful transmissions on the topic and on so many other things, right? Because that topic, it just takes us everywhere. Because what we're really asking is, who are we, right? Where do we come from? What the heck is all this? And I was sitting in the back listening to Darryl channel Bashar, and I had a memory of being a child. I think I was around 8 years old. And I would lie in bed at night, and I would ask those questions. I would find my mind expanding, right? I could feel this thing happening in my consciousness as I grasped for the answer to the question of who was God. That's really what I was looking for as a Catholic at 8 years old, right? Okay, so I was going up from that perspective. And I would feel like it was right there, right? It was just right there, and then suddenly it was like I would fall off a ledge, gone. And I believe that that is the experience that all of us have in each and every day as we address these larger questions with our minds. Because that's what I was using, right? My brain. My 8-year-old brain trying to understand a concept that I could not possibly understand at 8 years old, that I can barely grasp at 50, right? So we channel, those of us who do this, to, hello, doggy. They get it. They get it better than we do, those beings that are in furry bodies. They don't have the mental filters that we do. So we channel, in part, to bring through that higher vibrational energy, that love, that light, that frequency that kicks us out of our mental bodies, puts us right in our heart centers, allows our hearts to begin to grasp concepts that our minds couldn't possibly grasp, and then suddenly light bulbs start to go off in the brain. We start to say, oh, I get it. I understand linear time versus nonlinear time, a multi-dimensional experience and the multiverse and living in the moment. So that's what we're going to do with you here today. We're going to get you out of your heads, get you in your hearts, and bring through as much love and light and energy as we can to help you all with your personal integration and reascension process. Greetings, this is the Pleiadian Collective. As always, it is wonderful to connect with you beautiful universal beings of love and light. Take a breath, all of you. Inhale and exhale. Do it again and again. There's a lot of energy in the space right now, so just keep breathing here. And put your attention squarely on yourself right now as you breathe. And check in. How do you feel? Are you in your body? Are you out of your body? Are you half in and out? Do you hurt anywhere? Do you feel extra yummy and good somewhere? Just really check in and tune in and keep breathing here as you do this. And just observe, right? So if you've got a pain or an ache, don't judge it, don't claim it as bad, or don't try to shoo it away. Just really be with yourselves right now in this moment. You are love incarnate. That is your origin. That is our origin. That is this table's origin, the stage's origin, the chair you're sitting on. That is Donald Trump's origin, right? Love incarnate. The mind says, all right, I get it. Don't want to get it, don't want to get it. The heart, well, the heart says, yeah. We are all love incarnate. Not the heart, I love you, honey, I love you, child. Not that version of the heart chakra. That's not what we're talking about here, right? There's that interpersonal heart chakra space that you use to develop your relationships and interrelate with one another. And then there is the grander version of your heart chakras. That energy that is your higher self from within, that you that knows yourself to be love incarnate, that knows all are love incarnate, that knows that the Big Bang, right, is a theory about physical density and how physical density came into being in this universe. That's really all it is, right? That's all it is. That's not the question you're asking. Oh, you might be curious about that, right? Because we're all curious in this universe, even us. We have curiosity. And there is a pay grade we can't get to, right? Because we, as the Pleiadian Collective, are separate from source energy in the expression of our light and love, right? We have downgraded our vibration just a bit to sit here as this Pleiadian Collective. So even our understanding of this universe hits a wall at some point if we try to process it mentally, right, as you would. So if we use that higher mental process that we have, right, so you have a third, fourth, and fifth dimensional mental body right now, right? Take a breath, all of you. So you've got your third dimensional mental bodies, which are the filters that were put in place so you could come in and play this game that most of you at this point see in a lot of ways is ridiculous and you're bored with, right? So that's exciting for you to find that this is boring, because the boringness of life on planet Earth, the redundancy, right? The get up every morning, take a shower, and rinse, and then repeat day after day after day, right? The redundancy of that gets you asking questions, right? Why am I doing this? Why am I waking up in a bed every day, cleaning my body? What's with all the washing, right, in this reality? What's with all the washing, right? So you start to ask these questions, and as you do that, well, then you start to suddenly have insights and aha moments, and those insights and those aha moments happen because as you ask the question, the answers are derived from your heart chakra. Your heart says, well, because you thought it would be fun, right? And it is. It's so much fun. We know that you can't always see that from where you're sitting within what often feels like the difficulty of your lives. You can't see how much fun you are having at all times, and you are having fun at all times, no matter what is happening. But that's the higher perspective, right? We really like to honor both perspectives. So there's your third dimensional perspective and your third dimensional mental body and the filters in place that keep you playing the third dimensional game. Then there's your gateway into the fifth dimension, which is that fourth dimensional understanding, perspective, and mental body. And then there's your fifth dimensional mental bodies, which are all beginning to come online. Take a breath, all of you. Think about all of the things that you understand now mentally when you think about multidimensional concepts, spiritual concepts, operating as a creator being that were completely new and mind-bending to you at some point in time, so much so that it would shut your consciousness down and all you could do was either sit and breathe, right, or go turn the TV on or look at something else and just, leave, right, because it became too much. That's not happening for you any longer. You are now in a place where you have activated and you're operational in your fifth dimensional mental bodies, meaning all of that information that you've worked at for so long, filtering through your heart chakras, integrating more deeply into your lower chakra system, has begun to come into your minds, and suddenly you're finding yourselves able to explain ideas about multidimensionality to those around you that would have confused you just months, years, a decade ago, right? That's a version of the Big Bang. That's an elongated version of the Big Bang. Big Bang is evolution. The Big Bang is the moment. The Big Bang is right now, and now, and now, and now, and now, because when you look at the reality that time is not linear, that all is happening now, that moment that scientists discovered, right, that they coined the Big Bang is happening right now. Right now, this universe is being created. Now, 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 now. But that only really covers your physical understanding of reality. You want that other answer. What came before that, right? What was here before that Big Bang happened? Well, nothing and everything, as Bashar was saying, right? It's all eternal. It's all happening. And yet, there is a story, because in the third dimension, you get to have a story. You get to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. Yes, you get to play the game in that way, and that's fun. It's really, this is Kaliandra. Greetings, Kaliandra. So I'm Kaliandra. I am fifth dimensional fairy, for those of you who do not know me, all right? So we don't get to do that. I don't get to date somebody, hope he calls me, be excited that he called me, go out with him for months, break up, get back together, be together, get married, have children, have this elongated story. I don't get that. I get this. Hey, other being, let's be in this moment together. Okay. Hey, other being, let's be in this moment together. Oh, hi, being. This is a new moment. Let's be in this together. The Big Bang? Who cares? I don't even care about that, right? We don't care about that in the fifth dimension. Our minds don't go there. We can't even conceive of beginning, middle, potential ending as you do, because we do have the ability and the capacity to understand the eternal, to understand that experience, and that's what your minds are beginning to grasp. And what's going to happen for you all as you integrate more deeply the energies of your fifth dimensional identities, right? So that's the game here from our perspective. Our perspective in the fifth dimension, the fairies, the Pleiadians' perspective, Yeshua's perspective, they're all coming through Nora, the filter, who is also holding that perspective, right? So her perspective combines with our perspective, and we co-create, yes, this is the Pleiadians. So you've heard from multiple Pleiadian beings here today, right? You've had a number of different human vehicles open themselves up to the Pleiadian energy. And through every single human, the energy has sounded different, it has felt different, some of the information has been different. That's partly because the being channeling collaborates, co-creates with the Pleiadian energy, and you get a different version. You get a different flavor of the Pleiadian pie, right? So maybe Wendy is apple and Rob is cherry and Nora is blueberry, right? But it's all pie, right? It's all Pleiadian energy, yes. All right, Kaliandra again here. So we just want to explain. Whew, take a breath, everybody. It's important that you remember that, we're not just chatting at you. We are working with all of you in your fields. By being here, you said, yeah, have at it. Come on, let's go, right? So you're getting downloaded from every being you've worked with today, and now multiple beings, not just me, not just the Pleiadians, not just Yeshua, who's running his vibration and frequency in the background, all the beings that have been here, which is a big bang in and of itself, right? You're going to walk out of here changed, altered. Take a breath. This is the Pleiadians. So we're playing a game with you all right now as we shift back and forth here in vibration and frequency, and we want you to notice how that feels differently in your bodies. And we want you to remember, as Kaliandra was just saying, we're not just talking through Nora. For you to receive channeled information means that you, right now, in this moment, are channeling. You couldn't hear it, feel it, know it, if you weren't doing that. If you hadn't activated your own technology and abilities to operate as channels. And you can use a lot of words to describe what that means to you, right? You sense energy, you're telepathic, literally, you direct voice channel, whatever it is. You are activating more and more as the truly fifth dimensional beings that you are in the process of becoming not just energetically, also physically. Your bodies are going through this change. Another big bang. Think about your bodies right now as you process your shift from carbon-based life forms to crystalline-based life forms. All right, this is Kaliandra. We like to talk about this shift from carbon-based to crystalline-based because we are crystalline-based beings, right? That doesn't mean we're a hard, shiny crystal, right? So get that image out of your head. Instead, think about crystalline energy in a liquid state, right? And how easily that liquid state moves and changes and shifts. Now imagine taking this water, this crystalline energy, and crafting something. Oh, look, a spill on the floor, right? It looks physical, yes. There is density to that. And yet, Nora can easily manipulate it with her foot. Look at that. That is the crystalline form. That's how you all are going to work. That's the density you're going to be holding, what you will become. We don't know if it's going to happen in your lifetime, and we really want you all to stop asking that question, right? It doesn't matter. Does not matter when this happens. This is the Pleiadians, because time is an illusion. It's irrelevant. Yes, we understand it matters, right? It so matters to your day-to-day lives, right? Alejandro here, but it doesn't. Because you are creator beings. And everything that you believe is enslaving you is only enslaving you because on some level you're agreeing to it, so just stop agreeing to it. Stop it. If you don't like your job, don't go any longer. We're not joking. It's time for you all. And we love you. It's time for you all to put into action all that's been sitting in your upper chakras, right? It's time for you all to activate your fifth dimensional technology from your lower chakra system and begin taking direct action towards that reality you desire without being attached to a fixed outcome. This is the Pleiadians. So we like to call this following the breadcrumbs, right? So you do this, you tune in to a frequency, a vibration. All right, so I'm going to find in myself what's missing in my day-to-day reality. Wow, it's really kind of boring and there's a lot of drudgery. All right, I would like to experience more joy on a day-to-day basis. So we want all of you to take a breath right now. Go into your second chakras. So put your attention right on your second chakra as you breathe. And without needing to know how, which means get out of your heads, activate the vibratory rate of joy in your second chakras. It's just like flipping a switch. Just do it. You're already your fifth dimensional identities. Your higher self is already integrated. You don't need an instruction manual for this. Just take a breath and feel that vibratory rate of joy, not the emotion of joy, not the feeling of joy, the vibration of joy. We would say emotions sit on a bandwidth that's here, right? Frequencies and vibrations, they're up here. Quicker, lighter, like a butterfly's wing, perhaps. So breathe into that vibratory rate of joy. This is your practice right now in taking yourselves from third dimensional drudgery, what feels like drudgery and enslavement still for all of you, and it doesn't matter how advanced you are, you all still on some level, in some way, are feeling enslaved in your realities, right? In some way, because you're still, in large part, playing that third dimensional game that was crafted to enforce enslavement contracts. That was the beginning and the origin. That was the Big Bang here on planet Earth some time ago. The game was changed. This became a slave planet. You all, every time you came here, said, sure, that'll be fun. I'll be a slave, but forget I'm a slave, so I'll try really hard to free myself and never be able to do it, right? A lot of fun. So now, that's ended. At the end of 2012, on that winter solstice, your enslavement contracts with the Anunnaki expired. Another Big Bang, boom, gone. You're free. You are fully free to access your sovereign identity from within your bodies. Now, those that held the assumption of power are not so willingly giving it up, right? It's not like they said, woohoo, the enslavement contracts have expired. All right, you guys can have it. No. They're still wanting to run the show and orchestrate this reality. But the fantastic thing is now there is no longer the assumption that they will win. No one's going to win. You're all activating as creative beings. You're all integrating and reascending, including those beings who were operating as the masters, the enslavers, because they were just as enslaved in this game as you were. All right, we've gone on so many tangents here, and we know there are a lot of questions, and we don't know that we answered really what is the Big Bang, other than your scientists trying to explain the creation of this universe and bringing into physical density source energy, which is really our explanation of what the Big Bang is, right? There is, again, no beginning, no middle, no end to source. There just is source. It just exists. And when you are complete with source, fully, no filters, when you're in that 13th dimensional space that doesn't define itself as the 13th dimension because it is everything, then you have that full sense and understanding and knowing of the beginning, the middle, and the end, and yet you no longer exist as an individuated being at all. Okay, I'm back. Let's take some questions. Who's first here?
Hi, so lovely to see you, and I'm going to pick up right on where you left off, and I am letting go of the first 65 years of following the social structure, and I'm letting go of believing I have to go to work to make money, and I'm selling my business, and feeling like I'm 1 year old. You know, I've fit the cultural definition, and now it's just a letting go. And anything you have to add for that?
Yes, this is the Pleiadians here. Thank you, Anne.
Thank you.
And that is a wonderful question, because we'll explain a bit more about following the breadcrumbs and our support of you at this time as you activate more as the conscious being of love that you are. And that's what Anne is doing, activating even more as the conscious being of love that she is. And for all of you, put that foremost in your own consciousness. I am activating as the conscious being of love that I am. That doesn't mean that you're not going to have a bad day or that you shouldn't have a bad day, right? Because all is love incarnate. So activating as a being of love does not cancel out the crap. It means you experience the crap as love, right? That fight, it was fantastic, because look at what it showed me about myself, my limitations, my fears. Look at what my partner learned about himself, his limitations, his fears, and yes, in the moment the fight sucked, right? But you're all getting to the point, really, you're all getting to the point, and this is really relevant to you, Anne, where you can be in the fight, right? Really in it, feeling it, and at the same time activated in your fifth dimensional consciousness, observing your experience, holding that awareness, and suddenly the fight is not as big of a deal, right? And then suddenly you shift. And there's no need to, do a big write-up afterwards and go see a therapist and go work it all out, because you worked it out in that moment vibrationally. You shifted within yourself. And it doesn't mean you won't do it again. You probably will, right? You'll do it again and again and again and again. But what happens every single time you do it is it takes a much shorter amount of time for you to activate your fifth dimensional consciousness, observe yourself in the moment, go, oh, look at that, I'm running my programs around my fears of poverty and my abandonment and rejection. I see, that's where I'm doing that. Okay, I'm going to send some unconditional love to the aspect of me that needs it in this moment in time, and suddenly, oh, look, there's the resolution to the issue, and it's like the fight didn't even happen, right? So this is how you're operating, and this is how you're going to operate now even more, Anne. So to move forward for you, it's every day going in, finding the vibratory rates that you want to exist on, that frequency, that bandwidth that you want to use to create the template of your reality. And as soon as you start doing that, you begin to pull into your reality all of the things that are going to get in the way of you doing that. And all of those things are just you, your fears, your concerns, your anxiety, your trauma, right? Not just trauma from this lifetime, but untransmuted trauma from other lives. You're all calling that on the table right now. You're all bringing it to your own consciousness, all of this untransmuted trauma from all of these other lifetimes. And then in the moment, you feel what it is you're feeling, right? You say, look at that. I'm scared shitless right now. I just sold my business and the canvas is wide open. I'm not just going to go into my upper chakras and say, la, 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 everything will be great, right? Holy crap, right? And you start to really feel that. You let yourself feel your fear because you're not just accessing Anne's fear in the moment. You're accessing the fear of every version of you in any moment in time and space that felt that fear and for one reason or another within the course of that lifetime could not transmute that trauma. So in most of your lives, you transmuted the traumas in those lifetimes. You're dealing with in this incarnation those frozen or stuck pieces of trauma that for one reason or another in that lifetime you could not clear, right? It's not like you're handling all of your past life trauma in this lifetime. We just want to be clear on that because that would feel enormous to you. So then you feel it, right? You say, oh, okay, here's my fear. Here's my fear. All right, I'm just going to observe myself now, feeling the fear. Just like you observe yourself in the conflict or the fight or whatever. I'm going to observe as I feel that. And as you observe, what you do is you activate the energy of your fifth dimensional consciousness or your higher self. We use those terms interchangeably from within. So I'm feeling the fear and I'm observing myself feeling the fear, meaning I'm calling upon the energy of my higher self and I'm not pulling it from a cloud and bringing it in. I'm accessing my higher self's energy from within that is much more adept at transmuting trauma and creating from frequency than the ego personality of Anne is, or any of you, yes. So you feel, you observe, and then the next step is to accept. It's very important. Accept without judgment your fear, your trauma, your darkness, your bad day, your bad behavior, whatever it is, you are still love incarnate. You've got to accept these aspects of yourselves that are hiding in darkness. And as you do that, you start to activate unconditional love.
And learn to love myself.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that unconditional love then transmutes that trauma, and then suddenly the breadcrumb falls in front of you. You know the next action to take. It's no longer, I just quit my job, sold my business, right? And I've got an empty slate in front of me. It's I sold my business and that triggered what I needed to trigger so I can clear. And I did that clearing and, oh, look at that. Look at what came into my reality based on that prior intention of freedom, right? Because that's where you're headed, Anne, is that activation of freedom from within.
Totally.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Who's next? Hi there.
Hi, I'm Luisa.
Luisa, thank you.
What can you tell me about twin flames?
Say, oh, twin flames.
Twin flames.
Yes, thank you. Let's see, who wants to answer? Ooh, Yeshua, yes. This is Yeshua. We greet you with love and joy and honor your light. So the question being asked is about twin flames. There are a number of different answers we could give, as is true for most questions asked. The idea of twin flames was first created in your reality, for your reality, by all of you, as a way to help you understand your divinity, right? You would meet up with a being that held an extremely similar vibration to yours. And that meeting And what you would feel then within yourself would allow you to access the truth that you were source energy, but that truth came as a reflection. And the truth came in the feeling of being in love with a being that you felt so much at home with. And the lie was, I can only feel this way with this being. Right, this is the Pleiadians here, right? So that was the third dimensional experience of twin flames. And that absolutely worked for you all in an enslaved version of your reality where you didn't get to fully know yourselves as source energy. So what's happening for you all now is you're starting to release these concepts and ideas around twin flames. So twin flame is two beings from the same oversoul incarnate at the same time, bump into each other in a lifetime, and oh, look at that, we share the same vibratory rate. That must mean we're supposed to be in love and get married or be in a relationship and have children and read each other's minds and blah, 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 right? Yes. And it's still happening. Of course, it's still going on, but it's not serving the same function any longer, right? It's not the twin flames, if you do run into a twin flame, they're not operating for you any longer as the connection to source energy, right? They're operating for you as hardcore partners in transmutation of your trauma. Yeah, there's nothing like it. I got one in my life, man. John and I, almost 19 years together, have triggered in each other and facilitated in each other and cleared within each other many, many lifetimes worth of stuff, and we're clearly not done. This is the Pleiadians, and that's the work that you'll find yourself doing with the twin flame. So then the question is asked, like, well, do I need a twin flame? Do I have to find a twin flame? Well, the idea of twin flame supposes that there's just one other, right? There are many. Your oversouls, those oversoul beings, are massive in their scope. And there are many, many, many individuated vibrational signatures from the oversoul beings incarnate on planet Earth right now. So from your oversoul being, there are many, many versions incarnate walking around that you could bump into and play out a twin flame game with for 5 minutes, 5 years, 5 months, 10 weeks, 20 years, doesn't matter. You all don't have that same agenda any longer. We hear you asking another question, and that's about pulling in an appropriate vibration in a relationship. Find within yourselves what it is you want to experience in partnership. Activate those vibratory rates from within. Do your inner work, and that reflection will come to you, and you will recognize it then as a reflection of yourself, not as a being that uplifts you, takes you up and out of a lonely experience. And if you are lonely, and we're not just talking to you here, we always use whoever we have in front of us, right, to address the biggest audience. Your loneliness, that's yours. There's not any being outside of you that's ever going to resolve your loneliness for you. There's not any being outside of you that's ever going to resolve anything for you. It's always going to be you. In your transmutation of trauma work, the deeper integration of your higher self into your lower chakra systems, the activation of your sovereign identity, and the truth and understanding that you are a creator being at all times, never a victim. And if you're a victim to your loneliness, that on some level is your choice. You're saying, okay, I like it. Right, you like it on some level. Whatever it is you're doing, you like on some level. You like it, right? You're getting off on it. You're getting something. Getting some kind of energy, some kind of excitement. Even if it's crying, right, for weeks at a time, you're getting something, right? So you have to start asking yourself, well, what is that vibration I'm running, and how can I clear? What do I need? And this is where you've really got to run non-judgment. Yeshua again. Right, so you all think there is a right and wrong way still of going about your lives, living your relationships, doing integration and reascension work. There's not. There's not a right or wrong way. There is just you, love incarnate, doing your best at a game that feels incredibly challenging to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Nora.
Hi, Natalie.
Okay, so my question is about resistance. So how can you, or is there a for sure sign to tell the difference between resistance when it's something that it's just a repeating pattern and you're trying, it's not something you resonate with, or it's just fear and you just need that extra nudge?
Yes, that's an excellent question. This is the Pleiadians here. So how to discern between resistance and fear. They're really one and the same first, right? Because if you're resisting, you're afraid. Right? So it's really, why don't I just quit fooling myself and deal with the fear, right? If you find yourself in resistance, stop making it a mental game and I'm in resistance here, and go into your lower chakra system and really access the fear. And you don't have to have the story, right? You don't have to know exactly what it is you're afraid of, why it is you're afraid of it, how many lifetimes you had this particular trauma that created the fear. You don't have to know any of that any longer. It's just mental bullshit. All you really need to do is let yourself feel the fear, observe, accept, activate unconditional love, and then watch for the breadcrumbs, check your vibration, check your frequency. And it may be such a massive fear, so much trauma, that you need to go through it again and again and again. And in fact, when we said this earlier, one of the reasons you repeat is so you can check your progress. Wow, look at that. Last time I resisted for a month, and this time it was just a week. Awesome, right? Until you get to the point where you don't have to create it any longer because you've really transmuted the trauma, and then you don't even think about it. And then you don't have the history any longer. You don't even remember that you used to be afraid of and or resist both this thing. It doesn't exist any longer in your history.
Awesome.
Big bang, right? Bam. New universe, right there. That's what's happening again and again and again. Each of you are creating individual new universes in each new now moment, collectively new universe, Earth at the epicenter of a universal shift. Earth is at the epicenter of a shift happening across the universe, if you didn't get that piece yet, right? That's a big reason why Earth is getting so much attention and so much help and support from all of these other beings. Because you are like the pebble being dropped in the pond of the universe, and the ripples moving outward are having ramifications and changing and altering the very nature and structure of this universe. It is not just that you're integrating, reascending, moving out of an exaggerated version of density and polarity. It's that you're integrating, reascending, moving out of that exaggerated version of polarity, as is the whole universe. And a lot of you, and get out of your heads, some of you understand this, some of this might be new, a lot of you began, in quotation marks, your cycle of experiences in other universes. Universes that don't operate on a duality. A lot of you are here in this universe right now and have been in linear time for a very long time to bring with you that technology of operating as a singularity, right? In a state of oneness. That's that feeling of being trapped a lot of you have. You know that feeling? Who has that feeling, right? Being trapped. That you can't quite explain, describe, right? Because once you entered this universal structure, the agreement was you would only play in this universe until this game was complete. Now, to your higher selves, to your oversouls, that's nothing, right? Because time is nothing. But when you process it via the filter of physical density, which you all have, feels endless, right? Feels like you've been at this forever. And yeah, in linear time you have. We all have. And we're all shifting. And the shift is accelerating, and the acceleration is exponential. The awakening is exponential. Mass consciousness is coming to a new understanding, and you will continue to see radical changes in this incarnation. You are here to birth them. You are all here as incarnate guides, every single one of you. Take a breath, feel that in your bodies. Own that. I am an incarnate guide, not your ego. Shut your ego down right now, because your ego will either say, oh, look at that, or what? Right? Okay, so ego, go sit in the corner, have a cookie, and just observe this conversation as everyone here recognizes their true identity as incarnate guides. Now, the truth is every being incarnate is an incarnate guide. Every being in the universe is an incarnate guide. The difference in this incarnation is you're becoming conscious of this. You're becoming aware of it. Right? So in all the other lifetimes, you operated by and large unconsciously as incarnate guides for the other beings you would interact with, right? That was just karma and all of that playing itself out. You would show up and offer an experience. Ah, there you go. And then in some lifetimes, yes, you all got to activate a higher consciousness. Woo, that was fun. I'll be the oracle and the psychic and the seer and the being whispering in the king's ear, right? So there were those lifetimes, the priest, the priestess. In this incarnation, every single being on earth gets to remember that you are all incarnate guides, all here as beings of service to one another, to earth, to the universe. Thanks, Natalie.
Thank you.
Hello, Nora.
Hi there.
Thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you. What's your name?
Dr. Theo or Theo.
Theo.
Yeah. First question I have is, as a child, I think all of us have had special events that have happened that let us know that maybe we're not from this planet. I feel the idea of telekinesis and being able to do extraordinary things has been with me since childhood. And now I actually went through the dark night of the soul for many, many years with bullying, etc. And now I'm just re-finding myself in the past, I'd say 5-6 years, with this this personal year of growth, doing channeling and actually knowing I'm a voice channel and I'm able to do that. And also with miracles happening in my private practice, things I can't explain, and I always try to find amazing explanations for. And being able to write books that are just coming through me like crazy, with my 8th book coming out next year. So I'm really thankful. I'm thankful and grateful, and I've grown so much. I'm wondering, what is this? Am I Pleiadian? I mean, is there another? Who messed with my DNA? What happened?
This is the Pleiadians here. we want to touch on a couple of things that you talked about. So one of the first things you talked about that caught our attention was that as a child, you had extraordinary experiences, and that at some point you shut them down, the experiences themselves shut down, events around you caused you to shut them down. It's a very common story for a lot of you. And the reason for that is you can only elevate your consciousness or your vibration so high above the collective before you have to leave. Literally die, right? Physical density won't support your energy any longer if you're that far outside of the game. So a lot of you came in with highly elevated consciousnesses, or you had these elevating experiences as children, and then you scheduled for yourselves, massive losses, trauma moments, experiences that would completely take your focus and attention away from that higher energy, throw you into your bodies, literally, into the densest version of yourselves. So you could stay in a body and work the timeline you had laid out for yourself prior to incarnation. And then, once you had experienced a more grounded version of yourself, you could begin again to unwrap the package of your extraordinary self. And we understand that you feel frustration at times that you're not today where you were when you were a child, right? If you could do today, again, what you were doing then, you couldn't be here on the planet right now.
I've had 2 open heart surgeries, which the body thing, yes, is
Yes.
very, very pertinent. I'm getting letters from people from around the world telling me that they see me in their dreams, they look me up, and they say that I've been teaching them to heal and to remove entities from people. And it's extraordinary to meet these people I've never met before. And can you give me any insight on that? Is that like a premonition?
So we're going to go back to your question about your place of origin in your genetics, because a lot of you have that question, and then we'll probably move on just because of time constraints here in the venue. So just one more point on this. So mass consciousness, let's say mass consciousness is vibrating here. All of you that have awakened your consciousness, you're elevated, right? You're vibrating here. Vibrating here in part as incarnate guides, so those here can say, huh, what's that? Right? Curiosity, right? We're all curious in this universe. What's that? How are they doing that? Oh, how'd I get here? That's how easy it is, right? That's how you all did it. Wonder what that feels like. Oh, that's what it feels like. Look at that, right? And it's happening more and more quickly. So as mass consciousness elevates, then again, those of you who have already laid the groundwork for an elevated consciousness, you ascend a bit higher, right? So you keep going. Now there will come a point in time when that won't be necessary any longer, when you won't need to have what you call way showers or light workers or all the other terms, even healers and guides. You won't use that terminology. And they're like, Kaliandra here, yeah, I don't go see a healer, right? We don't do that in the 5th dimension. All right, so to answer that question on genetic origins, you asked if you were Pleiadian. You asked that question in part because you're very drawn to the Pleiadian energy. So yes, duh. Yeah, okay, so this is Nora. This is Nora here, right? This is the curiosity thing. As soon as you are asking, I wonder if I had a lifetime in the Renaissance, right? Like, why the hell would you ask that question if you didn't already know the answer is yes, you had a lifetime in the Renaissance, and you're calling your own records up in that moment, but you're framing it in a question because you don't yet quite have the confidence to just say, I'm accessing my records and recalling I had an incarnation during the Renaissance, right? So yes, you have genetic information in your body that is Pleiadian in origin. You have other genetic information as well. Yes, this is the Pleiadians. None of you, no, we'll change that. Very few of you are just any one thing. In fact, none of you are any one thing, right? You can't be any one thing because you're everything and we're all everything, but we're talking about your bodies, your physical bodies, yes. There are very few beings on your world who we would say are just this, right? Or just that due to their genetic lines. But even those lines are currently being diluted, meaning the children coming in are not that any longer. And this is part of the expiration of your enslavement contracts. Look at the royal family in England. We'll use that as an example. Their genetic lines are currently being diluted. Never happened before. That's happening in part due to the enslavement contracts expiring. And that began to happen even before those contracts expired to facilitate that expiration date, which was always known. It's not a surprise to anyone, not the Illuminati, not the Anunnaki, not the reptilians, not really any of you, right? Think about the big freaking deal you all made of 2012 without really understanding what was going to happen during 2012, right? You all had lots of ideas, none of you really knew. You only could really know in your mental bodies after the winter solstice of 2012, because at that point the enslavement contracts had expired, and then your mental bodies could grasp that peace. You couldn't have played the game if you understood fully, the game was fixed in the first place. You wouldn't have bothered. Thank you, Theo.
Thank you, Nora. Thank you.
Kyler.
Hi.
Hi, Kyler. I see you, Rob. Thank you. Rob's back there dinging the bell. Let me know I'm close to time. Yes.
I started to get a rash here like 2 days ago.
Just take a breath. Yeah, just breathe there. So everybody here, take a breath. Just inhale and exhale and put your attention on your heart chakras. You're going through massive upgrades right now throughout your entire chakra system due to the download that came in on the winter solstice recently. Okay, what's your question, Kyler?
You used to channel a bit about the high heart chakra, and I haven't heard you speak about it much, so I feel like this kind of ties in. I had a meditation in a park, actually working with one of Bashar's contact crystals, and it was the most connected I've ever felt, and I have been kind of shaming myself for not being able to not get back to that place, but get close even. And I feel like this ties in as well with I've been feeling very ungrounded, like I've reached a plateau of I can't let more energy in without grounding it. And I had this dream that I think is very symbolic of kind of the root of this issue. There were these golden eagles, and I'm curious if Yeshua was one of them. And they just said to ask for the healing, and I did. And there was this woman, and she was me. And it feels pertinent with the Women's March and the hashtag that you were, all the women were, and what is it? Me too.
Me too. Yeah, me too.
And I know I follow you on Facebook, so I don't know. I know this is all close to your heart as well, and I feel like part of this trauma is something that I'm transmuting for the collective and is not my own, but I know I have pieces in this, and it has to do with the Illuminati and satanic things.
Let us jump in here, Kyler. This is the Pleiadians here. So partly what Kyler is doing here is demonstrating for you all the process of feel, observe, accept, as he so beautifully expresses his tears here, right? He's accepting his emotional state without judgment. He couldn't do that in front of you all. Thank you, Kyler. And the activation of unconditional love. What you're talking about here in the high heart chakra and the lower heart, we talked about a bit earlier today, actually, when we were talking about there's that heart chakra energy of relationships, right? I'm in love, I interrelate, and then that bigger heart chakra energy. But what's happening in your bodies is you're restructuring your entire third dimensional chakra system. Eventually, you're going to move away completely from defining first, second, third, etc., right? It's not going to happen any longer as you activate more fully your fifth dimensional chakra system and energetic bodies, and then feel the blending of your third and fifth dimensional energetic matrices and create from that place. That's the work that you're doing right now, Kyler. And just like we were saying earlier to Theo, if you were in that heart-connected space at all time, which is a higher vibrational state of being, at all times, you couldn't exist on Earth right now. The other piece we want to talk about is the prototype that is Kyler here. So Kyler came in part, and a lot of you in male bodies that are here with us today, came in to shift the archetypal male energy. So a lot of you that are in male bodies here in this room or listening run a greater amount of female energy than male energy through your bodies. Now, there are females on the planet that are doing the same work, that are running more male energy. So we like to use yin and yang because we don't want you to really assign gender to this. So we'll switch to that right now. So there are a lot of females on your world that are running more yang energy than yin energy, right? As there are a lot of males who are running more yin energy than yang energy. It's helping to break down a lot of your enslavement structures, the patriarchy and all of the structures around the patriarchy and that were created to support the patriarchy, which was just another way for you all to play out the enslavement game here on planet Earth. For those of you that are in male-looking bodies who came in to do this, shift the archetypal male energy, you experience at times profound exhaustion. So if you are in a boy body and have unexplained exhaustion at times, it is because you have taken on this massive task of shifting the archetypal male from the inside out. The females doing this work are not as exhausted because even though it looks as if the men are running the show, right, and have an easier time, it's been more acceptable on your planet for a long time for women to access their male energy, their yang energy, than it has been for males on your world to access their yin energy. So we just wanted to share this, Kyler, because you're demonstrating that. And there are a lot of you tuning into this that are accessing this. Thank you, Kyler. Thanks for your questions and your time.
Thank you. Love you.
All righty. So take a breath. Put your attention on your heart chakras. As you inhale, allow yourself to light up from within. As you exhale, expand the light of your being up and down and all around, all throughout your chakra systems, 3D and 5D chakras. With every inhalation of breath, you magnify your light. With every exhalation of breath, you allow your light to move and connect. Feel your light merging with the light of the beings sitting on either side of you as you breathe. And continue. Every inhalation, you expand. Every exhalation, you send out. Your light's merging now with every being in the space, both physical and non-physical. Every being in Burbank. We just wanted to say Burbank, all right? Every being in California. Every inhalation, you magnify your light. Every exhalation, you allow your light to flow, right? So it's not like blowing up a balloon. We don't want you to see it that way because eventually a balloon pops, right? Your light is infinite, endless. All of the United States, all of the other countries, all of the other continents, all of the other beings, animal, plant, mineral, crystalline, carbon-based, connect. And connect now to your solar system, your galaxy, the universe, and beyond. Connect with home right now if you feel this universe is not your point of origin. Let yourselves have it. And put your attention right back on your heart chakra, feeling this state of oneness. We love you, we love you, we love you. We are always with you, always available for you. Thank you all so very much, all of you, for being here and for collaborating with us tonight in this event. My website's noraherold.com. I do a lot of work via teleconference and webcast, so my events are easy to access from wherever you are on this planet. And at the box office desk, there's a flyer with a coupon code for all channel panel attendees. So please take that and use that on my website. I've got tons of free work on my site too. Thank you all so much. I love you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Good evening. Great to be here with you all. So my name is Shaun Swanson, and I'll be channeling Aishu of the Yahyel civilization. The Yahyel are human beings from another planet. They're very similar to us in appearance. They may be the first of our galactic family, the first people from another planet to come here and meet with us in person. The timing in which that occurs, the day, if we choose to co-create that reality with them, the day that that will occur, and the way in which that will unfold, the locations in which it would occur, that knowledge is contained within the DNA of every one of us on Earth. And the more we choose to go in and open up that DNA that has that information, the closer in vibration and frequency we become with them. And that makes it all the sooner that we will vibrate in resonance with them and come together. Also, within the same DNA is information of the personal connection that you may very well have with one or more of the Yahyel that would be arriving here to meet with us. And together, we may very well create mutually rewarding future for current and future generations. Enjoy interacting with Aishu and the Yahyel. There may be a few other of the civilization that come through in the channeling. Wonderful to be here with all of you in these blending moments together in this day of our time. Together we can explore more of the infinite that we all are, more of the unconditional love that is all of our actual nature. To feel more into the reality of the creation of the universe. Really, in our perception, has always existed the universe, and can change and does change in the ways in which it exists. Just as you change, and just as you are born into this life and transition out of this life, out of this incarnation, into another form. The physical embodiments of planets and solar systems and galaxies have a similar experience of life within the universe, that they and we are all the one, that is the all. And in your observations of your solar system, of your galaxy, of what you perceive to be universe, your measurements, experiences with. There are ways to come up with an answer. When did it begin? Who created it? How did it get here? What is the substance of existence in the universe itself? You can find answers that can, in one moment, satisfy you. And yet those answers can change as you change. And the answers then also will need to change with the changes that you make. It is ever changing, this idea of the creation. How, when, where, what, with. And you can explore this idea for eternity, always searching for an answer. Or you can understand that the answers are always changing and step into enjoying the answers you do or don't currently have. Follow your heart in that way. But know that any answer that does find itself within your awareness can, as you change as well. There are in this opportunity the idea of creating a universe, an opportunity for us and you in this moment to gather here in this time and space, to create a universe, to gather. Maybe a little different than the way you perceive the idea of the infinite, all that is universe, but it is because the one is the all is the one. It is, in a sense, the same one that we can create together here, in that it is a part of the one that is the all. And in this moment, to gather, create new universe. And in creating this new universe, a feeling of what this universe would be like, I propose it would be one of feeling more of the unconditional love that is all of our actual nature, that you may begin to more fully open up to ever unlimited expanding into feeling infinite joy, infinite excitement, infinite fascination, infinite sense of fulfilling what is for you the most meaningful co-creative experience you could be creating moment to moment to moment to moment. That is more similar to the experience that I and those in our world have. For understand, although we are similar in physical appearance, physical bodies, one idea is a little different. We, in a sense, simply because it's a choice we made, are aware of our actual nature, are aware of our connection to the infinite as the one that is the all that is the one, and are able then to support one another and be supported by one another in every moment. All of us have all that we enjoy abundantly that supports and serves us enrichingly. Moment to moment to moment to moment, every moment without exception. And therein all of you contains the knowledge of how to do this, for at one time your civilization and ours were the same one civilization. Before you, in a sense, some of you, evolutionarily speaking, decided to go off into space, into strange new worlds, in a sense, not with the intention of coming back to our world, but to go and be gone, in a sense, and possibly never come back, but to evolve, to meet new civilizations, to grow new hybrid civilizations, have new experiences. And in doing that, at one time, we discovered that you were some of those who had left our civilization. And it is a great joy for us in our civilization to come back and interact with you in this way at this time. For you are very deeply family for us. And while you may, on some levels, feel some of this family connection, the love that we have for you, the love that you have for us, for you are there in our civilization. It is there in your DNA, in this very body that you are embodying this awareness in this moment within you. It is a joyful experience you can access. And in choosing to open this door, to activate more of this DNA and the information and the connection you have with our civilization, opening it, accessing it, allows for more of that information, that love, that consciousness that has this information to flow through your awareness. And in the awareness, then it becomes very obvious to you who we are, what we look like, what our relationship to you has been in experiences before, in ways you understand the value of the connection with us, with your family, in ways in which you are excited to have a connection with us, in ways that you look forward to reconnecting with us. You here now together have opportunity to co-create, activating energy, to activate, open more of this DNA within you, to make it easier for you to access not only your connection with us, but your connection to the infinite, your own personal connection within who you are and with all in your family here on earth and your friends. And perfect strangers can become more easy and effortless for you to connect and communicate with as you access this information within this area coded within your DNA that knows how to easily and effortlessly enjoy interacting with all life forms, every person you interact and meet on any given day on the street, wherever you are, no matter how strange they may seem, you will simply know how to connect easily, lovingly, embracingly, in a way that is enriching for you and the seeming stranger. You begin to recognize not a stranger, not unknown, this person who I have perhaps not met in this lifetime on earth before, but you realize you know this person, that person. This ability is within each and every one of you. And we have opportunity here to begin to open up more of that ability within your DNA. And it is something you can do on your own. Some of you perhaps have already and are doing. To access more of your infinite nature, wherein also more answers of how, when, where, why, the universe, the Big Bang. The answers, the Big Bang answers are there within you. To really be most useful for you in this opportunity to more activate this aspect of your DNA. That aspect of your DNA that contains our DNA from before you left our world. Yes, within you now. To more easily access that. To choose in this moment to interact with me. And in the channel, in the information, in the words, in the sounds, there is consciousness. Connecting with your consciousness. Facilitating an understanding, an opening, a keying, an unlocking of some of these codes within your DNA. The DNA that you contain from when you are connected to our civilization. And if you would enjoy or are curious to move forward in this time together here and now, it really is very simple. Would you like to explore this interactively with me and with the others of the Yahyel, aspects of yourself, your higher self, your inner heart self, all blending together to facilitate and activating in this way that you may access more of your knowledge of your own unconditional, infinite nature and that aspect of you that connects and knows who we are? Is that something you are interested in doing in this moment together interactively? Yes. Beautiful. Thank you. Very well. Breathe a couple of deep in and out breaths at your own pace. Close your eyes gently. Comfort in your seat. Be, yes, relax. Let go, let go, let go, let go, let go. Let it flow, let it flow, let it flow. Don't need to try and remember these steps as they come through. Just be with them moment to moment in each moment. Let it go, let it flow easily. Breathing easily in and out. Breathing in and out. Understanding that you're breathing oxygen, unconditional love in this oxygen. Breathing in unconditional love into the unconditional love of your biology. Blending vibrational variances of frequencies of unconditional love. Breathing in oxygen deeply. Bring that oxygen deep into your body, that unconditional love. With every breath you are taking in, unconditional love flowing into your biology. Every cell in your biology filling up, embracing, feeling this unconditional love. Opening you are to this unconditional love. With every breath in, more unconditional love flowing in. Every exhalation, unconditional love, easily flowing out. Allow me to be guided by you. Allow me to hear a word and to voice it out from you through the channel that you may hear it. And then when you hear the word, to say it back in unison. So I will say a word that you bring through to me in a channeled way. You may not be aware of doing it, but you are. Together you are. So I will say a word, and then you repeat the word. And subconsciously you give me another. I will say it out loud, and then you repeat it out loud. And then you will quietly, subconsciously, superconsciously, collectively together, send me another word, maybe even a phrase, 2 or 3 or 4 words, and I will voice that phrase, or you will hear the phrase and you can repeat. Co-creating together in this way. I will begin. Listening I am for the first word from your collective inner voicing to me, from your inner heart to through the channel. Are you ready? Yes. I am. I am. I am. You. 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 I am. We. I am you. You are we. You are me. You are me. I am you. I am we. You are we. Love. Unconditionally. Love. 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 You. Love. You. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. You love me? You love me? You love me. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love we. We love we. I love you. I love you. Loving me. I love you loving me. I love me loving you. Lovely. Lovely. Unconditionally. 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 I love you unconditionally. Always. Always. In all ways. In all ways. I love you always. Unconditionally. 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 I love you. I love me. I love all that I am. All that you are. Unconditionally. I love all that you are unconditionally. Always. 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 In all ways. One moment while I share this. Always loving, always unconditionally, and always, with every breath of oxygen, this reality exists. In every breath of oxygen you ever take, this knowledge, this feeling, this reality exists for you, for all of us. That I love you unconditionally, always and always exist within every breath of oxygen you inhale, every exhalation you ever undergo. Always and always. This reality is here within you always. Me, you, loving each other, always unconditionally. Being aware of every breath, in and out, being aware that this reality exists, this love really exists presently in every breath you take, in every exhalation. Remember this. Be mindful, heart fulfilled of this understanding. You can carry this with you at any time. Become aware of it. At any moment you might feel a bit out of sorts, a bit uncomfortable. Remember this and breathe in the feeling of this reality, of this love. That this love being unconditional for you always exists. And that the I, the we, is the infinite, the existence, the one that is the all that is the one, always loving you in this way, unconditionally, and always, always. Remember this. It's in every breath, every exhalation, every moment for you to remember. Access. Invite the energy and the feeling to move, uplift, and activate more of this within your beingness, that you may feel more fulfilled. Remove yourself from vibrational, momentary lapses into realities that you don't prefer, that are uncomfortable. Bring this energy through, and it will vibrationally move you back into a spaciousness of alignment more with your awareness of your actual nature. Alleviating connection to that which isn't most supportive for you. Aligning you back into the easefulness of unconditional love that is the greatest power, requiring the gentlest touch in a sense of sorts. I will begin again. I will listen to your group again. And I will say what I hear you sharing with me. I will voice what I hear, and you can repeat again, as we were doing moments ago. You are raising the frequency. You are lifting your vibrational reality. I am adjusting to the heightened levels you are lifting yourselves into. I am love. I am love. Always. In all ways. You are love. Always in all ways. I love you. You love me. Loving you. Loving me. I love you, loving me. I love me, loving you. Loving you. Loving you. Loving you. Loving you. Loving we. Loving we. Loving we. Loving we. You are my joy of life. You bring joy in my life. I enjoy experiencing your joy. I enjoy experiencing your joy. I love being with you. I love being with you. I love being you. I love you being me. Being we. Always, always love you. The depth of my love for you. The depth, the expansiveness of my love for you. Is infinite. Is without end. Unlimited, I can experience my love for you. Unlimited are the ways that I can experience loving you. That I can experience you loving me. I choose to experience these ways together. Every day. In every way. Every way. In every day. You and me. Me and you. Exploring together. Unfolding together. Discovering together. More of our unconditional love. Our infinite unconditional love. In ways we enjoy. Enjoy. Love to have. Love having you in my presence. Any day. In any way. You are always welcome. Always welcome. Always welcome. Always welcome. Always welcome. In my life. In my life. In my joy. Every moment. Every moment. Love you. I do love you. Loving me. Loving you. Thank you. It is a joy to be with you always and always. This is with and available always for you. Only that you choose to focus in this, to feel more in this alignment with your heart, unconditional loving nature. in choosing to focus in this way, allows for this aspect of you to grow within you, to activate more of this understanding heart intelligence within your DNA that exists within each of you in unique and overlapping, sharing, embraceful ways. Always, dear ones, available to access, to grow further with accessing this experience to God. You are and always have been and always will be unconditional love. No matter what you are doing, have done, or will ever do, you are unconditional love. We experience and observe you and know you are always unconditional love. We welcome you to reach out more to this understanding within yourself in whatever timing and ways you choose. Thank you. We'll now move forward if there is time and interest for any one of you or more than one time, allowing for some sharings or questioning answers. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Is Bella listening in today?
Bella. Can you define?
Bella Yahyel.
There must be. Yes.
Does she have any specific message for me today?
You can relax in a moment alone with the palms of your hands like this, lying on your back, and invite a communication that will be an answer to your question. Invite an answer to be very uplifting for you when you have this and lying on your back. That timing and positioning, asking this question, you will receive an answer, a sensation that will provide what is the motivation behind your question in an uplifting experience for you, dear one. Thank you.
Okay.
Do you understand what I am saying?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bella.
Hello, my name is Charmian.
Charmian, hello.
Hello, it's
Charmian.
a great blessing to be in your presence. Thank you very much.
Blessing as well for me in presence with you, dear.
I've been traveling for 30 years. I travel, people call me, light workers call me, so I move to where they are, and I take them through a process I call my light worker training, where we connect with our multidimensional aspects, Sirius, Pleiades, Lemuria, Atlantis. We bring those elements in, and then each one of us channels, gives messages, gives healing to each other, to the earth, from that place. So it's really for self-empowerment, to help people to really know who they are. So my question is, I found myself living in Los Angeles. I was kind of tired being on the road for 30 years. And I said, I want to go home now. And my daughter had a baby here, so I found myself living here. But when I started teaching my class here, this incredibly powerful group of people is coming together, light workers. And I'm feeling that LA is a very significant place in the ascension process, and that's why I'm being guided here. So I'm wanting to know, what is the significance of Los Angeles for me personally and in the ascension process itself?
There are many dear friends that you have opportunity to reconnect to here. In this fashion, you are attracting them to, and you will be attracted to them as they are attracted to you. In this location of physicality, spatial locationship, most conducive in this timing location for you to reconnect to these aspects, these shared souls that can be very enriching, uplifting for you and for them. So it can be as simple as this. Does that relate to your question in a way you can relate to?
I've never been in a place with so many awakened light workers. So I'm thinking there's a reason that we're all in LA. This must be a significant or a powerful, specifically, a powerful place.
What might a single reason be for you?
This was part of Lemuria.
Can it be a joy for you to reconnect to these beings perhaps you haven't seen in this lifetime?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Can it be enriching for you to reconnect to them? Mm-hmm. And in doing so, strengthen the vibration of knowing who you are by being together, that then is beaconing out to others in your community, activating their ability to have a willingness to go within and heal, that they may hear more of this love that they are. And then you're connecting with them. It becomes a greater community that can activate others that perhaps would not have been activated if you had not created this amplification of the knowledge that you and those you are reconnecting to contain, share, live, embody. So that is one potential reason. Not necessarily the only one. Would you like to explore it a little further?
Yes, please.
In what way?
Well, the vortex here has the potential to shift the energy of the whole earth because there's so much power here. So do you have any recommendations as to how we can do that?
Follow your heart as best you can in each moment, dear one. This is the way always. Keep it that simple without having an expected result that you have to achieve. You may have an idea of an intended goal, but don't require that you achieve it. Always, if your heart guides you in a different direction before the goal is attained, follow the direction of your inner guidance. This expansive state of your being, your heart intelligence. Step into that experience that the heart guides you into. No longer really even following your heart, but dancing, walking side by side with your heart, in a sense. This level of expansive intelligence that not only knows what would be most enjoyable and meaningful for you in this lifetime, but also is aware of and knows what is most enjoyable for you in several other simultaneous physical incarnations, as though you are one finger and the physical incarnations are the other fingers on the same hand, sharing the same soul or the heart that I am suggesting you follow. For the hand communicates with all of the fingers, just as the heart, follow your heart, communicates to the you and the parallel simultaneous incarnations of you, connecting you all to work together to lift humanity up in Los Angeles, lift up. In Paris, lift up. In Rio, lift up. Follow your heart. Be with your heart, with this soul aspect of yourself that can see the you and the other, the friend that you are reconnecting to here in Los Angeles, so that you can all come together and lift through your heart guidance together. If it is a joy for you to do that, dear one.
Oh, yes, it is. Thank you very much. Bless you.
Thank you. Bless you.
Hi, Aishwa.
Hello.
I originally had a question, but after all the I love yous and you love me's, they kind of disappeared.
Very well.
So
I love you.
Thank
I
you.
love you.
I love you too.
I love you too.
But I'm going to ask my question anyway.
Very well.
In a different way.
All right.
So originally what I wanted to ask was that as we find out more about ourselves, we've learned that we have almost like a second life in astral, that we have all these other roles that from a human perspective seems somewhat more exciting than our normal mundane human life. But we don't remember any of it, or at least most people don't. And there are other roles that we hear about, like gatekeepers and timeline manipulators and timeline jumpers and crazy stuff like that. But none of us really remember any of that. So is there a way for us to remember it? That was my original question. But then after all the I love yous and you love me's, I kind of thought that maybe it's not important to remember that stuff. Because I was thinking about remembering that stuff from a point of not being good enough, maybe, and not having enough self-love. But after all the you love me's and I love yous and I love we and all that, I think it brought the self-love up to a point where the question just dissolved. So
in a sense, what's happened, in a sense, the excitement of wanting to connect to these other aspects of yourself is to feel, for they are coming from this vibration of more in tune to your actual nature, and it's exciting to experience more of your actual nature. And connecting with them is doing this for you, and when we're doing the I am love, you are love, we are love, you are connecting more up into this actual experience of your higher unconditionally loving nature, and in doing that, connecting with them in the doing of that. And the more you raise yourself into this vibration of what you're experiencing in that interchange, the more you will be connecting with them. And what you need to remember, you will be aware of. If you don't remember anything, you didn't need to remember it. It will be a part of you. It will be there when you need it, whatever the information was. And then you will suddenly simply be aware when you need it to utilize whatever it was you perhaps thought you needed to remember.
Okay, thank you. Much love.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi. I have, thank you. Thank you. I've had some experiences where my body starts to convulse and like contort, and it's kind of painful, and my body's shaking, and I want to know what's going on there, because I have to tell whoever it is, like, okay, easy on the body, because it's kind of painful.
What is it, that area of the body?
It's kind of like my ribs. It moves around too much, and I start shaking, and I have to like hold on to something.
Very well. I can offer some ideas, but not in any way meant to be a diagnosis or treatment, you understand?
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit like a cat chasing a mouse, so to speak, energetically, some being, consciousness within you that you believe have about who you are and can be, chasing it around, playing with it in a sense, chasing it, wanting to get a hold of it, wanting to contain it, chasing it around the ribs, in a sense, this understanding of self. You are chasing it around, in a sense, symbolically, energetically representing itself in this way. This is but one idea that is coming through, not to say, oh, the answer. And you can think of it like a playful energy, playfully chasing around what it perceives to be an answer, the answer to the big question that is the deepest question about life that you have. Suggestion in meditation time: sit down, relax, ask to be aware. What is the deepest question about life that you have? Let time go by that you may hear or feel an answer. What is the biggest question in my life? And then feel or hear, become aware of an answer. And then invite the awareness, the answer is within you, and feel yourself becoming aware of the answer. You can do this. You can do this. You can do this. If you want to. And then, very likely, this energy will subside as you begin to get in touch with the answer, and the question begins to subside, and you feel fulfilled. Do you understand the suggestion?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do.
Thank you.
I have one more question.
Yay.
My husband recently passed away, and I've been, I have his wedding ring on a loop, and it keeps on falling off. And I don't know how it's doing that because it's knotted. And is he just trying to play with me, or is he just telling me he's there, or what's going on with that?
There is so much love that he wants to share with you. Listen. Listen to the love that he is sharing with you. Let it ring home to you. Hear, 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 hear the love that he is sharing with you. He has found a new way to communicate to you that he senses will be accessible for you to acknowledge and feel. Connected with him in this way that enriches you once again. To feel present with him once again in a different way, yes, but in a way that you truly are delighted by, with, truly at home in. Let his love ring home to you. Let the ring be a symbol that he is sending you love in a soundful way. Listen, 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 listen for the love he is sharing. At times it will be audible, at times it will be silent. But listen all the same. You can do this once in the evening before you call it a day. Let it come to you in its own way. He will begin to connect with you more and more and more in ways, at a pace, at a level you can handle. You can put the ring on one of your fingers when you are doing this exploration of reconnection, reuniting relationship with him in this way. If you would enjoy exploring in this way. Do you understand the suggestion?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, I do want to play with them.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Very well.
I'm complete.
This is the timing for this moment concluding.
Yes, it is.
Very
Yahyel, thank you so much.
Thank you, one and all, for sharing, interacting, and co-creating this way. Always the experience and the interchange is available for you as you are always breathing this in every breath contained in the oxygen. Much love to you all, always, in all ways. Thank you. Thank you all.
That was beautiful. Thank you.
We saved the handsomest for last, right?
All wired up here. I don't know if I can sit. Should have tried sitting first.
And we'll ding the bell at 5 minutes left.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello? I'm Daniel. Scranton. So when I start channeling, the tones that come through me, those are channeled. So it's not that I'm toning so that I can reach the creators. I'm going to channel the creators for you. It's that's their way of recalibrating my energy, your energy, getting us all on the same wavelength. Also, there's going to be a lot of movement, okay? So the movement just happens, and this will happen. Somebody asked Wendy's Pleiadians about that, and it's just something that happens whenever energy is moving through me. My body moves a lot, so I'm sorry if it's a distraction. You can close your eyes if it is. And let's get started. Okay. Yes. 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 We are here for you. Yes. We are the creators. We are a 12th dimensional collective of non-physical beings. You'll experience us as pure consciousness. We are delighted to be a part of this gathering and to share with you our perspective. We are creators. We own that. We are universal architects. We had a hand in the creation of this universe, but we did not do it alone. In fact, all of us co-created this universe together because it took all of our collective energy to make all of this happen. And the creation of this universe is not complete. We are still co-creating this universe through our experiences together. Together we co-created the universe, and together we continue to co-create this universe. Now, the important thing to keep in mind about the co-creation of this universe is the fact that just because you create something does not necessarily mean that you're going to experience it. You see, what you are here to do, what we are all here to do, is to decide what it is we want to experience. So we are co-creating the experiences that we want to co-create together. And sometimes we experience things we do not want to co-create together. So what is the difference then between co-creating something magical and marvelous and magnificent and something tragic and traumatic? The difference is focus. You want to focus upon the experiences that you want to create and co-create with others. And as you focus, you vibrate. So if you want to focus yourself into something, you want to put your attention on it, you are going to then find you and the thing that you're focusing on harmonizing vibrationally, putting yourself in sync with that which you want to experience, and then you find yourself experiencing it. It becomes such a natural evolution of what you began creating with that initial focus that sometimes you don't even realize, you don't even recognize the enormity of what you have done because you've spent so much of your time focusing upon it, vibrating with it, and then all of a sudden it just pops up and says, here I am, and it seems very, very natural that it would be there with you at that time, and then you're on to your next creation. So you don't often spend enough time celebrating the creations that you have experienced, the ones you've manifested. You don't spend a lot of time patting yourselves on the back and saying, well done with that creation, because again, it seems so natural and organic that you would be living what you've been focusing upon and therefore vibrating in harmony with, and so then you just move on to the next creation that you want to experience, you see. So, oftentimes you will create something like a vision board, or you will come up with mantras, or you will come up with some other type of trick to get you to focus on that which you want to not only create but also experience. But it's one thing to say something, it's one thing to look at something and say, yes, I'm focusing on abundance, I'm focusing on the thing that I want, the relationship, the health, the travel, all of the fun metaphysical experiences. I'm focusing. But you need to check in with yourself to make sure that your focus is coming from a place of equality with that which you are focusing upon, so that you do not think that you are somehow down here and what you're focusing upon is up here, and therefore you're reaching and struggling and striving just to maintain a focus, just to maintain a sense of equality with that which you are focusing upon. Instead, you want to see that which you are focusing upon as you. It's an aspect of you. It's a vibration that already exists inside of you. So these things that you want to experience that are out there somewhere, they are activating something within you. They're activating a desire for you to be more of you, for you to be more whole. And so, it is necessary for you to see that which you are focusing upon as a part of yourself that is being activated by it, and that you can find within yourself and harmonize with. So you do still get to have the fun physical experience of that which you are creating out there. Once you recognize that it's also within you as a potential, as a vibration, you still get to experience it in the external physical realm, but it is important for you to recognize that something out there, some experience, some person, some job, whatever it is, it's not completing you. It's just reflecting back to you something that has been inside of you, but has perhaps been dormant for a while, hasn't been fully actualized, fully realized, fully acknowledged by you. So once you can acknowledge yourselves, acknowledge the beautiful, whole, and complete beings that you are, then you can have more fun in the external world. You can have more fun with this beautiful universe that we all co-created. You can pick out the parts of the universe that you want to explore and play in. And you can take yourselves wherever you want to go. But it's when you face this universe, when you see this universe as so much bigger than you, so much better than you, so much more vast and magnificent than you, that you feel small and incomplete, and then you're looking for those things outside of you to give you that sense of completion. Because what really is happening here in the co-creation of the universe is that we are all creating ourselves. We are all creating ourselves as whole and complete beings who recognize ourselves and each other as source energy beings. And when that happens, when you can play on your playground and let everyone else play on their playground, and do so knowing that you are all source energy beings, then you have a harmonious and peaceful planet, a harmonious and peaceful solar system and galaxy and universe. And imagine how much fun we can all have in this universe when we are all acknowledging ourselves and everyone else as source energy beings and utilizing the abilities that we have to focus, to create, to vibrate, and to harmonize with the experiences that we want to have. Then you really do have a universe that is operating in harmony with itself. Then you have a universe that is a true reflection of source energy. Source energy being all that is, but in all that is balanced, that is in harmony with itself. Source energy doesn't ever get up and look at itself in the mirror and think, I'm having a bad hair day. What are these love handles all about? You see? So source energy is in love with itself, in love with every part of itself. And when all of us, all of the ones who comprise this universe are in love with ourselves, which is what that beautiful exercise with Yahyel was all about. You see, perfect lead-in to this conversation about loving each other, loving ourselves, recognizing that we are all love, that we are all whole and complete beings. And that is how we get to the universe that we together decided we wanted to co-create and inhabit. And everything that is a step along the way of that journey can be fun, can be an adventure, can be a way of demonstrating to ourselves how powerful, how strong, and how beautiful we all are. All right, let's have some questions now.
Hello, creators.
Yeah.
My question is about water.
Yes.
And for example, last week I was in my bathtub covered with water, and I opened my window, and I could hear the river outside. I could hear the rain pouring down, and I love the sounds that the water makes when it interacts. And then I was splashing my hand against the water, and even when I'm out for a walk and hear a tinkle of a brook or a waterfall, I think of beings, like I'm aware of there are beings there that perhaps they thrive on the water energy, or perhaps I'm just feeling them. But I'd like to know what it is I'm feeling. I feel entities around water when I'm with water.
Yes, it's life-affirming water. It is the thing that scientists look for when they're looking for evidence that life does exist or could exist in other parts of the solar system and the galaxy. So water really is life. It represents life. It activates within you more of the living tissue of your physical body. It gives you life. It is necessary for life. And so when you are connecting to it, you are also recognizing that you are in those moments in the flow. So as you focus on a sound that is pleasant to you, when you focus on an experience like taking a bath that is pleasant to you, you are in the flow. You are in the flow, and when you are in the flow, you are connected. You are feeling that connection that is always there. Of course, the connection is always there between you and us and every other being, extraterrestrial, physical, non-physical, doesn't matter. You're always connected. But there are times when you're more aware of that connection. Just like there would be a time when you'd be more aware of your guides that are always with you. They're never taking a vacation. They're always there with you, but there are times when you're more aware of them. So these are the times when you are more aware of your connection and the presence of other beings, which are always with you. So Our recommendation to you is to utilize this knowledge that you now have of the power of water in your life, the power of water over you, to feel more in the flow, to feel more connected, and to affirm the life within you, the life all around you, and of course, the life that you have yet to discover.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
I wanted to ask you about the difference between creating and kind of following the divine flow, listening to reality.
Yes. So that is what we were talking about when we said, you've already created it. We've already created it. We've co-created so much already. We are constantly creating. And there's also this going with the flow, being in the flow, following the guidance, following the synchronicities, following the heart energy, the excitement, the bliss, everything that you've ever heard, every nice bumper sticker you've ever seen that aligns you with that larger perspective. So you have a perspective, let us say as an ego, you have a perspective, and we know this is a big one, where you say, I want to win the lottery. And so you want to create that experience for yourself. And many people want this. And so you focus upon it and focus upon it, and you attempt to harmonize with it vibrationally. But at the same time, you recognize that that experience may not be the ideal experience for your spiritual growth right now. So instead of gritting your teeth and clenching your fists and watching for the numbers every night and hanging all of your hopes on that, you would say, well, I've created it, but I've also let it go. It's now something that's out there that I can experience at any time, but instead of making it my life's mission to win the lottery, I'm going to go with the flow. I'm going to see where the energy takes me, where the energy is guiding me, nudging me, and follow those impulses and instincts. Follow your intuition. And that's what being in the flow with Source is about, and letting Source work through you, letting you and the universe co-conspire to create the best possible experiences for you, which sometimes include a delaying of the gratification of something that you once created in a moment, but didn't experience right away. You see, that's one of the beauties that you have of the time lag that you still experience as fourth dimensional beings. You still get to experience anticipation. You still get to experience hope. And those are beautiful experiences to have. Of course, you also get to experience angst and disappointment and impatience and things like that. But there's nothing wrong with those experiences as long as you accept them as they are. So listening to the guidance that comes from within you, feeling your feelings, feeling drawn to certain people, certain events and circumstances, this is going with the flow of Source, and this is what it is always in your best interest to do, even if at times you have a desire that you want to create something, but you understand that that creation may not serve your greatest and highest good in the moment. So you just create it, you focus on it for as much as it feels comfortable for you to focus on it, as much as you enjoy focusing on it, and then you let it go. So you have to be aware of when something is becoming an obsession and when something is becoming something is actually in the flow. So those are the two awarenesses that you want when it comes to your creations and what you actually experience. You see?
I'm just going to add one thing to that, if you don't mind.
Yes.
If you were in this reality and you realize that you were kind of in the obsession part and you were going against your flow and not understanding why something manifested, is there kind of one phrase or mantra that you would remind yourself?
In divine perfect timing.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
I live here in Los Angeles, but I'm also very drawn to the island of Kauai constantly. When I'm there, I get nurtured by the nature of the island, but then I come home because my family is here. But when I'm here, I want to be back in Kauai, so I'm drawn in these two places. And I'm trying to handle it the best way I can, but sometimes it just gets out of control. Do you have any advice?
In divine perfect timing. So, interestingly enough, our channel once lived in Los Angeles and eventually made his way to living in Hawaii. But it took him 15 years from the time of the original desire being born within him to move to Hawaii. And so there are, of course, balances that you seek to strike in your life. And if your balance right now that you're seeking to strike is between time on the mainland and time on Kauai, then that's what you're creating for yourself right now, is you're creating the experience of being at peace with the time that you're not there, anticipating the time that you are going to be there, and doing the best that you can to create the wonderful experiences that you want to have while still on the mainland. In other words, you don't want to think in terms of, well, I'm really living my life when I'm on Kauai, and when I'm in LA, I'm just at a way station and I'm just counting the days and the minutes until I can get back. In other words, you find the balance of those two experiences for yourself so that you're enjoying both. You're enjoying the fact that when you're in Los Angeles, you have more options, more things to do, more restaurants, more people. When you're in Kauai, you have more green things, more water, more nature, more solitude experience, more peace and quiet. And so you enjoy striking the balance for now, but then you also recognize that when it serves you and your highest good to live full time on Kauai, you will find yourself there. Again, in the meantime, you don't have to think of life in Los Angeles as suffering, because it doesn't have to be, but you acknowledge that there are things about Los Angeles that you like, and things about Kauai that you like, and of course, you make peace with wherever you are. So that's the first thing you must do with the situation you are in is to make peace and accept, and of course, continue to focus on what you want, but in divine timing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi there.
Hello.
My question is around cosmic laws, the laws of karma, reciprocity, and attraction. And there is a lot of information that can be tapped from a human level, given enough meditation and centeredness, and there is information that comes from different beings, such as yourself and others, to the human plane. Yes. And sometimes this information can be misused or distorted, and there's great karmic consequences to that from all planes and all beings, myself and you. So I would like to know, how do you assess the karmic consequences of the information that you share, or in a more generalistic perspective of the information that comes from different beings and how they can sometimes be misused or actually generate negative karma spirals as opposed to the good that they were intended to create?
Yes. Well, everything is as it is, and everyone gets to make of it what they make of it. And of course, there is distortion, there is fanaticism, there are ways of interpreting things that will be only for each individual. Each individual will have their own interpretation of everything that comes through every teacher and every channel and every book. Look at the Bible, for example. Look at how many different ways you could interpret that and twist it into fitting your own prejudices, or you could also use it and only focus on the passages that are life-affirming and granting humanity a sense of divinity. So it is up to the individual, and it has more to do with the individual and what they do with information that then creates their own karmic journey and their own karmic relationship with the information and with the other people that are affected by whatever it is they're doing with that information. Now, as far as we are concerned, we would notice if someone was taking information and twisting it and using it to harm others. And we would make corrections in the way that the information was disseminated. However, keep in mind also that what is of most value, what is mostly important in any transmission, any teaching, anything that you come across that is quote-unquote spiritual, is not the actual words or the ideas. It is not the mantras. It's not as powerful as you think it is. What is actually said or written. What is most powerful is the energy that is transmitted during a channeling. Whether it's writing, whether someone has channeled some writing, as in the Conversations with God books, those were channeled writings. There's power in those pages that goes beyond the words that were written, because the energy was infused into the books. There's energy being transmitted through each and every one of the channels that have sat in this chair today, and it is up to every individual in the room to decide how much of that energy they're actually going to receive and then assimilate How much are you going to allow yourselves to be activated by the energy that is coming through right now? Or are you instead focusing on something in your mind, or focusing on something that was said, and not getting the full experience here, getting all of the love and light that's being transmitted? So that's the important thing here. It's not our teachings, it's not anyone's teachings that are the most important nugget that we want you all to take away from this. So, for example, let's say that you all sitting there in your chairs right now would close your eyes, uncross legs, arms, anything that's crossed, and face your palms up, whether you have your hands on your thighs, or whether you want to raise your arms up with the palms facing up, and you just say to yourselves, say inside your heads, that you are open, you are ready, and you are willing to receive all of the love and the light that is being transmitted right now. And feel what that feels like. Feel how much is available to you right now. That's the important thing about what you want to take away from these types of experiences. So we hope that answers your question.
Yes, it's wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
So I work with a business coach, and it's always a delicate balance between being really action-oriented, and it was similar to the second question, being in the flow. And she gave me some feedback a couple weeks ago that she has observed after working together these last 3 years, that it's like if life is a Red Rover game, if I get to the end where the other people are holding their arms and there's any resistance, I'll give up. And it really struck a chord for me. And so my question is about the balance between reconnecting with my feminine and going inside again and taking myself out of the game. And I feel like it has held me back from maybe having more breakthrough moments or having things be easier because I check out. And ironically, the tool I use to do that so frequently is metaphysical. Like, I'd rather have a cool conversation than be in the game. So I want to know what you think about that.
Yes. Well, what you are talking about here are merging the worlds of the third dimension and the fifth dimension. You're talking about taking what is and has been traditionally the more masculine energy of action and merging it with the divine feminine energy of receiving, of relaxing, of being open and being balanced and letting go of that resistance so that you can let in that which you've created, that which you've asked for. And so you're seeking to strike a balance in the same way that our friend is seeking a balance between Los Angeles and Kauai. And so it's about being honest with yourself about what feels right for you in the moment. Now, it doesn't mean that when you choose meditation or you choose a metaphysical conversation that you've given up on action forevermore, that now you're just going to become a very lazy person who sits around eating grapes and getting fanned by people so that you never have to lift a finger ever again. You're not becoming one of those people, but at times, of course, fear of sloth can creep in, fear that you're just not going to ever take appropriate action or inspired action again. That can creep in, and someone like, let's say, for example, a business coach could come along and reflect that fear to you. That says, well, you're not pushing beyond the resistance. You're not pushing yourself to go the extra mile. And we say, well, you'll do it when you feel inspired to and when the timing is right, but you know yourself better than your coach knows you, because you're the one who feels what you feel. You feel what's going on inside of you, and you know what you feel inspired to do and what you don't feel inspired to do. And you have to listen to that. You have to be true to yourself if you're going to be a divine, integrated in the masculine and feminine energies being. If you're going to be a whole being, you have to listen to yourself and not worry about going off the deep end and not allowing any sort of action or appropriate action to be taken. We know that you are a responsible person, that you are going to take the effective action when it is necessary. And we also know that so much more is accomplished in the exercising or the activating of the divine feminine than most people realize. Because if you're taking an action, if you're picking up a brick and moving it from one place to another, that's identifiable, and people can say, look, she moved all those bricks today. All those bricks that were over there are now over there. But when you're in your divine feminine and you're receiving, people don't point at you and say, look at what she did today. And so that's the part that you need to make peace with, is that there's not that identifiable pile of bricks for you, but you have to understand that there is strength and power in the divine feminine, and that it's not a sign of weakness or laziness to be in that state. It's a sign that you know how strong you are, that you know how powerful you are. Oftentimes, action is taken to compensate for a sense of lack of power or strength, because the person says, well, I'm not feeling what I want to be feeling. I'm not feeling the energy flowing through me, the strength and the power that I want to feel, so I'll just take these actions. And these actions will give me that sense that I want to experience. So you see, you have to pay attention to whether you're compensating with action at times for a feeling, or whether that action is coming because you genuinely feel inspired to take it.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
So the idea is, when I have that awareness, I'm taking action to compensate. And usually it is that feeling of fear, like that doubt that I can't actually do it. The idea is just to sit with that feeling. What Nora was talking about: feel, observe, and then a third thing.
Yes.
Accept. How novel.
Yes, process.
Process.
Process what you need to process.
Yeah.
Process the fear that comes up. Process the frustration when the numbers aren't what you want them to be. Process the anger. Process whatever you need to process, so that you can then get to that place where you can activate what you want to activate. Because it's always nice to know whether it's more appropriate for you to be in a state of processing or a state of creating. You don't want to start creating from that place of fear or anxiety or whatever. You don't want to start creating the relationship that you want while you're in loneliness. You want to process the loneliness. You want to process the fear. So what we mean by process is that you identify the feeling inside of you. You identify exactly where it sits within you, where you feel it, so that you can focus. And when you can focus upon what you're feeling and breathe into it, you can give it space, you can allow it to be, you can accept it for what it is, and accept yourself for feeling it. Then it loses all of its power over you. You then feel more powerful than the feeling that you're processing. And then it can go along its merry way and continue to evolve as the energy that it is, and you can continue to evolve as the energy that you are. And then you can find yourself in a place where you're ready to do some creating, some activating of vibration.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you so much. I love you.
We love you.
Greetings, the creators.
Yeah.
I was wondering about the Bible and how much of the Bible, what's your interpretation of what happened? How much of it had to do with extraterrestrials? How much of it was real? And what the relevant symbology that you would like to share is and how it actually played out?
Yes. All right. Well, let us start here by saying that it was created by a lot of well-meaning individuals. There have been and are references in the Bible to extraterrestrial beings at times, but the Bible has been edited over time. It's been translated from one language to another and to another and to another, and it's been edited by people in positions of power that took out the parts that were empowering to the masses and left in the idea of a God that's more like a king or an emperor. So you do good, you get rewarded. You do bad, you get punished. And so it became this creation that is more of a reflection of society and the way the society has operated with beings in power, calling all the shots. It's become that reflection over time from the original intention of let's spread some information here through these texts, let's spread some ideas, unconditional love, the teachings of Jesus Christ. And again, many people have been involved in the co-creation of what you have today, and what it represents, as we say, is more of a representation of, or a reflection of, the society than the intention of the people who were wanting to spread something that was going to be beneficial to the masses, to the people who could benefit from it. And so that's why people like you and the other people in this room and people who will listen to this later, you're finding that the new information, the information that's coming through now, is more pure. It resonates more. It feels true to you because it hasn't had thousands of years to get distorted and edited and retranslated. So you can find things in the Bible and you can say, well, that's interesting, or you can say that's a part of history and I wonder how much of that is true, and you can find passages that are empowering at times. But for the most part, it's not really living in the now to access information that's thousands of years old and to try to make something of it. It's accessing the power of your own connection to source energy, accessing the power that you have by being quiet and listening and aligning your chakras and receiving and channeling and paying attention to the energy that's flowing, the intuition that you have within you. That's being in the now. That's receiving more directly, even more directly than through a channel like the one that we are utilizing right now. It's more direct to get it from within yourself. And then you have the challenge of trusting what you're getting. So you're basically asking us, well, how much can I trust this dusty old book? And it's more important for you to be asking, how much can I trust what I'm getting when I go within? When I get quiet and receive, and we say, trust it 100%. Trust what you get. Trust what you download. And maybe you don't act on it right away because you need to reassure yourself that what you're getting is true. You need to take baby steps to start to learn to walk on your own and not to rely upon teachings and texts to tell you what to do. But eventually, you will all have that direct access and that feeling that you are getting what you need directly in the moment. And that is when you will feel that feeling of being integrated, whole, and complete, and more of your divine selves.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Let's see, back in the summer, I did a, let me back up. I've been doing the Wim Hof method breathing for almost a year now. And at times it can be very intense, and at times it can be very mild, and there's not a consistency to it. And I sort of go with that. But I have noticed a pattern of timings, maybe around solstices and equinoxes, where it becomes more intense. And I'm wondering if that is a connection or... Okay, all right. Yeah, that's what I kind of thought. But particularly, I use it, it's funny, I use it both as a grounding method, and I also use it as a blast-off method. But during specific timings and things, it's not, I don't know, it's an unusual thing, but I guess I just wanted to throw it out there and sort of ask you guys, how does the breath work relate to the outworld energies? Is there a relationship, or how does that work?
Yes, of course. When you are having a big event like a solstice or an equinox or some other big event where you're all focused on receiving more energy, where more energy is being transmitted to you because of your focus, and you have your new year now coming up very soon for one of these points where you're focusing, where the entire world knows that this is happening. And so beings like us and beings in other dimensions will use that opportunity to send a little bit more energy to you, to give you the boost. And because when we see, as Bashar said, if they saw that humanity was going to use what they've already been given, then they'd be given more. So when you're in that state of being open and receptive, then beings like us want to give you more, we send more, and so those are some of the times when you're more open to receiving. And when you're utilizing breath work, when you're doing anything, meditation, toning, anything at all that puts you in that state of alignment, of receptivity, and of openness, then you're bound to experience more. You're bound to receive more because of what you are doing, and also you put that together with how much is being sent, the extra that you are being sent. And you add those two things together and you get a more spectacular experience than you would have, say, on a Wednesday.
Yeah, but on the Wednesdays, is it still have the same effect? If I don't have this spectacular download and blast off,
it has the effect that you allow it to have on any particular day. So you can always amplify the effect of whatever it is that you are doing. It really depends on you. It really depends on how much you're focusing, and it depends on how into it you are on that particular day. So whenever you do something that you're doing habitually, there are going to be some days that you are more excited about it, more energized by the thought of doing it than others. And so you will just want to pay attention to that. Perhaps it's also important to recognize at what point on Wednesday is the best point for you to be doing the breath work, so that you take advantage of the moment, you seize that moment when you say, this feels like the moment for me to be doing it, and that's going to then maximize the effects, of course.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And on those days it doesn't, should I just sit with that? And
if it doesn't, you're still activating something within you. You're still doing something positive for yourself. It's not a waste of your time just because you're not having a transcendent experience every time.
Okay. See? Good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm finding that I've recently gone through some upgrades, and I'm working with a group, a collective of very powerful individuals, all with the focus of service. And we've recently designed a new program to try to teach people how to really understand where their own internal sacred geometry comes from, how to activate their Merkaba, how to align with the columns of light coming from Gaia and Source, and how to bring the creation in through the creation blueprint taught in the Tree of Life.
Yeah.
My question is, one thing that snagged at me is when people start using the system, everything accelerates for them. How responsible is it to teach the system to people who may not yet have done enough of the self-work to not break their lives quickly? Or is it my responsibility in the first place to check that? Do I trust the alignment of those who would be coming?
Yeah? You have there a question of ethics.
Yes.
It's a question that really only you can answer for yourself in terms of determining your own comfort level with working with certain individuals. If you don't really feel that those individuals are ready for the power of what you are giving them, then you will feel that. You will notice that. You will find the reluctance within you to take that person to where you know that they could potentially go. You will find that reluctance to be palpable, and you will want to put on the brakes there, so that you are taking the person forward at the speed that they are comfortable moving. And that's what you need to do. That's what you need to determine for yourself. So you need to take it on a case-by-case basis, and the more that you do it, the easier it will be for you to recognize those times when you need to pull back a bit, or you need to give that person some other tools to work with first.
Yes.
And you will get better and better at determining that and knowing what to do and what not to do as you continue on. But just know that your intentions are good. You're co-creating all of these experiences with the people. And so you have their higher selves' permission to do whatever you are going to do, and you don't have to worry about overstepping or abusing your power, because you know that you're not going to do that in this lifetime.
Right. And do you have any advice for me and my co-creators of this to help facilitate more the activation of the 5D consciousnesses?
Yes. We suggest that you have more fun with all of this, that all of you make ascension to the fifth dimension more about having fun and playing and discovering who you are and loving and being reckless and feeling yourselves expanding for the fun of it, not because you think you need to, because you need to get somewhere else to start living your lives. You need to start living your lives now and enjoying your lives now and enjoying the ascension process, because it is happening and you are a part of it, and it's part of this co-creation of this beautiful universe that we all co-created together. And so co-create for yourselves the most enjoyable and beautiful and easy experience of ascension that you can, and love yourselves and each other throughout the entire process, and make the journey about the journey and not about the destination. And you will have more fun, and you will not be asking yourself, when is ascension exactly? You won't be doing that, because you'll be having so much fun. You see?
And the last little thing I wanted to ask you is, I'm pretty sure that when I'm tuning in and pulling streaming information, I'm tuning into your collective.
Yeah.
And since you've been sitting here, I'm kind of hearing what you're saying before you say it.
Yes.
And I'm noticing the difference between what you're saying and what the filter is applying. So
yes.
I'm asking, I guess, are there steps I can take to be more clear? Because I'm hearing you super clear here. And I definitely have to get very quiet, and I know there's a group here of amazing people that's helping all of us be so tuned in. But are there things I can do on my own to gain this greater level of clarity?
Yes. So you're going to take the vibration of this now moment with you. You're going to bookmark it within yourself. You're going to note what this moment feels like right now, vibrationally, and then you're going to know that it's inside of you. It's accessible to you at all times, regardless of where you are, regardless of whether we are being channeled by this one or by someone else, and you will simply find yourself connecting directly because you have tasted our vibration and you have noticed how good we taste.
So delicious. So delicious. Thank you.
And that's all the questions we've got tonight for creators and Daniel. And thank you for being with us again. You are, besides Treb and Aridif, you and Daniel are the only ones who's made it to all 5 of the channel panels. So thank you.
We are the creators, and we love you all so very much. Thanks, everybody. Go to my website.
And what's the website there, Daniel?
DanielScranton.com.
All right.
Sign up for my newsletter.
Thank you, brother. Daniel is one of the greatest and handsomest men around, and I always love him. So we want to thank you guys for coming out tonight. We've had a long day, but it's been a beautiful one. All of your energies played a part of that. We could not be thankful enough. Kalina's back trying to get everything ready because we got to get out of here in 1 hour. Feel free to hang out in the lobby for a little bit, but we will have to be out of the building in about a half hour or so. So thank you guys. Thank you. We love you. Thank you. Thank you.
It's such a great day. Thanks for creating it.